Chapter 41. The Xia family's plot. Everyone followed Xia Hualing's gaze, their eyes landing on Xia Changming. In an instant, Xia Changming had become the center of attention. Xia Changming felt utterly bewildered. No. Why are you all staring at me? It wasn't me. I'm a married man. No wonder Miss Hualing has never agreed to anyone's affections. It turns out her heart has already been promised. But Xia Changming only returned recently. How did he move so fast? Well, the Xia patriarch has both looks and power. He's also one of the four great families. If I were a woman, I'd be into him too. Upon hearing that Xia Hualing already had a suitor, many people felt disheartened, as if they had experienced a devastating heartbreak before it had even started. Some even cried out in anguish, their lamentations heartbreaking to hear. Hualing, my Hualing, how can I live without you? I don't agree. I won't allow it. I demand a duel with him. The speaker, filled with righteous indignation, was the leader of a small sect whose wife had passed away recently. He had become obsessed with Xia Hualing, and whenever she performed, he was always there, spending lavishly. In fact, he had nearly exhausted the entire fortune of his sect for her, but he had never even gotten to meet her in person. Someone next to the man quickly reminded him, Brother Tang, don't say I didn't warn you. But that man is the patriarch of the Xia family, rumored to be in the heaven venerable realm, you know? Oh, never mind then. My mistake. The man's expression instantly returned to normal, his face perfectly composed, as if nothing had just happened. Down in the arena, Wang Ting, upon hearing Xia Hualing declare that her heart was spoken for, immediately focused his anger on the man she had chosen. Seeing it was Xia Changming, the bloodlust he had just managed to restrain nearly flared up again. Wang Ting managed to calm his inner turmoil, his face instead twisting into a cruel smile. Good, very good. This is getting interesting. Since ancient times, beauties are meant for heroes. Only the strong have the right to dominate. It'll be fun to kill you and take her for myself, Wang Ting said, seemingly delighted, laughing into the sky before turning and leaving. The Wang manager looked gravely at Xia Changming, then followed after Wang Ting. Seeing Wang Ting leave so easily, everyone was astonished. What happened? Had this killing god simply accepted his defeat and left? Many had come to witness for themselves if Xia Changming was truly as powerful as the rumors claimed. With Wang Ting gone and the entertainment over, the crowd of onlookers slowly dispersed, some leaving the drunken immortal, while others headed to the east wing to seek other pleasures. Xiaming's chaotic fight with Wang Huan's group had been exciting enough for many. Xia Yi frowned, watching from the staircase as Wang Ting swaggered away. He couldn't help feeling a sense of regret. If Wang Ting had attacked, they could have used Xia Changming to weaken the Wang family first. In turn, the relationship between the Xia and Xia families would have become stronger. When most of the crowd had dispersed, Xia Hualing gracefully descended the stairs, landing before Xia Changming. She bowed slightly and apologized. I'm sorry, Lord Xia. Things got out of hand, so I said what I did. Xia Changming looked at Xia Hualing meaningfully, without speaking. He had a feeling that she had deliberately said what she did. First, she had diverted Wang Ting's attention from herself to him. As long as he didn't die, Wang Ting would probably not bother her again, allowing her to escape safely. Second, everyone in Drunken Immortal had heard her announcement. People would undoubtedly speculate about her relationship with him. If they assumed that the two had a special connection, then no one would dare disturb her in the future. She had essentially used him as a shield against all her admirers. It was hard for Xia Changming not to think that she had done this intentionally. Xia Hualing, thinking that Xia Changming was angry, quickly apologized again. If Lord Xia feels troubled by this, I can clarify things to everyone right away. There's no need. What's said cannot be unsaid. Let's just leave it at that, Xia Changming said, shaking his head. Once said, further explanations would be futile, potentially making matters worse. Brother Xia, then I'll take my leave. Thank you for today's help, Brother Xia. Xia Yi bid farewell. Xia Changming turned to leave. Seeing that Xia Ming was still standing there, he called out, What are you still standing there for? Let's go. Oh, okay, Xia Ming, who had been in a state of shock, was brought back to his senses by Xia Changming's words. He quickly followed after him. After Xia Changming and his group had left, the arena was a wreck, littered with broken pieces. Xia Yun sighed at the sight. It seems that the Drunken Immortal song and dance performances will have to be suspended for a while. My top girl has also announced she has a suitor, and that'll mean less revenue. Sigh. Auntie, I'm sorry, Xia Yi and Xia Hualing said to Xia Yun in unison. I'm just letting off some steam. You're no longer the young master, but the head of the Xia family now, and I'll abide by all your decisions. Xia Yun said sternly, her usual charm and indulgence replaced with composure and tranquility. She knew the clash was inevitable when Xia Yi had decided to invite Xia Changming to meet at Drunken Immortal, even sending some free tickets to the Xia family, including Xia Ming. Even if Xia Changming declined the partnership, getting him to appear at Drunken Immortal after the fight would lead the Wang and Kai families to believe that the Xia and Xia families had already joined forces. This was all part of Xia Ye's plan. For the Xia family's sake, these minor sacrifices were nothing. On the way back, Xia Ming walked alongside Xia Changming, his expression hesitant. Seeing that Xia Ming was still not speaking, Xia Changming directly asked, "What is it? Why do you keep hesitating? Speak your mind." Patriarch, well, should I say it? Xia Ming asked cautiously. Xia Changming found it amusing. Go ahead. It's not like I'll beat you up. Hearing this, Xia Ming finally found the courage. Patriarch, how could you do such a thing? Huh, what did I do? Xia Changming was completely confused. Xia Ming leaned in closer, covering his mouth and speaking in a low tone. You've only been married to the madam for a short time, and yet you're already having secret meetings with a Xia family courtesan at the Drunken Immortal. That's not allowed. If the madam and the old madam found out, they would be furious. Xia Changming was speechless. Without a word, he flicked Xia Ming on the head once again. What nonsense are you spouting? I went to the Drunken Immortal to talk business with Xia Yi. My relationship with Xuanhuan is just that of acquaintances. Xia Ming rubbed his aching head, thinking to himself. He said he wouldn't hit me. He clearly saw Xuanhuan walk into the inner room. Xia Ming was skeptical about his patriarch's explanation. No one ever went to Drunken Immortal to talk about life goals and poetry. He was probably lying to them. Should he tell the madam and the old madam about this? Xia Ming pondered in confusion. However, news of Xia Changming's visit to the Drunken Immortal and his capture of the heart of the #1 courtesan in the heavenly capital had already spread like wildfire and reached Su Yueli's ears. Chapter 42, Wife, Stop Fooling Around. Late at night, on Changming Peak, Xia Changming landed gracefully. The courtyard was dark and quiet, with no lights in the room. He was slightly confused. Did the little one go to sleep so early tonight? Not wanting to disturb his beloved, Xia Changming tiptoed to the door and gently pushed it open. With a creak, the door only barely opened when Xia Changming felt something amiss. Suddenly, a magic array appeared beneath his feet, trapping him. Several purple iron chains rose from the ground, tightly binding his legs and body. Even his hands were bound and he couldn't move. Almost at the same time, Su Yueli, who had been hiding in the room while concealing her presence, suddenly appeared. A streak of silver light flew straight towards Xia Changming's brow. Even in this moment of danger, Xia Changming remained calm. He slightly turned his head, and the sword almost sliced through his hairline, leaving a few strands of black hair. Wife, are you trying to murder your husband? Xia Changming said without flinching, his expression amused. I only returned a little late. It's not a capital crime, is it? After the last time he punished her with the family rules, Su Yueli had been behaving much better, not trying to attack him. Having not been ambushed in several days, he had started to become careless. He almost forgot that his wife was a Demon Empress. Su Yueli intended to use the magic array to trap Xia Changming for a moment so that she could launch a surprise attack. But she had not expected his reaction to be so quick. Even when caught off guard, he managed to evade her quickest strike. Seeing that her surprise attack had failed, Su Yueli stopped in her tracks. Her beautiful face clouded with anger. While Xia Changming was still struggling within the magic array, one of her tails whipped out and attacked him once more. That's right. This Empress will kill you, she yelled. Xia Changming stomped his foot lightly, causing the magic array to vanish instantly. The iron chains shattered. From the moment Su Yueli's first assassination attempt failed, she had no hope of succeeding. Seeing that Xia Changming had so easily broken out of her carefully crafted trap, Su Yueli panicked and quickly pulled back her tail. How could Xia Changming give her such an opportunity? He grabbed her tail in his hand. It felt soft, fluffy, smooth, and almost silky, making it hard to resist. This would be very warm around the neck. He couldn't help but rub it a few times. It was a tail that could level a mountain, yet in his hands, it felt no different from an ordinary fox tail. Seeing Xia Changming holding her tail, a hint of panic flashed across Su Yueli's beautiful face. An odd sensation traveled up her tail, causing her heart to race. Foxtails were considered taboo, and never to be touched by outsiders. For someone to touch her tail like this, Su Yueli's face flushed red, a mixture of embarrassment and anger. She yelled, "You! Let go of this Empress!" Sigma. Xia Changming did not release his grip. Instead, he grinned and gave it a slight tug, pulling Su Yueli straight into his arms. "Wife, are you not sleeping tonight? Did you wait with a vengeful look just to ambush your husband?" "Your husband likes night raids, but you need to change your tactics," Xia Changming whispered softly, holding Su Yueli tightly around her slender waist. Su Yueli's face flushed even redder. She bit her lip and growled, "Go to hell, you bastard. Don't touch this Empress with your body covered in cheap rouge." Xia Changming finally realized what was going on. No wonder his wife was so angry tonight. Was she jealous? Could it be because your husband went to the drunken immortal that you're jealous, wife? Xia Changming teased. Su Yueli's face darkened, and she retorted coldly, "That's a joke. Where you go and who you are with has nothing to do with this Empress. This Empress is trying to kill you for the sake of the demon race. Stop being so presumptuous." The smell of the heavy rouge and powder on Xia Changming's body made Su Yueli even angrier, though she didn't know why. She didn't plan to risk setting up a magic array to ambush him tonight because she knew her chances of succeeding were slim. But recalling the humiliation she had suffered the past few days, as well as hearing the rumors of Xia Changming going to a brothel to meet with the heavenly capital's #1 courtesan, she made up her mind to assassinate him. She didn't care who Xia Changming met with. He married her only to stabilize the relationship between humans and demons. She married him also for the safety of the demon race. It was just that Xia Changming's scandal, and all the rumors, was damaging her reputation. She couldn't hold it in any longer. Besides, she didn't know when she would find a celestial weapon to fight him. She might as well try her luck again. Maybe she could do it this time. This time it was different from the time she tried to kill him in his sleep. The poison in her body had been completely cured, and thanks to the Tailing golden elixir, she was now at her peak condition. Several tails bloomed behind Su Yueli, all attacking Xia Changming at once. Xia Changming couldn't block all the tails with just his hands. He had to release her tail and waist and dodged back. "Wife, you're quite feisty tonight. I'll make you a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea later," Xia Changming said. Taking advantage of the opportunity to escape Xia Changming's grasp, Su Yueli did an elegant pirouette and then swung her sword at him again. Xia Changming leaned back, barely dodging Su Yueli's strike. The powerful sword light sliced away half of the room. "Tsk. It seems my wife doesn't plan to let me sleep tonight," Xia Changming chuckled, his hands behind his back, enjoying himself. Seeing this, Su Yueli bit her lip angrily. She unleashed her spiritual energy and attacked with her sword. "This Empress will make sure you never wake up." Xia Changming weaved and dodged, evading Su Yueli's fierce and relentless attacks. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't even graze him. Taking advantage of a lull in her assault, Xia Changming grabbed her wrist and whispered softly into her ear once again. "All right, stop fooling around, wife. Let me explain. Be good and put down your sword." Hearing his words that were similar to those used to appease a child, Su Yueli's face flushed red with anger. Her body trembled, her chest heaving up and down. She glared at Xia Changming with gritted teeth. "Stop fooling around?" What did he mean? Did he think that her anger was just play? At that moment, Su Yueli felt the greatest humiliation of her life. "Do you think this Empress is afraid of you?" Su Yueli summoned her nine-tailed fox form, with her tails spreading out like a peacock's display, obscuring the night sky. Each tail was like a sharp blade capable of piercing through stone walls or a heavy mountain, able to smash anything below it. The night on Xia family territory was filled with loud rumbling sounds as the ground continued to vibrate. The Xia family disciples were awakened by the commotion, all turning their gaze towards the Changming Peak, where the shaking was the strongest. What on earth was happening? Domestic violence? On another peak, Xuanhuan stood by the window, her face full of worry. "That Minger is just too much. He just needed to explain himself to Yueli. Why did it turn into a fight? I need to go talk to them." Xuanhuan was about to leave when she pulled on a light robe. At first, Xuanhuan was also very angry when she heard that Xia Changming had gone to the drunken immortal to meet with the Xia courtesan, Xuanhuan. Later, she learned from Xuanhuan that the Xia family had invited him for a discussion on important matters, and she realized that she had misunderstood. Minger was not that kind of person, she knew. Moreover, all the women in Drunken Immortal combined could not compare to Su Yueli. How could he possibly abandon his own wife for some wildflowers and weeds? So she thought that all Xia Changming had to do was explain himself to Su Yueli. She did not expect it to escalate to this. Standing beside Xuanhuan, Xia Changlin grabbed her arm and smiled calmly. Wife, what are you doing? They're having a lover's tiff. They're probably fighting now, but tomorrow they will be fine. Don't worry about it. But, before Xuanhuan could say anything, Xia Changlin had already wrapped his arms around her waist and whispered in her ear, It's okay, wife. We should go back to sleep too. Chapter 43, Chen Lianxiong's Visit. The next morning, the rising sun scattered its light through the thin fog over Changming Peak. The once grand residence was now a scene of devastation, with broken walls, shattered tiles, and half of the roof missing. It was the aftermath of Xia Changming and Su Yueli's intense battle from the previous night. Xia Ming, who had just arrived at the peak, was utterly dumbfounded by the sight. This is such a mess. Had Madame become so enraged after learning that the Patriarch had visited the drunken immortal? Is the Patriarch okay? Anxious, Xia Ming quickly searched for Xia Changming. As he stepped into the courtyard, he saw Xia Changming sitting casually on a stone bench, propping his cheek up with one hand. Despite his tattered clothes, he seemed relaxed and unscathed. Su Yueli, on the other hand, was the picture of disarray with a dusty face. Without Xia Changming by her side, one might have assumed that she was the one who had won the fight last night. Now, they were sitting opposite each other, with no intent to continue their fight. On the stone table, there was a steaming bowl of hot ginger tea. With his other hand, Xia Changming brought a spoonful of the tea to Su Yueli's lips. Su Yueli pushed a few loose strands of hair behind her ear and opened her lips to take a sip. The scene was so peaceful and affectionate that Xia Ming was dumbfounded. What's going on? They were fighting so intensely last night. Why are they fine this morning? Did the Patriarch manage to convince the madam? In truth, a few minutes before Xia Ming arrived, Xia Changming was still pinning Su Yueli down. It was only when they both heard someone approaching that they had simultaneously chosen to stop fighting. Su Yueli's spiritual energy had been depleted after the all-night battle, leaving her unable to continue. Although Xia Changming hadn't used his sword, he had managed to use some secret technique to concentrate his energy and endlessly replenish his spiritual power, exhausting hers and trapping her under him. To avoid letting others see her in such a state, Su Yueli had reluctantly chosen to stop and listen to Xia Changming's explanation. Whether she was truly tired, or if she had finally been convinced, she wasn't as angry after hearing his explanation. During their talk, Xia Changming had also found time to make her a bowl of ginger tea. Su Yueli slowly sipped the tea, her mind full of conflicting thoughts. She had thought that Xia Changming only managed to beat her because of his celestial weapon, Emperor Immortal Sword. But last night's battle shattered her belief. Xia Changming had defeated her even without using his sword. She wondered when she would be able to kill the man before her and return to her position as the Demon Empress instead of living this comfortable life of a housewife. All she did each day was eat and sleep, and she was forced to learn the ways of humans. Even her cultivation time was cut short. Thinking of this, the sweetness of the ginger tea now tasted bland to her. Bitter, she said. Xia Changming was surprised. He knew that Su Yueli liked sweet things, and he had added a lot of brown sugar. How could it be bitter? He took a spoonful and put it in his mouth. It was sweet, fragrant, and very nourishing. Wife, isn't it sweet? Xia Changming asked in confusion. Su Yueli ignored him and drank the whole bowl in one go. Xia Changming smiled and turned to Xia Ming, who was standing to the side. Xia Ming, what are you doing here? Hearing Xia Changming's words, Xia Ming was shaken from his stupor. Remembering the real reason why he had come, he bowed and said, Patriarch, Master Chun of the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion has come to visit. He said he needs to speak with you. He is currently waiting at the main hall, with Great Elder Xia Changlin, he added. Oh, he's here. Xia Changming was slightly surprised. It had only been 2 days. Could he have completed his request already? As expected of the Master of Artifacts of the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion, he was incredibly fast. Let's go, wife. I have a gift for you. I originally wanted to give it to you on the festival day, but it was delayed by a couple of days, Xia Changming said, rising and inviting Su Yueli. Su Yueli rolled her eyes and said coldly, Humph, what do you take this empress for? This empress doesn't want your gifts. In the main hall, Xia Changlin, who had arrived earlier, was warmly entertaining Chen Lianxiong and personally escorting him to his seat. The influence and power of the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion was far more powerful than that of any of the so-called 4 great families of the Tianzhou Dynasty. He had heard that a couple of days ago, Xia Changming had gone to the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion with Su Yueli and even left Kai Kuan, the second son of the Kai family, half dead. The world knew the rules of the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion. Fighting was absolutely forbidden in their premises. Since Chen Lianxiong had come in person, Xia Changming thought that the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion had come to settle the score. He was extremely polite and courteous. Master Chun, it is kind of you to visit so early. I have a vintage spirit wine called Drunken Fragrance. Please try some. Xia Changming summoned a thin, round bottle and poured a full cup of the spirit wine for Chen Lianxiong. He had heard that Chen Lianxiong loved to drink good wine. This bottle was one of his prized treasures, and he had been reluctant to share it, but he had decided to use it to help resolve the matter for Xia Changming. As soon as Chen Lianxiong smelled the enticing aroma, he picked up the cup and drank it all in one gulp. He slammed the cup down and exclaimed, "Ah, good wine. You have some great wine hidden away, Master Xia. If Master Chen likes it, you can have this bottle of Drunken Fragrance," Xia Changming said generously, waving his arm, sending the bottle to the table next to Chen Lianxiong. "No, I can't. This is your prized treasure," Chen Lianxiong said with feigned embarrassment while staring at the bottle. "It is not a big deal. You rarely visit our Xia family. Please do not be so polite." "Then, I will humbly accept it." Chen Lianxiong carefully tucked the bottle into his robes before thanking Xia Changming. "Thank you for your generous gift." Seeing that Chen Lianxiong was in a good mood, Xia Changming was relieved. He stopped being so polite and tried to ask, "I wonder if Master Chen's visit to the Xia family today is about my son?" He had only come to deliver something, and didn't expect to receive a bottle of good wine. Chen Lianxiong could not have been happier. "Yes, that is correct," he said, beaming. "I am here to see the Xia Patriarch." Just as I thought. Chen Lianxiong's words confirmed what Xia Changming had already suspected. Chen Lianxiong had come to settle the score. Xia Changming stood up immediately, bowing and apologizing. "Master Chen, I apologize sincerely. My son has only returned recently and does not know the rules of the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion. Please do not fault him." The sudden apology left Chen Lianxiong confused, and he didn't even dare to pick up his cup. Wait, what is going on now? Just as Chen Lianxiong was trying to figure out what was happening, Xia Changming and Su Yueli appeared at the entrance of the main hall. Upon entering, Xia Changming asked his father in confusion, "Father, what are you doing?" Chapter 44, The Heavenly Treasures Pavilion's Favor. Before coming to the main hall, Xia Changming and Su Yueli had taken some time to get themselves cleaned up. Xia Changming had changed into a clean white robe, giving him a refined and ethereal look. Su Yueli had changed into a long purple celestial dress, her beautiful face now clean and cold, but still carrying a hint of weariness. Seeing that Xia Changming had arrived, Xia Changming winked and made gestures, trying to convey a message. However, due to the lack of understanding between father and son, Xia Changming, of course, had no idea what Xia Changming was trying to do. Seeing Xia Changming, Chen Lianxiong immediately stood up and bowed, greeting him politely. "Patriarch Xia." The greeting left Xia Changming standing dumbfounded, with his hands still in a bowing position. He was confused. Why was Chen Lianxiong being more courteous to Ming'er than to him? Xia Changming gestured for him to sit. "Master Chen, please take a seat." Chen Lianxiong sat back down with a smile. Xia Changming then took Su Yueli's hand and sat with her at the head of the table. "Father, what are you doing?" Noticing that Xia Changming was still bowing, and remembering that Xia Changming's earlier behavior had also been odd, Xia Changming asked again out of curiosity. "Cough, cough, nothing, nothing." Xia Changming coughed awkwardly to cover up his embarrassment. After sitting down, he couldn't hold his confusion in anymore and asked Chen Lianxiong, "So, what exactly is the reason you're here to see Ming'er today, Master Chen?" Yes, I was just about to get to that," he said. "Now that Patriarch Xia is here, I can hand over your request in person." Chen Lianxiong then took a spiritual ring from his robes and lightly tossed it. It floated directly into Xia Changming's hand. When delivering valuable items such as pills or magical artifacts, they were never directly given out, but were kept in a small spiritual ring. This was to ensure that no one other than the requester would find out what was being delivered in order to prevent unwanted attention and greed. Xia Changming took the ring and sent his spiritual sense into it. Inside the ring were several pairs of intricately crafted wooden jewelry and 24 spirit-gathering flags made from Xianling wood. With a wave of his hand, the jade bracelets, wooden hairpins, and the 24 spirit-gathering flags flew out of the ring, hovering above the main hall. Each piece was pitch black and glossy, with a jade-like texture. As soon as they appeared, the spiritual energy within the hall started to gather. These were the wooden bracelets made from the black wooden gate outside the Xia family cemetery. Xia Changlin recognized the origin of the wood. He knew the black wood was special, but he had not expected the wooden jewelry to have such an effect. Though they appeared to be ordinary jewelry, they were as powerful as common magical artifacts. As expected of Master Chun, it's remarkable that you were able to finish these in such a short time. After checking to make sure everything was there, Xia Changming put the items back in the ring and praised him sincerely. Chun Lianxiong had never cared about flattery, but this time it was different. After Xia Changming had left the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion last time, Ling Ling had informed his father about everything. Not only was he not punished, but he was also greatly praised, and his father had agreed to the alliance between the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion and the Xia family. Furthermore, his father had even said that whatever the Xia family requested, they were to be granted, without having to report to him. The Heavenly Treasures Pavilion, which had always been neutral and had never been involved with any power, had secretly joined forces with the Xia family because of Xia Changming. This had made Chen Lianxiong even more convinced that Xia Changming was not a simple man. He naturally became even more respectful. In order to complete Xia Changming's request, he had put aside everything else, concentrating all his energy on finishing the task. He was delighted to receive Xia Changming's praise. He bowed politely. I would not dare to neglect the request of Patriarch Xia. If you need anything in the future, just ask. He then suddenly remembered something and waved his hand. Countless spiritual pills and medicines appeared at their feet. It was all the pills and medicines that Xia Changming had gifted the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion earlier. My pavilion master said that since Patriarch Xia had saved my son, we are in your debt. How could we possibly accept such a gift? As he spoke, Chun Lianxiong took out a completely black card with dark gold shimmer and gave it to Xia Changming with both hands. Also, this is the most precious black gold card of the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion. There is only one person in the world who possesses this card. You are the second. As long as you have this card, you will be treated as an honored guest at any Heavenly Treasures Pavilion branch. Xia Changlin watched, dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, wondering if he was dreaming. How could the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion be so ingratiating towards Xia Changming? Even he had never heard of this black gold card. To be treated as an honored guest by the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion was an extraordinary honor. Xia Changming was also surprised that the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion was so grateful towards him. Could it be just because he saved Ling Ling? After giving it some thought, Xia Changming reached out and accepted the black gold card. He didn't have anything to lose, so why not? Seeing Xia Changming accept the black gold card, Chun Lianxiong bowed and said, If Patriarch Xia needs anything, please send someone to the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion to contact me. I will take my leave now. Master Chun, please, let me see you off. Xia Changming offered politely, preparing to escort him out of the Xia family territory. But to his surprise, Chun Lianxiong refused even more politely. You do not need to escort me, Patriarch Xia. Also, please just call me Little Chun from now on. Master Chun feels too formal. From now on, we are family. PFF. Family? Xia Changlin had only just started to recover from the shock when he choked on the tea he was drinking. He stared in disbelief. The relationship between the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion and the Xia family is developing too fast. They've suddenly become family. And I thought the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion never sided with any particular faction? All these things are shaking everything I thought I knew. Not just Xia Changlin, but even Xia Changming was confused. His instincts told him that the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion was not simply being so ingratiating because he had saved Ling Ling. Even though he couldn't figure out the reason, Xia Changming was happy that the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion was trying to get closer to the Xia family. He forced out a few words of farewell. Well, little Chun, I won't see you off. He felt very awkward calling a man who was much older than him by that name. Then I'll be leaving now. Chun Lianxiong grinned, feeling that his relationship with Xia Changming had become even closer. After bowing slightly outside the hall, he flew away. Minger, Master Chin. Xia Changlin watched Chun Lianxiong leave before finally asking. Xia Changming explained briefly that he had happened to save Ling Ling at the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion. Xia Changlin nodded, half understanding the situation. He assumed that the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion was being so nice because Xia Changming had saved Ling Ling. He could not deny that gaining the favor of the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion was a precious opportunity for the Xia family. Xia Changming, however, did not pay much attention to the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion. Now that he had received the items, it was time to start carving the spirit-gathering array. Chapter 45. Su Yueli's Terrifying Thought. After acquiring the jewelry and magical artifacts made from Xianlingyin wood, Xia Changming returned to a secluded forest on Changming Peak to carve the spirit-gathering array patterns. Unlike the last time he was here alone practicing the long spirit art, this time, he was accompanied by his beloved wife. "I'll have to ask you to protect me while I carve," Xia Changming said, sitting cross-legged on the ground, to Su Yueli, who was standing nearby with her arms crossed. Without waiting for her reply, Xia Changming took out the jewelry and flags, placing them around himself. His expression became serious and focused. Carving the magic patterns was like using spiritual energy as a chisel, injecting it into the runes one by one. Only when several special runes resonated with each other would they form different magic patterns and arrays. This required an extremely precise level of control over spiritual energy. The runes had to be 100% accurate, with no room for error. Otherwise, not only would the magic patterns and arrays fail to activate, but the spirit-gathering flags undergoing the spiritual carvings would also be destroyed due to the chaotic spiritual energy. Although Xia Changming had learned about magic pattern carving from his master, it had only been simple patterns and runes. This was the first time he would attempt to carve a high-level magic array like the spirit-gathering array, so it would require utmost concentration. That was why he had asked Su Yueli to accompany him and protect him from any distractions. Su Yueli stood to the side looking disgruntled. She didn't understand why she had to protect this guy. There were so many people in the Xia family. Why was it always her? And the gift he promised her still hadn't appeared. Su Yueli wasn't willing to, but then she thought that if she was dragged away to learn human wifely arts again, she'd rather stay next to Xia Changming. At least she'd be able to cultivate a little. Seeing that Xia Changming had entered a meditative state and was now fully concentrated, Su Yueli sat down, 100 meters away, cross-legged, and started to absorb the spiritual energy of the surroundings in order to recover from the spiritual energy she had depleted last night. On the other side, Xia Changming condensed spiritual energy at his fingertip. Under his precise control, the energy stretched and lengthened, forming a tiny, blade-like point. Xia Changming carefully moved the spiritual blade along the spirit-gathering flagpoles, carving strange patterns, his movements incredibly delicate. He poured his sharp spiritual energy into each stroke. As his fingertip moved, the carved lines revealed themselves, and magic patterns were created. Once a flagpole was successfully covered with the strange runes, it shone with brilliant light. It was done. This phenomenon happened when all the runes on the flagpole resonated with each other, indicating that the carving was complete and that a hidden spirit-gathering array was now on the flagpole. Su Yueli, who was sitting not far away, was naturally drawn to the dazzling light. Her eyes couldn't help but look towards the spirit-gathering flag in front of Xia Changming. Her beautiful face showed her shock. Xia Changming had actually succeeded in carving the long-lost magic patterns on the spirit-gathering flag. The spirit-gathering flag already had the unique effect of gathering spiritual energy. With the added assistance of the spirit-gathering array, its effect would be dozens of times stronger than before. Usually, the way to recover one's spiritual energy was either through taking pills or through cultivation. Although pills recovered spiritual energy the fastest, they were rare and precious. They would quickly be used up, and cultivators wouldn't be willing to waste them unless it was an emergency. Cultivation required absorbing the spiritual energy of the world, which took a very long time. Having a magical artifact with the ability to gather spiritual energy was sure to provide a great improvement to both cultivation and the recovery of spiritual energy. Su Yueli gazed at Xia Changming with rapt attention, but quickly looked away. She was, after all, the dignified Demon Empress, and just a small spirit-gathering flag with a spirit-gathering array would not make her covet it. These kinds of magical artifacts needed several to be arranged together to take effect. A single one could not generate a magical array. Furthermore, carving magical arrays was extremely draining of spiritual energy and mental strength. Even that guy would have been hard-pressed to create a second spirit-gathering flag. He definitely won't be able to create a second one, Su Yueli thought to herself. This thought made her mood improve. She closed her eyes and continued to cultivate. But after a moment, another bright flash of light appeared, so strong that she could feel it even with her eyes closed. Su Yueli's eyes widened, her lips parted, and her face showed her disbelief. Not long after, Xia Changming had created another spirit-gathering flag. He had succeeded in carving another one. How is that even possible? Unable to believe what she was seeing, Su Yueli no longer wanted to meditate. She simply watched as Xia Changming carved the magic patterns. She saw that the spiritual energy around him swirled like a vortex, and yet it did not seem to affect him, as if he had become part of the surrounding world. The more she looked, the more afraid she became. Her mouth had been agape since it opened. Her heart was in an uproar. His skill in the art of the spiritual energies has already reached the stage where he is one with the heavens and the earth. As Su Yueli watched with trembling eyes, Xia Changming continued to carve the spirit-gathering arrays on the flagpoles, and he was growing more skillful. Each carving became quicker, and before long, all 24 flags had been carved. All 24 had been successfully completed without a single one breaking. Su Yueli was dumbfounded. Her heart was shocked, and she couldn't calm down. Xia Changming was stronger than her, seemed to have a talent for alchemy, and now he could easily carve long-lost magic patterns. It was just beyond comprehension. How can someone in the world be so talented? It is a shame that he is human. If he were a demon, it would not be a bad thing to be his wife. This thought surfaced in her mind, but she quickly shook her head to clear her mind. This thought was terrifying. How could I become this annoying man's wife? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. On the other side, Xia Changming was checking each of the spirit-gathering flags. He hadn't expected it to be so easy. As he carved, he gradually found it becoming easier. The spiritual blade at his fingertip seemed to move freely. He had been worried about failing a few times, so he had specifically asked Chen Lianxiong to create 24 spirit-gathering flags, just in case. But, to his surprise, all of them were successful. And this all seemed to be thanks to the long spirit art he had learned not long ago. After learning the long spirit art, Xia Changming had gained more control and understanding of spiritual energy. His control over the spiritual blade could be described as perfect. It no longer required the same caution as before. This greatly reduced the unnecessary consumption of spiritual energy and preserved most of it. Add the long spirit art's ability to gather spiritual energy, and it was easy for Xia Changming to carve them. With the protection of the long spirit art, Xia Changming was full of confidence. Without saying anything, he started carving the magic patterns on the wooden bracelets and hairpins. Now, his carving techniques were second to none in the world. Compared to the narrow flagpoles, the wooden bracelets were wider and therefore easier to carve. Xia Changming quickly finished carving the bracelets that were to be given to Xia Changlin and Xuanhuan. Finally, he was left with a pair of wooden hairpins. He slowed down and started to carve them with even more concentration and dedication. Seeing Xia Changming's focus and dedication once again, a bold thought suddenly entered Su Yueli's mind. Xia Changming is concentrating all his attention and is not paying attention to anything else. What if I use this opportunity to launch a sneak attack? As soon as this thought surfaced, Su Yueli dismissed it. Her spiritual energy had not recovered yet. If she were to launch an attack now, she may not succeed, and it would most likely anger him. That won't do. Before I have a celestial weapon to fight him with, I will have to continue to endure this. As Su Yueli was lost in her thoughts, Xia Changming had finished carving the hairpins and smiled as he gestured towards her. Wife, come here. Chapter 46. The hairpins, a first gift. Huh. Why is he asking me to go over there? Did he discover my plan to attack him just now? Su Yueli wondered guiltily. Even so, she still followed obediently towards Xia Changming, secretly remaining on guard. Why did you ask this empress to come here? This empress is busy, just get to the point, Su Yueli asked. Once she reached Xia Changming smiled without explaining. Turn around? Su Yueli frowned slightly. After hesitating, she turned around. She kept an eye on Xia Changming. What does he want? She wondered. Why is he being so mysterious? Luckily, he did not seem to have found out about her earlier thoughts. As she was thinking, her hairpins were suddenly removed, and her silver hair flowed down her back. Since Su Yueli had arrived at the Xia family, Xia Changming was the one who did her hair every day. No matter how many times he touched it or how many times he saw it, Xia Changming could not help but marvel at how smooth, silky, and lustrous her hair was. If he didn't hold it tight, it would slip through his fingers. Su Yueli glanced back. She saw that Xia Changming was smoothing her silver hair, rearranging it before putting the new hairpins in. Su Yueli silently allowed Xia Changming to style her hair. Since she had left the demon territory, Xia Changming had always been the one to style her hair, and she was slowly getting used to it. But she couldn't understand why he was giving her new hairpins. Okay, wife, Xia Changming said, after he had styled her hair and smiled as he presented a mirror. Here, this is the gift I promised you. After having been styled again, her silver hair was even more lustrous and shone brightly. The hair was pulled into a bun, with some silver strands falling down her back and a few strands gently resting by her ears. Her face was incredibly beautiful, and her style added even more charm to her cold features. The most noticeable feature was the two wooden hairpins. They were placed on either side of her head, and their dark, jade-like colors stood out against the backdrop of her silver hair. They seemed like two boats sailing across a starry sky. The ends of the hairpins were carved into two vivid, adorable-looking foxes, which faced opposite directions, appearing to gaze lovingly at one another. Su Yueli immediately noticed the hairpins, her eyes captivated. It wasn't just because the hairpins were so beautiful but also because they were adorned with shining magic patterns. There was a spirit-gathering array carved into both hairpins. No wonder she had felt so refreshed after putting them on. She felt a small amount of spiritual energy naturally flowing into her body. Is this his gift to me? He was so focused earlier, and it was just to carve hairpins for me? For some reason, Su Yueli, who had never received a gift before, felt a strange flutter in her heart. Wife, do you like them? Xia Changming asked, his face close to Su Yueli's neck. Su Yueli blushed. She was afraid that her thoughts would be seen. She turned her head away as if to spite him and said coldly, I don't like them. They are just two ordinary hairpins. I have countless others back in my demon palace. Oh, is that so? If you don't like them, and you don't need them, then it's fine. I'll just give them to another woman who likes them, Xia Changming said, sounding regretful as he pretended to reach out to remove the hairpins from Su Yueli's silver hair. Su Yueli subconsciously protected the hairpins, turning away from Xia Changming. When she saw his knowing smile, she realized that she had been tricked. She glared at him, annoyed. That guy did that on purpose. Su Yueli bit her lip. Then she regained her composure, acting as if nothing had happened. Though I do not like them, it does not mean that I hate them. Furthermore, are you humans not big on etiquette? Since you have given them to this empress, they are naturally mine now. When I am tired of them, I will discard them somewhere. Xia Changming smiled lovingly, not saying anything. B.D. My wife's stubbornness and her arrogant look is so cute. Seeing Xia Changming's adoring smile, Su Yueli felt the anger she had managed to suppress rising again. She was seething. Xia Changming completely ignored Su Yueli's anger. He took out the 12 spirit-gathering flags he had carved. He then used the Xia family territory as a border, and the 12 constellations as the points of the array to create a spirit-gathering and protection array for the clan. The 12 spirit-gathering flags flew out like comets, scattering across the Xia family territory. When they were placed into the ground, the spirit-gathering patterns on the flags shone brightly. All 12 were linked together, and a massive magical barrier rose up, enveloping the entire Xia family within it. Spiritual energy flowed into the array from outside, and the spiritual energy inside the array did not dissipate. Many of the Xia family members looked towards the sky in awe as they observed this miraculous sight. What is this? A barrier? It seems like a magical array, and a spirit-gathering array at that. I can feel the spiritual energy within the territory becoming more and more dense. Amazing! Even without spiritual stones, this will speed up our cultivation. Who did this? I thought I saw some light flying from Changming Peak earlier. It must be our patriarch. The Xia family members cheered with excitement and joy. With this spirit-gathering array, how could they worry about the Xia family's future? On Changming Peak, Xia Changming stood on the edge of the cliff, gazing at the spirit-gathering array. Hearing the cheers from within the family territory, he nodded with satisfaction. This spirit-gathering array, arranged according to the 12 constellations, was able to draw in the essence of the sun and moon, maintaining the supply of spiritual energy, and also providing spiritual energy to the Xia family's protection array. Even if he wasn't at home, it would be hard for anyone to break through the protection array reinforced by the spirit-gathering array. Su Yueli walked up to Xia Changming, looking at him. Through the time they had spent together and the observations she had made, she discovered that this man was never stingy when it came to his own family, but he showed no mercy to his enemies. So why was he being so kind to her? Was it for the sake of peace between the humans and demons? Or was it all an act, just trying to win her trust and lull her into a false sense of security? Or was it? Su Yueli did not know. Her heart was a mess of tangled thoughts, like a ball of tangled thread. Xia Changming noticed Su Yueli looking at him. He smiled. What's wrong, wife? Su Yueli turned away. Nothing, she said quietly. The two stood next to each other in silence. At that moment, they heard a noise outside Changming Peak, as if someone was approaching. Chapter 47. The Secret Realm appears. Royal Invitation. Outside Longming Peak, a man clad in black armor, with sharp, blade-like features, stood ramrod straight at the foot of the mountain. Beside him was a robust, pure white steed, a high-headed horse whose hooves seemed to barely touch the ground. Xia Ming followed beside the man, earnestly trying to persuade him. Commander Yu, the clan head, is currently occupied. We don't know when he will be available. Why don't you wait in the main hall? I'll notify him as soon as he's finished. It's quite all right. I'll wait here for clan head Xia, Yu Zhuotian replied steadily, planting a domineering spear into the ground. He crossed his arms, leaning his body against the shaft of the spear. With that, he closed his eyes and began meditating, quietly waiting. Xia Ming, feeling helpless, could only stay and keep him company. Chun Lianxiong had only just left when Yu Zhuotian had arrived as if dropped from the heavens on his swift steed, declaring he had urgent business with Xia Changming. Xia Ming, who happened to be on patrol, directed him to Longming Peak, explaining that Xia Changming was in seclusion and suggesting he wait at the main hall. But who would have guessed that Yu Zhuotian would simply spur his horse on, arriving directly at Longming Peak, giving Xia Ming quite a fright. Xia Changming and Su Yueli were on Longming Peak, having specifically requested to not be disturbed by anyone. He couldn't let Yu Zhuotian go in and ruin the clan head's plans. What if they were in the middle of something important? Commander Yu, what is it you need with our clan head? Perhaps you could tell me first, and I can pass it on for you? Xia Ming said, breaking the silence and pointing to himself. Yu Zhuotian opened his eyes and looked at Xia Ming. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. It's not necessary. It's a matter of great importance, and I should report it to clan head Xia myself. Is it something very urgent? Xia Ming asked. Yu Zhuotian quietly nodded. This was becoming tricky. Xia Ming was now in a dilemma. Xia Changming had specifically said not to be disturbed, but Yu Zhuotian had rushed here, claiming that there was something urgent to announce. Should he go to the peak and inform the clan head, or not? Just as Xia Ming was torn, 12 beams of luminous light burst from the top of Longming Peak, flying toward different areas within the Xia clan's grounds. Upon closer inspection, they realized they were 12 banners. As the banners landed, glowing brightly, a massive ethereal screen rose, enveloping the entire Xia clan territory. Yu Zhuotian looked in astonishment at the breathtaking sight, reaching out to welcome the specks of spiritual energy that were falling from the screen like stardust. He realized it was an enormous spirit-gathering formation. Yu Zhuotian was shocked. He had never seen such a grand spirit-gathering formation before. Typically, such formations only had a 2 to 3% effectiveness, yet the spiritual energy in this formation was coalescing into dust-like particles. This was no ordinary, mediocre creation. The scope was so vast, and the effect so astonishing. Could this all be the work of the new Xia clan head? Yu Zhuotian speculated as he saw the banners spread from Longming Peak. Although he hadn't met Xia Changming yet, he had heard stories about him ever since he returned to the heavenly capital. It seemed the rumors were not exaggerated. This Xia clan head was truly capable. No wonder His Majesty had sent him personally. Yu Zhuotian marveled inwardly. At that moment, Xia Changming and Su Yueli, side by side, descended the steps of Longming Peak, appearing before the two men. Clan head, Xia Ming called out, stepping forward. Yu Zhuotian also bowed his fist in greeting, saying, "Greetings, clan head Xia." "And you are?" Xia Changming asked, looking at Yu Zhuotian. He saw the Tianzhou black armor, the imposing figure, the remarkable cultivation, and the extremely rare and untamed wind-chasing steed. He assumed this man was a famous general from the royal palace. Yu Zhuotian seized the opportunity to introduce himself. "This one is Yu Zhuotian, commander of the royal guard." Yu Zhuotian's gaze was direct as he also scrutinized Xia Changming. He was handsome and unrestrained, but also exuded an air of arrogance. His depth was immeasurable. He couldn't see through Xia Changming's cultivation level. Equally striking was Su Yueli, who stood behind him. Yu Zhuotian's keen eyes showed 3 parts amazement and 7 parts wariness. Humans and demons had been feuding for generations, with deep-seated grudges. It was rare for people to hold goodwill towards demons. As the commander of the Tianzhou Royal Guard, Yu Zhuotian was even more suspicious of them. But now, Su Yueli was the Xia clan head's wife, and he was here on the king's order, so Yu Zhuotian didn't display any hostility. Like most others, he was just astonished that the Demon Empress had actually married into the Xia clan. Currently, standing next to Xia Changming, Su Yueli wore silken robes, a long trailing skirt, and her hair in a married woman style. She was poised and elegant, with a cold and captivating beauty, looking for all the world like the picture of a dutiful wife. This was far different from the rumors. "I wonder, Commander Yu, what is it that you needed from me?" Xia Changming asked. Coming back to his senses, Yu Zhuotian bowed respectfully and said, "This one is here on the king's orders, with an important message to deliver." "What is it?" Xia Changming asked further. "For the king of the Tianzhou Dynasty to send someone. Something big must have happened." Yu Zhuotian's expression turned serious as he frowned and said, "A few days ago, there was a report of unusually dense spiritual energy emanating from a mountain peak in the southwest of the heavenly capital. I'm sure clan head Xia must have heard of it." Xia Changming nodded slightly. Yu Zhuotian continued, "His Majesty ordered numerous scouts to investigate. However, almost all of them perished, with only one surviving to return. Among them were experts of the Grandmaster level." Hearing this, Xia Changming's brow twitched. For Grandmaster level scouts to be unable to return, it seemed the abundance of spiritual energy had likely attracted many ferocious beasts. Did the surviving scout bring back any information? "Precisely, and that is why I've come," Yu Zhuotian responded. According to the scout, the mountain peak is now swarming with demonic beasts, and the spiritual energy is not diminishing, but rather increasing. It seems to be overflowing from a ruptured spiritual vortex, and could very well be the legendary site of a secret realm. Indeed. Hearing the words, secret realm, Xia Changming wasn't too surprised. From the information he got from Xia Ruoguang, he had already speculated that the mountain peak may have a rift leading to a secret realm, which was what caused the unusually high concentration of spiritual energy. His master had told him that the appearance of a secret realm rift was always accompanied by dense spiritual energy, and that the fierce beasts in the surrounding tens of miles would be drawn to it. Seeing Xia Changming remain so calm, as if he had already anticipated this, Yu Zhuotian was slightly surprised. A secret realm was something that countless cultivators went mad for, and possibly held ancient immortal inheritance. Even Su Yueli, upon hearing the news, couldn't help but look taken aback, yet Xia Changming seemed to take it in stride. After some thought, Xia Changming asked Yu Zhuotian, "So, what does His Majesty intend to do with this secret realm?" Yu Zhuotian said in a serious tone, "Now that the secret realm has appeared, we fear it will attract countless cultivators and demon beasts. If this goes on, it will certainly threaten the peace of the heavenly capital. His Majesty has ordered me to deliver this message to you and the other 3 great clans. You are all to be invited to the royal palace immediately for a discussion." Chapter 48. The 4 great clans gather. Within the royal palace of the Tianzhou Dynasty, the royal palace hall was magnificent and extravagant. Yet the vast hall was dimly lit by only a few oil lamps on the sides, casting the whole space in a dark, shadowy atmosphere. As Yu Zhuotian led Xia Changming and Su Yueli into the hall, dozens of pairs of eyes immediately turned to scrutinize them. After receiving the invitation to the palace, Xia Changming had come with Su Yueli. However, Yu Zhuotian had lingered at the Xia clan for a while, causing them to arrive a little later. The others from the 4 great clans were already waiting in the hall. "Clan head Xia, please wait here for a moment. I will go inform His Majesty," Yu Zhuotian said, giving a fist bow to Xia Changming before turning to leave. Having not been to the royal palace much, Xia Changming didn't stand on ceremony and looked around at his leisure. "Brother Xia, I didn't expect to see you so soon again," Xia Yi said, greeting Xia Changming as he approached. When his eyes landed on Su Yueli by Xia Changming's side, his face went slack in a daze. Her beauty was like a painting, her skin like jade, white as snow, and her cool expression was as if she were an immortal that had descended from the heavens, untouched by the mundane world. Was there such beauty in this world? He had frequented the drunken immortal pavilion for years and had seen countless beauties, but none compared to his little sister. Yet with just a single glance, he was mesmerized by the girl in front of him, almost falling under her spell. Cough. Xia Changming coughed deliberately to remind Xie Yi, who was staring blankly. "While I know my wife is beautiful, staring like that is going too far." Snapping out of it, Xie Yi realized his gaffe and quickly apologized, asking, "My apologies, Brother Xia. May I ask, who is this?" "She's my wife, Su Yueli," Xia Changming said proudly. Su Yueli shot him a cold glance, clearly not planning to acknowledge Xie Yi. Xie Yi was beyond astonished. Looking at Su Yueli once again, his eyes now showed apprehension and respect. He hadn't expected this woman to be the legendary Demon Empress. He had long heard of her stunning beauty, but seeing it in person was 100 times more breathtaking than any rumor. Xie Yi finally understood why Xia Changming hadn't even glanced at his little sister that day at the drunken immortal pavilion. If Su Yueli was the bright moon in the night sky, then his little sister, Xuanhuan, could only be considered a tiny spark of light. It's good I didn't bring her along today. Xia Yi rejoiced inwardly. While Xia Changming was chatting with Xia Yi, an unpleasant voice came from behind them. When did the palace of the Tianzhou Dynasty become a place where demonic beings can set foot? Xia Changming and the others turned around to see a middle-aged man with a haughty expression and sharp, eagle-like eyes striding over. By his side was a tall, slender man with a pale face and an eerie demeanor. The man had his hands behind his back and was scrutinizing Xia Changming with narrowed eyes and a gaze that was extremely unsettling. These two were none other than Kai Ying, the clan head of the Kai clan, and his eldest son, Kai Jia. Xia Changming was not one to tolerate their behavior, so he smiled slightly and asked, "Isn't this clan head Kai? I wonder, how is Kai's second young master doing?" "You." Upon hearing this, Kai Ying was furious, his face losing all its haughty arrogance. Kai Kuan was still lying in bed, almost as good as dead, and the thing he hated most was having people mention this. Yet Xia Changming, the one who caused it, dared to rub salt into his wounds. "Xia Changming, you just remember this. My son's revenge will be paid by the Xia clan sooner or later. Now that the Xia clan is no longer the leader of the four great clans, the Kai clan is," Kai Ying said with a dark and threatening look on his face. Xia Changming replied with a light chuckle, "You are welcome anytime. As long as clan head Kai has the guts to try, perhaps soon enough, the Kai clan will be removed from the list of the four great clans in the heavenly capital." With that, Xia Changming's smile vanished, and his eyes flashed with a chilling, killing intent. The cold, killing intent pierced into Kai Ying's mind like a sharp sword, making his skin crawl. Kai Ying's heart trembled, and he clenched his fists tightly. A threat? A blatant threat? Xia Yi, on the side, watched in admiration. He never thought that Xia Changming would dare to act so strong in front of Kai Ying. It seemed that the aggressive actions of the Xia clan disciples these past few days against the Kai and Wang families must have been authorized by him. At that moment, another booming voice cut in. What a little upstart. Young and arrogant, relying on a bit of talent and cultivation. Did your elders not teach you the principles of respecting your seniors? The speaker was a sturdy, burly man built like a tiger. His footsteps were heavy and forceful, creating an aura of immense pressure. "Brother Wang," Kai Ying greeted as the man approached. It was no surprise. This was the clan head of the Wang clan, Wang Ming. The Wang and Kai families were about to be connected through marriage, making them birds of a feather. Otherwise, they wouldn't have produced a murderer like Wang Tung. Xia Changming didn't hold back either, saying sarcastically, "The second young master of the Wang clan is a bloodthirsty killer who disregards the law and etiquette. I wonder how the elders of the Wang clan taught him? Oh, my mistake. I forgot that the Wang clan doesn't have parents or elders." "You." Wang Ming's eyes widened in anger. His hair stood on end. Reaching down, he was about to draw his tiger-headed golden saber. "Father, please don't be impulsive. This is the royal palace. You mustn't act rashly," said the man standing next to Wang Ming, holding his arm down. This man had dark, tiger-like eyes and wore his long hair tied back. The odd thing about him was the mixture of gold in his dark hair. He was quite handsome, the polar opposite of Wang Ming's burly figure. He was slender and tall. The two standing together, it would be hard to believe they were father and son. And yet he was Wang Ming's eldest son, Wang Tian. Wang Tian's personality was quite different from Wang Tung's. He was very composed and calm. The world said the Wang family was blessed with both a dragon and a tiger for sons. Both Wang Ting and Wang Tian had exceptional talents. Within the heavenly capital, there were few who could match them. Given time, they would have a chance to reach the heavenly venerate status. Wang Tian, who was born with gold streaks in his dark hair, was even said to be the descendant of an ancestor who had consumed the blood of the dragon-tiger beast. It was hard to tell if it was true or not. Clan head Wang, to fight in the palace is disrespectful to his majesty, Xia Yi said, stepping forward to remind Wang Ming. After calming down, Wang Ming also let go of the hilt of his saber, sneering, "Another upstart. Why didn't your father come? Why is he sending you alone?" "My father is bedridden. He asked me to attend the discussion," Xia Yi replied calmly, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Just then, a sharp, loud announcement echoed from the side of the palace hall. "His Majesty has arrived." Wang Ming snorted, not saying anything more, and turned towards the front of the hall. Wang Tian also glanced at Xia Changming before following Wang Ming. Kai Ying wanted to argue further with Xia Changming, but was stopped by Kai Jia. Verbal sparring is useless in the end. "Let's go." Kai nodded, decisively ignoring Xia Changming, and turned away. This struck Xia Changming as odd. Kai was obviously the clan head, yet he was very obedient to Kai Jia, and his actions were quite respectful. That was his eldest son. Were their hierarchical roles reversed? Chapter 49. The Immortal Tomb's Secret Realm. Let's go, brother Xia, Xie Yi said to Xia Changming. Xia Changming and Su Yueli followed Xie Yi to the front of the hall to welcome the emperor's arrival. A moment later, a hunched old man with a face full of wrinkles slowly appeared, leaning on a cane. Beside him was a young, handsome boy with delicate features, carefully supporting the old man as he shuffled forward. The old man's steps were slow and unsteady, each one trembling, and it wasn't until he slowly sat down on the dragon throne in the main hall that Xia Changming confirmed that the old man, who seemed to have one foot in the grave, was indeed the emperor of Tianzhou, Zhou. Over a decade ago, before he had gone into seclusion in the mountains, he had seen the old emperor. Though old, he was full of vigor, his figure robust, and could run up the palace steps in one breath. He had barely been gone for a decade, and the old man had become so frail. "Greetings, your majesty," the members of the 4 great clans said, bowing their fists to the old man as soon as he was seated. They did not need to kneel when greeting the emperor. The 4 great clans were not subjects of the Tianzhou Dynasty. They possessed their own independent territories and exclusive power. The imperial power had no authority over them. In fact, it was weaker. It was as if the Tianzhou Dynasty had granted the 4 great clans the power of free-standing entities, while the 4 great clans served as esteemed guests, responsible for guarding the heavenly capital and ensuring the prosperity and peace of the Tianzhou Dynasty. In the eyes of the 4 great clans, the Tianzhou Dynasty could barely be considered a non-existent 5th great clan, the weakest of them all. This is why Kai Kuan of the Kai clan dared to forcibly seize young women in the heavenly capital, and Wang Ting of the Wang clan could kill at will and remain unpunished. The Tianzhou court simply had no means to do anything about them. Zhou Tian's aged eyes scanned over the people before him, pausing for a few seconds on Xia Changming before turning towards Su Yueli behind him. It was unclear whether it was because of her demon identity or because she had not offered a greeting. Perhaps both. In any case, Zhou Tian's gaze lingered on Su Yueli for quite some time. Su Yueli's eyebrows furrowed slightly. As the Demon Empress, she would certainly not bow to the Tianzhou Emperor. In her mind, it should be the Tianzhou Emperor who should be bowing to her. Just as everyone was wondering if Zhou Tian would make a move against Su Yueli, he withdrew his gaze and said to the crowd in a calm manner, "Esteemed guests, no need to be so formal." His voice was very old and low, so quiet that it might not have been heard had they not been cultivators. Kai Ying felt regretful and confused that Zhou Tian did not make a move against Su Yueli. The old emperor had not said a word about the Demon Empress, which was as good as admitting defeat. If Zhou Tian had spoken out, they could have justifiably taken action against Su Yueli, along with the royal palace guards. "Everyone, I have called you here today because the heavenly capital is in danger, and your assistance is needed." Cough, 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 cough. Zhou Tian spoke again. He had barely finished a sentence before he began to cough violently. "Grandfather." The young boy by his side hurriedly patted his back and offered him a medicinal drink. Everyone dared not speak, fearing the old man would die on the spot. Finally, the impatient Wang Ming spoke up. "May I ask your majesty, has something unusual happened at the southwestern mountain peak?" "Why yes, that is cough, cough." Everyone. "Grandfather, please don't say any more, allow me to speak," the concerned boy said, who had been attentively taking care of him. Zhou Tian nodded, leaving it entirely to the boy to handle. The boy straightened himself and addressed the members of the 4 great clans in a composed tone. "According to the scouts, the southwestern mountain peak is filled with unusually dense spiritual energy, with demonic beasts running rampant. Deep within, they found a spiritual vortex and a rift, which is likely the legendary site of a secret realm." As soon as the boy finished speaking, everyone present, except Xia Changming and Su Yueli, was in an uproar. They had only received the summons to the royal palace for a discussion and did not know the specifics. Only Xia Changming had received prior notice of this from Xuanhuan. Upon hearing the news of the secret realm, everyone became excited. Kai Ying stepped forward and asked, "Is it truly a secret realm that has appeared?" The boy nodded slightly. "Most likely." "Haha, I never expected that our Tianzhou dynasty would encounter a secret realm and receive an immortal opportunity." Wang Ming couldn't help but laugh loudly, his booming voice deafening. "Father, what is a secret realm?" Wang Tian asked, seeing Wang Ming so cheerful for the first time. He rarely saw his father, Wang Ming, so happy. Wang Ming patted Wang Tian on the shoulder and explained, "Listen well, my son. A secret realm is a sealed relic left over from the battles of the three races, immortals, demons, and humans, thousands of years ago. Within, it can lead to another world, where the spiritual energy is preserved for thousands of years, far more abundant than in this world today." "Is it really that amazing?" Wang Tian asked, his face moved. During the ancient era of thousands of years ago, experts of the heavenly venerate level were as common as clouds, but now the heavenly venerate realm was seen as an insurmountable obstacle, simply because the spiritual energy of this world had been exhausted thousands of years ago. If one could cultivate with an abundance of spiritual energy, breaking through to the heavenly venerate level would no longer be a dream. Seeing the gleam in Wang Tian's eyes, Wang Ming chuckled and added, "My son, you shouldn't underestimate the secret realm. Compared to the treasures within, spiritual energy is nothing. Do you know that the secret realm is also known as an immortal tomb? Buried within are venerates who were above the heavenly venerate realm during the ancient era, and even immortal venerates who fell in battle. If one can obtain even a sliver of an immortal opportunity and acquire the immortal legacy, then haha." Wang Ming did not say anything more, but everyone present understood. The secret realm meant an immortal opportunity. If one could obtain the legacy of an ancient immortal venerate in the secret realm and cultivate it, in less than 100 years, who could stand against them? Xia Changming listened to Wang Ming's explanation from start to finish, and it was more or less what his master had told him. The only difference was that Wang Ming had only mentioned the good parts, without mentioning the dangers. The immortal tomb not only buried venerates of the ancient era, but also those who coveted the secret arts and dared to venture into the realm. Not to mention where the secret realm led to. The beasts within that had been nourished by abundant spiritual energy were most definitely not ordinary. The secret realm was indeed desirable, but only if one could enter and return safely. As Clan Head Wang has said, now that the secret realm has appeared in the southwest of our heavenly capital, the heavenly capital is already being troubled by demonic beasts. If the news spreads, countless cultivators will also seek to covet it, the boy continued, once Wang Ming was finished. "The purpose of calling you here today is to discuss how to respond to this matter." He was dressed in lavish clothing, with a straight posture, a composed face, and a small figure standing by the dragon throne, exuding an air of authority. "What is there to ask? Of course, we should enter the secret realm as soon as possible. Delay will bring more trouble," Wang Ming replied without thinking. The secret realm was a rare, immortal opportunity. If the news of the secret realm here was to spread, countless experts within the 9 provinces and 10 territories would flock to it. When that time came, entering the secret realm would be nearly impossible, let alone seeking opportunities. "What do the other esteemed guests think?" Zhou Tian asked, looking at the members of the other clans. "A secret realm and the chance for an immortal opportunity is a rare occurrence. It is a blessing for our Tianzhou Dynasty, and we must not miss it," Kaiying said with a smile. However, the smile, paired with his pale face, seemed sinister. Xie Yi pondered for a moment and also nodded in agreement. Though dangerous, an opportunity like this was rare and should not be missed. Xia Changming had nothing to say. He was curious and had no objection to seeing the legendary Immortal Tomb's secret realm. It would also be an opportunity for the other members of the Xia clan. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Zhou Tian said in a hoarse voice, "Very well, that is my intention as well. I trouble you all to return and make your preparations. We will enter the secret realm 3 days from now." Chapter 50. The Old Emperor's Wishes. "We shall take our leave then." Everyone bowed their fists in unison and then retreated from the main hall. Outside the hall, smiles seemed to appear on everyone's faces. No one lingered, and they leaped into the air, transforming into streaks of divine light as they disappeared into the horizon. The matter of the secret realm could not be taken lightly. Each clan needed to return and make meticulous preparations, choosing appropriate disciples to enter. Xia Changming was about to leave when a familiar voice suddenly called out to him. "Clanhead Xia, please wait a moment." Xia Changming turned his head to see that the one who had stopped him was none other than the Royal Guard Commander, Xuanhuan, who had led him here. "Is there something the matter, Commander Yu?" Xia Changming asked. Xuanhuan bowed his fist in respect and replied, "His Majesty wishes to see you." Xia Changming and Su Yueli exchanged glances. Su Yueli said knowingly, "I'll wait for you outside." As soon as Su Yueli finished speaking, Xuanhuan spoke again. "And this must be the Demon Empress? His Majesty has also summoned you." Please come with us. He summoned me as well? Su Yueli was now confused. A dynasty that constantly fought against demons, with deep-rooted grudges, had nothing to say to her. Why would the emperor of this human race wish to summon her? Filled with suspicion and wariness, Su Yueli followed Xia Changming to the imperial chambers deep within the royal palace. Your Majesty, the people have arrived, Yu Zhuotian reported from outside the door. Come in. A voice, even older and more profound, was heard from inside the room, sounding vastly different from the near-death voice in the main hall. This old emperor, is he really sick or faking it? Xia Changming thought to himself. Yu Zhuotian pushed open the door, and after Xia Changming and Su Yueli stepped inside, he closed the door, standing guard with his spear in hand. Upon entering the room, a strong, pungent smell of medicine assaulted them. Su Yueli was particularly sensitive to scents. Her delicate nose twitched slightly, and her eyebrows knitted together. Along with the strong smell of medicine, she could also sense a lingering, approaching aura of death. Zhou Tian was lying on a soft couch, his breath weak, but stable. He looked somewhat better than in the main hall. His aged eyes were half closed as he watched Xia Changming and Su Yueli. The young boy sat beside the bed, attentively taking care of him. With the boy's help, Zhou Tian managed to prop himself up and lean against the head of the bed. His gaze slowly moved towards Su Yueli as he said, "This must be the Demon Empress? Rumors do not do you justice. Seeing you in person is more beautiful than any rumors could have portrayed." Su Yueli, not expecting to be praised by Zhou Tian, was surprised for a moment. Zhou Tian waved at them both, signaling them to come closer. The boy stepped back to the side, and Xia Changming took Su Yueli's hand as they walked up to the bed. Although Zhou Tian's eyes were old, a faint light still shone in them. He looked back and forth at Xia Changming and Su Yueli. When he saw them holding hands, like an immortal couple, Zhou Tian couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, cough, cough, heh, heh. Xia Changming and Su Yueli looked at each other, confused. Even though he was coughing violently, he could not stop laughing. They worried that he might laugh himself to death. Wouldn't that make them the criminals of the ages? Killing the old emperor by laughter? Your Majesty, please be careful. Xia Changming couldn't help but worry. The young boy also said, Grandfather, please don't laugh anymore. You should lie down and rest. It's fine, it's fine. I'm just very happy, Zhou Tian said, stopping the boy from helping him. He turned to Xia Changming, smiling contentedly. I never expected that I would live to see a human and a demon get along, even in a loving relationship. It's been worth it. It's been worth it. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Zhou Tian seemed to shed the burden of being an emperor and laughed like a kind old man. Upon hearing Zhou Tian's words, Su Yueli realized that her hand was once again being held by Xia Changming. She had gotten too used to being held by this guy. Su Yueli tried to forcefully break free, but Xia Changming held her hand tighter, not giving her the chance to escape. Xia Changming's lips curled upwards, a look of smugness on his face. Su Yueli could only glare at him with a pout, giving up on the struggle. Their hands remained intertwined, secretly vying for control. This scene caused Zhou Tian to laugh even more. Wonderful, wonderful. Marriage between humans and demons, it has never been seen before. If it wasn't for this body, I would have liked to come visit you and congratulate you too. Your Majesty's intentions are known and that's enough, Xia Changming said, smiling. Zhou Tian looked at Xia Changming and Su Yueli once more before looking up at the ceiling, his gaze deep and calm. He wasn't looking at the narrow, dim ceiling, but the vast blue horizon outside. The prosperous and peaceful heavenly capital, with its crowded streets, was on his mind. He suddenly began to murmur to himself, Many people say that I am weak, that I dare not retaliate when the demons invade our borders, and that I only know how to defend. My own son, the crown prince, even scolded me for being weak and incompetent in front of all the officials. But in reality, what I wish is to protect this beautiful land, where the people can live in peace and have enough to eat, a land where humans and demons will have no more conflicts and wars, where one day, the gap between the human and the demon races will cease to exist. Instead, they can reconcile their differences, engage in trade, and prosper together. What do you say, Demon Empress? Zhou Tian's calm gaze turned to Su Yueli. Su Yueli's expression was grave, and words seemed to be caught in her throat. She wanted to refute Zhou Tian, but she didn't know why she couldn't. Since the beginning of time, the demon race had always followed the law of the jungle. The strong ruled over everything and the weak would always be invaded, subjugated, and enslaved. However, The prosperous image of the heavenly capital was something she envisioned for the future of the demon race. If the demons could achieve prosperity and peace like the heavenly capital, she might also have the same idea as Zhou Tian. Therefore, she was conflicted and powerless to refute. Your words. I will consider them, Su Yueli said after a long while. Zhou Tian smiled contentedly. That was enough. Looking at Xia Changming and Su Yueli standing closely together, it was as if he could see the prosperous, harmonious future between the humans and demons that he had always dreamed of. He might not be able to witness it himself, but he firmly believed that one day, that vision would come to pass. Nephew Changming, my relationship with your father was quite good. May I address you in this manner? Zhou Tian asked Xia Changming. Of course. However, if I keep calling you your majesty, it sounds too formal. Why don't I call you old Zhou? Xia Changming said, smiling. He admired and respected the kind, compassionate old man with grand ideals. Hearing this, Zhou Tian was delighted. The smile on his face did not fade. He had not been so happy in a long time. Anning, come here. Zhou Tian gestured for the young boy to come over. The boy slowly walked to Zhou Tian's side. Zhou Tian took his hand, and with a solemn expression, said to Xia Changming, Nephew Changming, I have something I wish to entrust to you. Chapter 51. The Old Emperor's Entrustment. Anning, quickly, greet your Uncle Xia, Zhou Tian said, holding the young boy's hand and turning him towards Xia Changming. Zhou Anning looked at Xia Changming and gave a very well-behaved and respectful bow. Greetings, Uncle Xia. Xia Changming looked at Zhou Anning with approval. He had not paid much attention to him in the main hall, but now, seeing him up close, he realized the young boy had remarkably handsome features and an extraordinary bearing. He had delicate, petite features, a face as smooth and white as jade, and a pair of exquisitely crafted phoenix eyes. His round eyes were filled with curiosity. His pure and pretty looks made him appear like a finely crafted porcelain doll. What impressed Xia Changming most wasn't his appearance, but the fact that, despite only being 14 or 15, the boy carried himself with a mature and steady air. He had acted neither subservient nor arrogant when facing the members of the 4 great clans in the main hall, and now, when facing him, he was still respectful while maintaining his composure. At such a young age, there was an underlying aura of power emanating from him. Not simple. It was only a pity that his talent and bone structure were average, and his cultivation was a bit lacking. Xia Changming sighed inwardly. The Tianzhou royal family had not produced a genius for a long time, or they would not have fallen to such a low state. Nephew Changming, Anning is my only grandson, Zhou Tian said, holding Xia Changming's hand, his eyes filled with hope. I don't have much time left, and so, I ask one thing of you. Old Zhou, please, don't hesitate to ask, Xia Changming said. I want to temporarily entrust Anning to you. Entrust him to the Xia clan. Entrust him to me? Xia Changming was taken aback. After careful consideration, he quickly understood Zhou Tian's intention. As far as he knew, Zhou Tian had not yet established a crown prince. There were only 3 princes of this generation in Tianzhou. The first prince, Zhou Zhiga, was extremely ambitious, but cruel and violent by nature. He always advocated for expansion through conquest and had repeatedly demanded to invade the demon race, which made him very unpopular. The second prince, Zhou Minan, was the opposite. He was weak-willed, indulging in a life of luxury and pleasure, ignorant and debauched. Rumor had it that his bed could accommodate 100 women at once, and sometimes he wouldn't even leave the bed for an entire day. Only the third prince, Zhou Taiping, was virtuous and capable, talented in both civil and military affairs. He was highly praised and respected by the civil and military officials of the court, and at one point was even considered the most likely to become crown prince. And so, Zhou Taiping died. He was assassinated at his residence several years ago, and the entire household was slaughtered, with only Zhou Anning surviving, having hidden in a pool all night. She was Zhou Taiping's only child, and now Zhou Tian's only grandson. The heavenly capital had deployed all of its city defense forces and the royal guards to search, but they did not find any trace of the assassins. Only a few days later, the corpses of the attackers were discovered in the mountains outside the city. The matter was thus forgotten. Since then, Zhou Tian had kept Zhou Anning by his side, fearing that he might encounter danger again. Now, Zhou Tian wanted to entrust Zhou Anning to him. His intention was self-evident. He wanted to keep Zhou Anning away from the royal family for now. Before Xia Changming could respond, Zhou Anning had already flung himself into Zhou Tian's arms, tears streaming down his face. He cried incessantly, "Grandfather, What are you saying? Anning will not leave grandfather. I'm not going anywhere. I want to stay by grandfather's side. Zhou Tian looked lovingly at Zhou Anning, who was crying in his arms. He wanted to reach out his thin, bony hand to stroke Zhou Anning's head, but hesitated for a moment, and then decisively retracted his hand. His expression became stern as he scolded Zhou Anning sharply. What have I taught you? As a descendant of the imperial family, how can you cry so easily? This crying, sniveling, is not like a descendant of Zhou Tian. You will make us a laughingstock to outsiders. No, Anning will listen to grandfather. Anning will not cry, but Anning begs grandfather, please do not make Anning leave. Anning only has grandfather. Anning doesn't want to leave. Zhou Anning gripped Zhou Tian's clothes tightly with both hands. At this moment, his eyes were red with tears, and he was crying so hard that his voice was hoarse. Even Xia Changming and Su Yueli couldn't help but be moved. Old Zhou, have you really reached such a point? Xia Changming couldn't help but ask. Zhou Tian's expression darkened, and he slowly lifted his sleeve, revealing his arm that was nearly black, covered with black patterns. These strange patterns seemed to be living things, continuously eroding Zhou Tian's body. Seeing this, Xia Changming's expression turned serious, his brows tightly knit. He was very familiar with this black substance. It was the same defiling spirit that had infected Xia Ruobing. Zhou Tian had also been infected by the defiling spirit, and, judging by the looks of it, the degree of infection was much greater than Xia Ruobing had experienced. Old Zhou, may I examine you? Xia Changming asked with a grave expression. Zhou Tian nodded, extending his arm. Xia Changming pressed his 2 fingers on Zhou Tian's pulse, and with spiritual power, he probed into Zhou Tian's body. As soon as his spiritual power entered the meridians, the defiling spirit swarmed in like a pack of hungry wolves that had smelled blood. Although Xia Changming's control of his spiritual power was masterful, he couldn't hold back the surge of the defiling spirit. It was like an endless tide that could not be stopped. Xia Changming withdrew his hand with regret. It was hopeless. It was too late. If he had discovered it sooner, like Xia Ruobing, there might have been time to do something. Now, the defiling spirit had already taken over all of Zhou Tian's meridians, and there was nothing that even he could do to save him. Xia Changming had also considered giving Zhou Tian medicinal pills, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Even if the pills were effective, the spiritual power would be devoured by the defiling spirit. And even if the medicine did work, Zhou Tian's body was too weak to withstand such a massive influx of spiritual power. He would have likely exploded to death from the power, even before the defiling spirit had finished eroding his body. It was a dead end. Zhou Tian could only wait for the defiling spirit to devour him. Old Zhou, when did this black marking appear on your body? Xia Changming asked seriously. The emperor of a dynasty had been infected by the defiling spirit, which was like a slow poison, taking his life bit by bit. Who did this? What was their motive? Xia Changming felt that the matter was increasingly complicated. It was as if someone was secretly planning something treacherous. Zhou Tian tried to remember, but in the end, he shook his head helplessly. I don't remember. I don't know when I realized I was afflicted with this strange disease. At first, I didn't feel anything, so I didn't pay attention. By the time I realized it, it had already spread throughout my body. Zhou Tian could see the hopelessness in Xia Changming's eyes. He had already known that this was his fate, and so he was not disheartened. His face still had a smile. He had already accepted his fate. Furthermore, he wasn't going to die immediately. The weak state he had displayed in the hall was just a facade, meant to put some people at ease. He still had things he had to do, and the only thing he couldn't let go of was Zhou Anning. Nephew Changming, I beg of you again, please take care of Anning for me temporarily? Zhou Tian pleaded once more. Xia Changming pondered for a moment and then asked, Old Zhou, there is something I don't understand. Why did you choose me? Why the Xia clan? Chapter 52. The Xia clan and Tianzhou's connection. This was the question that Xia Changming had wanted to ask from the start. The Xia clan's power in the heavenly capital was not as great as that of the Kai and Wang clans, and yet Zhou Tian had chosen him and the Xia clan. It was perplexing. Was he putting too much trust in the Xia clan? Faced with Xia Changming's question, Zhou Tian smiled wistfully, and then, as if he were a different person, his expression became calm, and his deep eyes flashed with a glimmer of shrewdness. The Kai clan has been rising in power in recent years, continuously recruiting cultivators to expand their family influence and territory. Their ambition is obvious to everyone. The Wang clan is allied with the Kai clan through marriage, and they are secretly in close contact with my good son, also with their own nefarious intentions. Do they think I'm about to die and know nothing? If Anning were sent to the Kai or Wang clans, wouldn't that be like sending a sheep into the tiger's den? Contrary to his appearance, Zhou Taiyan had investigated the overall situation thoroughly. What about the Xia clan? The Xia clan does not associate with the Kai and Wang clans, and they have repeatedly rejected the invitations of the first and second princes. They are desireless and seek no benefit. Xia Changming asked. Zhou Taiyan slowly shook his head and sighed. The Xia clan seeks to avoid conflict and live in seclusion. Before you returned, I also met with Xia Changming and talked to him, but he refused, and then he was murdered. It wouldn't have been bad to let Anning live in seclusion, but with the winds of change blowing in the heavenly capital, the Xia clan might not be able to protect Anning. Xia Changming was a little surprised. Zhou Taiyan even knew about the death of Xia Changming, the previous head of the Xia clan. So, old Zhou, by choosing the Xia clan, are you implying that you think the Xia clan can protect Anning? Xia Changming asked with a smile. Zhou Taiyan smiled and said slowly, that is only one reason. More importantly, I trust the Xia clan. If in the future the Xia clan were forced by the situation to compromise, the Xia clan never will. Zhou Taiyan said with conviction, his eyes filled with steadfast belief. The Emperor of Tianzhou had that much trust in the Xia clan? From the beginning, Xia Changming found that very strange. Not only was Zhou Taiyan extremely friendly to him, but he also had a strange sort of trust in him. Zhou Taiyan could see the confusion in Xia Changming's mind. Before Xia Changming could speak, he continued, Nephew Changming, do you know how the Tianzhou Dynasty was established? Xia Changming shook his head. That was something he had never learned. After all, he didn't have to take history lessons in this world. Then, let me tell you, Zhou Taiyan said. Anning, you must listen carefully to what your grandfather is going to say next. Don't forget a single word. Zhou Taiyan instructed sternly. Zhou Anning nodded solemnly, yes. Then, Zhou Taiyan slowly began to talk about the establishment of the Tianzhou Dynasty and the origin of the Xia clan. More than 1,000 years ago, the Tianzhou Dynasty had not yet been established. The borders between humans and demons were plagued with starvation, and demonic beasts ran rampant. The people were miserable, living every day in fear. At that time, there was a man who said he would drive away all the demonic beasts, protect this region, and establish a utopia that would shelter all for ages to come. His words won the hearts of many, and they all joined the fight against the demonic beasts. However, the number of people under the man's leadership began to diminish. The demonic beasts increased instead of decreasing. Until later, a group of people appeared. Among them were two who had extraordinary powers and took it upon themselves to protect the human race. They were like saviors from the heavens. They helped the man drive away countless demonic beasts, guarded the border between the human and demon races, and established the Tianzhou Dynasty. That man became the first king of the Tianzhou Dynasty, and that group of people settled down and formed the Xia clan. After finishing, Zhou Taiyan could not stop coughing violently. It was obvious that it took a great effort to recount the story that had been passed down through the generations of kings. Grandfather, quick, drink your medicine. Zhou Anning hurriedly poured a bowl of medicine and brought it to Zhou Taiyan's lips. Zhou Taiyan gestured to stop. Anning, do you remember what grandfather said earlier? Now that I have told you this story in the future, you must pass it on to others and never forget it. Anning remembers. Zhou Anning nodded solemnly. Only then did Zhou Taiyan smile contentedly and turn his gaze to Xia Changming once more. Nephew Changming, do you now understand why I chose the Xia clan? Why I chose you? I believe the Xia clan will always remain the Xia clan. It wasn't that Zhou Taiyan was only saying this out of pure trust for the Xia clan. There was a basis for this. He had been listening to and observing everything that was being said and done since Xia Changming had returned. Whether it was marrying the Demon Empress to end the border conflict, or crippling Kaikuin of the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion, or forcing Wang Tang to back down at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Since Xia Changming returned, the Xia clan had been transformed and was more powerful than before. It was as if Zhou Taiyan saw the figure of a savior from the heavens in Xia Changming, the same figure from the stories of 1,000 years ago. Of course, that was also based on his recognition of Xia Changming's capabilities. All of that was enough to reassure him to entrust Anning to the Xia clan. From Zhou Taiyan's words, Xia Changming could sense his gratitude and trust towards the Xia clan. This time, Xia Changming did not hesitate and gently patted Zhou Anning's head, saying to Zhou Taiyan, "Thank you for your trust, old Zhou. I will take good care of Anning." I will never let him suffer any grievances within the Xia clan. Hearing Xia Changming's promise, Zhou Tian finally felt at ease. Zhou Anning reluctantly held Zhou Tian's dry hand. Zhou Tian patted the back of Zhou Anning's hand gently and said lovingly, Anning, from now on, you must consider your Uncle Changming as your family, do you understand? Zhou Anning turned his small head to look at Xia Changming, seemingly trying to memorize his appearance, and then replied, Anning remembers. Anning will listen to Uncle Changming? Good child. Zhou Tian smiled slightly, and although he was filled with reluctance, the burden he had been carrying finally lifted. All right, nephew Changming, I entrust Anning to you. Take him with you tonight under cover of darkness. Xia Changming bent down and gently put his arm around Zhou Anning's shoulders. Let's go, he whispered. Zhou Anning was filled with reluctance and cried as if he were being torn apart. But this time he obediently let go of Zhou Tian's hand. It was because he had promised to listen to Xia Changming. Grandfather, Anning is leaving? Zhou Anning turned his head to bid Zhou Tian farewell for the last time. It was like a final farewell. Before leaving, Xia Changming bowed his fist to Zhou Tian. Farewell, old Zhou. With that, Xia Changming, holding Zhou Anning and accompanied by Su Yueli, leaped into the darkness of night, under the starlit sky. After watching them leave, Zhou Tian slowly withdrew his gaze and said sternly to the outside, Commander Yu. Yu Zhuotian entered the room, bowing his fist. This subordinate is here. From now on, mobilize all the royal guards in the palace and prepare for battle. Order all the commanders of the 3 counties and 5 districts within 100 miles of the heavenly capital to bring their troops into the palace. Chapter 53, Late Night Family Meeting. The night sky stretched out, dotted with countless stars. 2 figures as swift as divine rainbows cut through the darkness, like shooting stars across the sky. Xia Changming was carrying Zhou Anning as they traversed through the night sky. The boy in his arms was gazing blankly at the brilliant, starry night, lost in thought, his eyes red-rimmed, with faint traces of tears lingering at the corners of his eyes. Perhaps from crying so much, Zhou Anning closed his eyes, nestled into Xia Changming's embrace, and fell into a deep slumber. His long eyelashes fluttered gently with the breeze. His skin was fair, his red lips like cherries, and his handsome features were in no way inferior to a woman's, though his baby-fat cheeks were a little pale. Xia Changming silently took out a blanket and covered him, quietly watching his sleeping face. He was sure that, if the boy were dressed in women's clothing, it would be difficult to tell the difference. The boy was very light, not weighing much at all. Xia Changming could smell a faint scent of incense on him, which was not that strange. In the royal palace, every bedchamber would burn incense to fill the room, and it was not surprising to have a lingering scent on the body. Su Yueli followed closely behind Xia Changming, looking strangely at the boy in Xia Changming's arms. What's wrong, wife? Xia Changming turned his head, his eyes meeting Su Yueli's. He couldn't help but ask. Su Yueli, however, turned her head away, saying lightly, nothing. Xia Changming was suspicious. Why were women's thoughts so hard to guess? Su Yueli clearly seemed like she wanted to say something to him, but she refused to speak, her face carrying a cold and displeased look. This caused Xia Changming to begin reflecting on himself. Had he done something wrong again to upset her? After thinking about it carefully, and looking at the boy in his arms, Xia Changming suddenly had a realization. Oh, I see. Wife, you're jealous that I'm holding him, aren't you? You also want me to hold you? Is that right? Oh, Omega, oh. Su Yueli. Su Yueli looked at Xia Changming as if he were an idiot and ignored him, speeding away alone, leaving Xia Changming puzzled. Did he guess wrong? A short while later, Xia Changming and Su Yueli landed on the Xia clan's territory. Xia Ruobing, who was sparring with Xia Ming, quickly put away their swords when they saw Xia Changming, and bowed their fists together, saying, Greetings, clanhead and madam. Zhou Anning, who had been resting in Xia Changming's arms, seemed to hear the sounds and slowly opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of Xia Ming and the others. They blinked at each other. See, clanhead, is that your child? Xia Ming asked, staring at Zhou Anning, dumbfounded. He received a swift knock on the head in response. Xia Changming's face darkened. No matter how fast he was, there was no way he could have a child this big. Clanhead, who is this? Xia Ruobing asked curiously. Zhou Anning had lived in seclusion in the palace for many years and was rarely seen. Not many people knew him. It was normal that Xia Ming and Xia Ruobing had never met him. I'll introduce him to you later. Quickly, go notify all the elders and tell them that I need to call an immediate family meeting. Xia Changming said to Xia Ming and Xia Ruobing, as he set Xuanhuan down. This was the first time that Xia Changming had actively called a family meeting since becoming the Xia clan head. Xiaming and Xia Ruabing, seeing Xia Changming's serious expression, did not dare to be careless and immediately flew off to notify the elders. In no time, all the elders rushed to the Xia clan's main hall, looking frantic. Xia Changlin was adjusting his clothes as he hurried over, grumbling inwardly, "That brat, what is with calling a family meeting in the middle of the night?" In the Xia clan's main hall, Xia Changming sat upright in the clan head seat, with Su Yueli standing beside him. Xuanhuan was sitting on Xia Changming's lap. Xiaming and Xia Ruabing were also standing nearby, observing. Normally, others were not allowed to participate in family meetings, but Xia Changming had made an exception for the two of them. "Greetings, clan head." Once everyone except one had arrived, they bowed their fists. Xia Changming glanced around, noticed that 6th Elder Xia Jun was missing, and asked, "Where is 6th Elder? Why isn't he here?" Xiaming, who was responsible for notifying Xia Jun, stepped forward to explain, "Clan head, 6th Elder is not in the clan at the moment. His whereabouts are unknown. Do you want me to send someone to look for him?" "No need," Xia Changming said, waving his hand. Xia Jun and Xia Haoyuan were on the same side, equally treacherous. It was better that he wasn't here. It saved him the trouble of finding a reason to kick him out. "Clan head, who is this young boy?" Xia Ruoguang asked, looking at the boy on Xia Changming's lap. The boy's face was still young, but beautiful and refined, his expression as calm as water, and his demeanor quite extraordinary. Everyone had immediately noticed this boy that they had never seen before. Xia Changming took Xuanhuan's small hand, briefly introduced him to everyone, and then told them about the secret realm that was discussed at the royal palace that day. Of course, he didn't tell them that the old emperor had entrusted Xuanhuan to him. He simply said that Xuanhuan would be temporarily staying at the Xia clan for a while, and that they were to treat him as a member of the Xia clan. Everyone present was shocked by Xuanhuan's identity. They had all heard of the third prince's incident and knew that his only son had been left behind. They had simply not expected that it was this handsome young boy before them. After all, the boy was a member of the Tianzhou imperial family, and so everyone did not dare to be careless. They all stated that they would treat him with utmost respect. When they heard Xia Changming mention that the anomaly at the southwestern mountain peak was the birth of a secret realm, everyone gasped. Their expressions gradually changed from shock to elation. That was a rare opportunity for an immortal encounter that countless cultivators had always dreamt of. "Clan head, time is of the essence. Let's get ready immediately." "That's right. We can't let the Kai and Wang families gain an advantage. I didn't think that I, an old man, would be able to encounter the legendary immortal secret realm. Ha ha ha." Everyone spoke in turn, excitedly discussing the matter. Xia Changming and Xia Changlin remained calm, while Xia Ruoguang's expression was stern. In his youth, he had been fortunate enough to enter a secret realm, and his experience there was unforgettable. The dangers within were almost certain death. Not only did one have to compete with demon beasts for celestial treasures, but they had to be constantly on guard against attacks from others. Even your closest companions could turn on you due to a single magical artifact or spiritual herb. He was very lucky to escape alive. "Clan head, what are your plans?" Xia Ruoguang asked seriously. Xia Changming's decision would likely determine the future direction of the Xia clan. They had to be very careful. Every secret realm was different. The world it led to was also different. Because the level of danger within the secret realm was unknown, if most of the talented disciples of the Xia clan were to die within, it would be a fatal blow to the future of the Xia clan. However, the opportunity for immortal encounters was not unfounded. The secret techniques, artifacts, and immortal weapons were worth the risk. For the Xia clan, this was also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The others gradually fell silent, and their gazes turned to Xia Changming. Xia Changming was the clan head of the Xia clan now. The final decision was up to him. Chapter 54. This empress doesn't want your little bird. After pondering for a moment, Xia Changming said to everyone, 3 days from now, any disciples of the clan with Grandmaster level cultivation or above may volunteer to enter the secret realm with me. As for the elders, I want you to remain at the Xia clan and be responsible for protecting the family. This, the elders looked at each other, a slight reluctance showing on their faces. That was a rare opportunity for an immortal encounter that countless cultivators dreamt of. If they were lucky, they could obtain an ancient immortal inheritance and perhaps reach a higher realm. Seeing this, Xia Ruoguang stepped forward, bowing his fist to Xia Changming. I am old and do not have much time left. I will not participate. I am willing to stay here to protect the Xia clan. Then, Xia Ruoguang turned to the other elders and advised them, Elders, you are most aware of your cultivation levels, so there is no need to fight for the opportunity. It's better to leave it for the younger generation of the clan. The Xia clan's future relies on them, not us. With the clan head leading the younger generation, shouldn't we be at ease protecting the Xia clan? Hearing his words, the elders all lowered their heads in shame. When they heard about the opportunity for an immortal encounter, the first thing they thought about was themselves, and they had completely forgotten about the Xia clan and the disciples of the clan. If they all left, who would protect the Xia clan? Furthermore, they had already reached the limits of their cultivation in this lifetime. Why not leave the opportunity to the younger generation? After understanding his intention, everyone bowed their fists in acknowledgement, saying, We are all willing to stay in the Xia clan and protect it for the clan head. Xia Changming nodded with satisfaction and looked at Xia Changlin, saying, While I'm gone, clan matters will be under my father's authority. Everything is to be decided by Xia Changlin. Yes, the elders responded. Xia Changlin also said to Xia Changming reassuringly, Ming'er, you can bring the clan disciples and go. With your father here, you have nothing to worry about. Xia Changming nodded slightly once more. If it was possible, he would have wanted the elders to enter the secret realm with him. Even if they could not obtain any immortal legacy, cultivating in a world so full of spiritual energy would still be very beneficial. But he couldn't do that. After his conversation with Zhou Tian, Xia Changming could sense even more that a dark cloud was hanging over the heavenly capital, and there was a great storm brewing. The Kai clan was still eyeing the Xia clan covetously, and they were also in alliance with the Wang clan. But they had been quiet lately, so they had to be on guard. In the royal palace, the first prince, Zhou Zhiga, was coveting the throne, and the old emperor, Zhou Tian, also seemed to be preparing something. Zhou Tian did not ask him for help, but had specifically entrusted Zhou Anning to him, so it was likely that he already had a plan to take care of things himself. The heavenly capital might still seem peaceful and calm on the surface, but in reality, the gears of war had already begun to turn and danger was lurking. What troubled Xia Changming most was that there seemed to be a force pushing all of this forward. The assassination of the virtuous third prince, Zhou Taiping, the ambush of the Xia clan head, Xia Changqing, and the secret poisoning of the old emperor Zhou Tian and Xia Ruobing with the defiling spirit. There were still many unknown mysteries. Xia Changming had a feeling that something big was going to happen on this trip to the secret realm. If there is nothing else, I trouble you all to go notify the disciples of the clan and have them make preparations as soon as possible, Xia Changming said to everyone. Oh, and father, second elder, please stay behind for a moment. Yes, the elders replied, except for Xia Changlin and Xia Ruoguang. They bowed their fists and then turned and left one after another. Xiaoming also went back happily. Xia Ruobing, who was about to leave, seemed to have something to say and paused. Is something the matter, Ruobing? Xia Changming asked. Xia Ruobing leaned closer to Xia Changming and whispered, Clan head, perhaps I'm being overly cautious. Ever since you stripped Xia Haoyuan of his position as first elder, he has often been absent from the Xia clan. The same is true for 6th elder Xia Jun, always missing, and his actions are suspicious. Before you returned, I saw 6th elder leave the Xia clan in a hurry. I don't know where he went. I think we need to pay more attention to those two. Hearing this, Xia Changming said gratefully, All right, I understand. He was happy that Xia Ruobing had taken the initiative to report these things to him. Not only was Xia Ruobing aware of the larger picture, but she was also very responsible and deeply cared for the Xia clan. She was also very careful in her observations. Su Yueli stood aside, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her eyes secretly observing Xia Ruobing. Just as Xia Ruobing had walked past her, she had smelled the same fragrance on her that she had smelled on Xia Chang's hand last time. After Xia Ruobing left, Xia Changming said to Xia Changlin seriously, Father, after I leave, order all the Xia clan disciples to return to the Xia clan and activate the clan protection formation. Xia Changlin looked surprised and immediately realized that the situation was not simple. He nodded sternly, saying, All right, I understand. For Xia Changming's decisions, he, as his father, unconditionally trusted them. Second elder, last time, did you have the guards secretly investigate Xia Haoyuan for any abnormalities? Xia Changming asked, turning to Xia Ruoguang. Xia Ruoguang bowed his fist and replied, Reporting to the clan head, the secret messages from the guards over the past few days have not revealed anything. No abnormalities? How could that be? Xia Changming was very doubtful. Combining Xia Ruobing's words, if there were no abnormalities, then where was Xia Haoyuan going? since he was always absent from the Xia clan? He might have to investigate this matter personally. I trouble Second Elder to continue to have the guards secretly investigate, Xia Changming instructed. He was not sure whether the guards could be trusted, so in order to avoid alarming anyone, it was best to continue to keep them under surveillance. After a series of instructions and conversations, Xia Changlin and Xia Ruoguang left one after the other to make preparations for the defense of the Xia clan. Only Xia Changming, Su Yueli, and Zhou Anning remained in the main hall. Listening to the conversations of the Xia clan members, Zhou Anning's eyes were lively, as if he were pondering something. Xia Changming clasped his hands together, and then when he opened them, a spiritual butterfly filled with power appeared in the palm of his hand. The butterfly flapped its wings and slowly flew into the air, dancing and circling around the main hall. The butterfly circled around Zhou Anning, and then stopped on his delicate nose. Zhou Anning looked at it, his eyes shining, his small mouth opening slightly, as his expression became more cheerful. Just as he reached out his hand to touch the butterfly on his nose, the butterfly suddenly flew up. With a go from Xia Changming, the butterfly turned into a beam of light and flew out the window, disappearing into the sky. Zhou Anning opened his small mouth, a look of reluctance on his face. Xia Changming smiled slightly and stretched out his closed fist to Zhou Anning's face and slowly opened his palm. The butterfly reappeared in Xia Changming's hand and flew to Zhou Anning's shoulder. Do you like it? I'll give it to you. Zhou Anning looked at the beautiful butterfly with surprise. It was as if Xia Changming had performed magic for him. In fact, that butterfly had long since gone to search for traces of Xia Haoyuan and Xia Jun, according to Xia Changming's orders. This butterfly was just another one he had created for the amusement of Zhou Anning. Su Yueli's face was filled with disdain as she watched everything silently and said coldly, "Humph, childish tricks." However, she was shocked that Xia Changming was able to create a spiritual being with his bare hands and control it so freely. Xia Changming didn't know why Su Yueli had seemed so moody and resentful from the start, so he walked up to her and said, "Wife, I'll create one for you too. Tada, the little bird I've made for you." When Xia Changming brought his palms together, a glowing, jade-green bird flew out. Su Yueli said coldly, "Don't think of this empress as one of your naive girls. This empress doesn't want your bird." Xia Changming was confused. Winky face. What had gotten into this girl? She was filled with so much resentment. Chapter 55. Zhou Anning's Determination. Outside the Tianzhou city, in front of a dilapidated courtyard, that brat Xia Changming, his feathers haven't even grown yet, and he dares to strip me of my position as Grand Elder. This is outrageous. Xia Haoyuan roared, his face ashen, crushing the teacup in his hand. Ever since Xia Changming returned to the Xia family, nothing had gone his way. He had suffered repeated public humiliations. Even his initial plans had been completely disrupted. Every time he thought of Xia Changming, he wished he could crush him like the teacup in his hand. That kid doesn't even consider us as people. Xia Jun, sitting opposite Xia Haoyuan, echoed with a gloomy expression. He downed his glass of wine and continued resentfully, "Now, in the Xia family, my position as sixth elder is merely a title. No one listens to my commands. This Xia family sixth elder is not worth having. Brother Xia Jun is right. We both worked so hard for the Xia family, and yet, that young upstart crippled your direct disciple and took the life of my only son." Xia Haoyuan fanned the flames. "Everyone in the Xia family knows you have no children or grandchildren and that you treat Xia Yin like your own child. Yet he acted so cruelly. It is the Xia family that is heartless towards us, not us who are unrighteous. Tomorrow, when Xia Changming leads everyone into the secret realm, you and I will work together, from both inside and out, to seize control of the Xia family. I will be the family head, and you will be the Grand Elder, ruling together." Xia Haoyuan's eyes shone with malice. This time, he would make Xia Changming pay double for all the humiliations he had suffered. "Good. I'll toast Brother Haoyuan." Xia Jun raised his wine cup, congratulating Xia Haoyuan, as if his position as Grand Elder was already within reach. After finishing his drink, Xia Haoyuan chuckled mockingly, "That Xia Changming is already suspicious of me. He foolishly sent the Xia family's hidden guards to investigate me. It's truly laughable." As he spoke, Xia Haoyuan's gaze shifted to three corpses lying in the corner of the courtyard, a sneer playing on his lips. Behind him stood a plain-looking man. If Xia Ruoguang were here, he would definitely recognize this man as one of the hidden guards he had sent to investigate Xia Haoyuan. This guard had been secretly won over by Xia Haoyuan during his time as Grand Elder. From the moment the hidden guards were mobilized, Xia Haoyuan knew. He had secretly killed the other 3 guards, leaving only his trusted confidant to report information. Xia Changming probably doesn't have a clue. Ha ha ha. Xia Jun and Xia Haoyuan burst into laughter. Little did they know, outside the courtyard, in the branches of a large tree, a spirit butterfly was quietly watching them. On the cliff edge of Changming Peak, Xia Changming slowly opened his eyes, a strange smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. Finally found you too. 2 days had passed since that night's family meeting. These past 2 days, Xia Haoyuan and Xia Jun had not returned to the Xia family, and Xia Changming had searched the entire Tianzhou city for them, almost thinking that they had eloped. Luckily, he finally discovered them in a courtyard outside the city and overheard their conversation. He could immediately fly over and kill them on the spot, but he held back. While it wouldn't be a difficult task, it might alert those behind them. Without Xia Haoyuan and Xia Jun, he was afraid those behind the scenes wouldn't dare to make a move. Sitting next to Xia Changming, Su Yueli looked at him strangely. Why did this guy suddenly start laughing for no reason? And it was such a creepy laugh. Xia Changming ignored Su Yueli's gaze. He wrote a message on a piece of paper, then used spiritual power to create a spirit pigeon. The pigeon flew down Changming Peak with the letter. He was sending the message to the other elders of the Xia family, ordering them to secretly capture Xia Haoyuan and Xia Jun as soon as they returned to the family. Now, with his ability to manifest spirits, he could hear and see much better, making things much more convenient. Even when sending messages, he didn't have to make a trip himself. He could just conjure a pigeon. Su Yueli was already used to this. These past 2 days, the Xia family had been busy preparing for entering the secret realm, and she often saw Xia Changming use spirit pigeons to send various messages. Uncle Xia. Just then, a young, hesitant voice sounded from behind him. Zhou Anning had come to stand behind Xia Changming. Anning, come here, Xia Changming said with a smile, beckoning him. These past 2 days, Zhou Anning had been quiet and contemplative, rarely speaking. It was rare for him to take the initiative to look for Xia Changming. Zhou Anning quietly sat down beside Xia Changming. His slender legs dangled over the cliff's edge, swinging gently. He didn't say anything. Xia Changming noticed that he looked hesitant, as if he wanted to say something, so he asked, "What's wrong, Anning?" Zhou Anning bit his lip. Finally making up his mind, he turned to Xia Changming, his gaze firm and pleading, "Uncle Xia, Anning has a request. Anning wants to go into the secret realm with you." Xia Changming didn't immediately retort or scold him. Instead, he fell into thought. Su Yueli, however, spoke first. "Humph, what an ignorant little brat. If I'm not mistaken, you haven't even seen a demon beast before, have you? Do you even know what entering the secret realm means? It's not child's play, and no one will care about your status. There, you'll just be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. You will die." Su Yueli's words cut into Zhou Anning like sharp knives, every word piercing his heart. Unable to refute her, Zhou Anning could only clench his small fists in frustration, digging his nails into his palms. "My dear wife, you're being too harsh." Xia Changming couldn't help but turn and complain to Su Yueli. He knew that her words were for Zhou Anning's own good, not out of contempt. After all, he knew that his wife's tenderness was reserved only for him. Su Yueli snorted softly, turning her head away without another word. Xia Changming took Zhou Anning's small hand and gently pried his fingers open. He asked him in a gentle tone, "Anning, why do you want to enter the secret realm?" Zhou Anning looked at Xia Changming with determined eyes and answered resolutely, "Anning wants power, to protect Grandpa, to protect my home, to protect Tianzhou." Grandpa said, "Tianzhou is my home." Xia Changming was taken aback. He didn't expect to hear such words from such a young child. He had indeed not misjudged him. This child would definitely accomplish something great in the future. Even Su Yueli couldn't help but look at him a few more times. As Xia Changming was still reeling from shock, Zhou Anning, seeing that he wasn't saying anything, added in a low voice, "Oh, and to protect Uncle Xia." Xia Changming couldn't help but laugh. These words were clearly added to please him, but he found them very comforting. A perfect response. "Tomorrow, go into the secret realm with me," Xia Changming said with a smile. "Really? Thank you, Uncle Xia." Zhou Anning happily jumped into Xia Changming's arms. Su Yueli's lips parted slightly as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she turned her head away with a stony expression. Chapter 56. She is my wife, Xia Changming's wife. Early the next morning, the day had finally come to go to the secret realm. After saying goodbye to everyone in the Xia family, Xia Changming led Xuanhuan and several dozen Xia family disciples towards the outskirts of Tianzhou City. These disciples had been carefully selected by the elders, each of them between the Grandmaster realm and Transcendent realm, and all were the most virtuous in the family. When Xia Changming and his group arrived at the city outskirts, the area was already teeming with people, the crowd surging like a tide. It was unknown who had leaked the news, but in addition to the 4 great families, sects and clans from all over, even countless independent cultivators had gathered. When Xia Changming and his group arrived, their elegant figures, coupled with Su Yueli's stunning beauty, instantly drew everyone's attention. Look, that's Xia Changming, the new head of the Xia family. I heard he's very young, but already a heavenly venerate. The woman next to him might look incredibly beautiful, but she's the rumored Demon Empress, a ruthless killer. It is said that her strength is also extraordinary. The 4 great families are entering the secret realm with a heavenly venerate and a Demon Empress. For us, this trip is all about participation, not about winning. The surrounding crowds chattered amongst themselves. Xie Yi, upon seeing Xia Changming, led over 100 people from the Xia family to greet him. Brother Xia. He noticed Xuanhuan next to Xia Changming, briefly looking surprised, but said nothing. Xuanhuan, who was next to Xie Yi, came forward with her zither and bowed, her eyes losing focus when she saw Su Yueli, then quickly dimming. Seeing Su Yueli's outstanding beauty, standing beside Xia Changming, it didn't take much to guess her identity. It was just that she never thought that the Demon Empress could be so breathtakingly beautiful. Compared to her, the so-called number 1 beauty of Tianzhou was merely a name. Now, what Xia Changming had said before was true. She was truly not comparable to Su Yueli. In terms of looks, figure, bearing, and strength, Xie Yi, noticing his younger sister's expression, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had long known this would happen. It was better to let her know sooner rather than later. There was always someone stronger, and there was always a sky above the sky. As Xia Changming chatted with Xie Yi, 2 more groups arrived from the horizon. These were the Kai and Wang family. Xia family head, what do you think you're doing? Last time, you let the demoness enter the palace. Now you plan to bring her into the secret realm? Wang Ming immediately challenged Xia Changming as soon as he arrived. The surrounding crowd looked on, eager to see the show that would unfold. Su Yueli's brows furrowed slightly, showing her displeasure, but she didn't respond. The reason was simple. The secret realm was in human territory, so, in principle, as a demon she wasn't qualified to enter. Even she hadn't expected Xia Changming to actually bring her in. The secret realm was extremely dangerous, and the path to immortal fortune was not just a matter of luck, but also about having the strength to fight for it. Although her strength wasn't as high as Xia Changming, she was at least a heavenly venerate. There were only a handful of people present who could match her. Was Xia Changming not worried that she might get some great fortune in the secret realm and then turn against him? She couldn't understand it. Ignoring Wang Ming's harsh question, Xia Changming took a step forward, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of arrogance. Yes, so what? You. Wang Ming was choked with anger, veins popping out on his forehead. How arrogant. He had never seen such an arrogant youngster. Do you not know that the demon race is the sworn enemy of humanity? The secret realm is a rare opportunity for our race, and yet you want to share it with a demon? What is the meaning of this? I can accept the disciples and independent cultivators, they are our people, but I can't accept a demon. Wang Ming roared, pointing at Su Yueli. His impassioned words instantly drew cheers and support from the crowd. Well said, Wang family head. We independent cultivators stand with you. The demons have slaughtered countless human cultivators. The demons have no right to enter the secret realm with us. That's right, I, Ding Ritian, am the first to disagree. The crowd became agitated, trying to isolate and condemn the Xia family. Su Yueli, however, relaxed her brows and smiled with disdain. She did not deny the fact that the demons had killed humans. The human and demon races had been enemies for generations, with countless battles fought between them, and there was nothing to explain. It seems, with me here, you're in some trouble. I might as well head back. Su Yueli said indifferently. Just as she was about to turn around, her slender hand was suddenly enveloped in warmth. Xia Changming grabbed her hand, pulled Su Yueli back to his side, and wrapped his arm around her soft waist. He whispered softly in her ear, "It's no trouble at all." While Su Yueli was still looking at him in surprise, Xia Changming turned his gaze to the surrounding crowd, his sharp eyes sweeping across their faces. In an instant, the once clamorous, agitated crowd fell silent, as if their throats were choked. Xia Changming said slowly, "Since everyone is gathered here, I'll take this opportunity to tell you all. She, Su Yueli, is my wife, Xia Changming's wife, and she is of the Xia family. If she's of the Xia family, why shouldn't she be allowed into the secret realm? If anyone has any objections, they can ask me to join them for tea, and we can discuss it in detail." Xia Changming's voice was not loud, but it was imbued with spiritual power, reaching everyone's ears. Everyone looked at each other, all wary and afraid to speak out. Going against a heavenly venerate, they might be able to wipe out their entire sect in a single slap. It wasn't worth it. Su Yueli's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She gazed at Xia Changming's handsome profile, momentarily forgetting to break free from his embrace. She hadn't expected Xia Changming to defend her like this. Wasn't he afraid of making enemies with the entire human race? There was a tremble within her heart. After coming back to her senses, her delicate face turned cold again. "How long are you going to hold me? Let go of me. My dear wife, as a reward for bringing you to the secret realm, isn't a little hug from your husband acceptable?" Xia Changming said with a grin, not letting go. Now that he had her in his arms, why would he release her? Su Yueli glared at Xia Changming with a scowl. This shameless guy. He was definitely up to something. But thinking about it, letting him hug her in exchange for going into the secret realm wasn't that bad of a deal, was it? When Wang Ming, his anger still simmering, was about to step forward, Kai Ying suddenly stopped him. "Brother Wang, just let her go in. The immortal fortune of the secret realm is not so easy to get. One careless move and you'll fall. It's inevitable." As he spoke, Kai Ying's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at Xia Changming and Su Yueli. Wang Ming snorted angrily and turned away, giving up on arguing with Xia Changming. Kai Ying then addressed the crowd. "Everyone has come from afar, all for the immortal fortune of the secret realm. Although it's not known how everyone heard the news, since you're all here, it must be fate. I've heard the secret realm is vast and boundless, with countless opportunities and fortunes within. Why don't we all explore it together?" Upon hearing this, everyone clasped their hands and thanked him. "Thank you, Kai family head. The Kai family head's magnanimity is truly admirable. You are a role model for us all." There were also many who flattered him, attempting to curry favor with the Kai family. However, no one noticed the slight upturn of Kai Ying's lips. "Everyone, the opportunity for fortune is not to be missed. Let's set off immediately." As soon as the words were spoken, thousands of people leapt into the air, transforming into streams of light, shooting into the distance. In an instant, thousands of shooting stars streaked across the sky, creating a spectacular and rare sight above Tianzhou City. Chapter 57. The Silent Beginning of the Secret Realm Conflict. The southwest mountains outside Tianzhou City. The lush trees blotted out the sky, and the fragrant grass grew abundantly. The eye was filled with verdant scenery, the vibrant natural beauty overflowing with vitality. The rich, emerald-green spiritual energy, like streams of fireflies, permeated the air, clearly visible even to the naked eye. Who would have thought that just a few days ago, this was a sparse and ordinary forest? Thousands of cultivators, including Xia Changming and his group, strolled through the woods, each looking around with longing in their eyes, as if deeply captivated by the forest. Look, the spiritual energy here has formed natural spiritual springs. With such a surge of vast spiritual energy, just one day of cultivation here is better than 10 days of hard practice outside. I once saw in my master's records that such a scene, full of vitality and renewal, is definitely a sign of the secret realm's appearance. Ha ha ha, that's wonderful. The crowd excitedly discussed as they followed the source of the spiritual energy. Xia Changming looked down at his feet and noticed a spiritual herb that had already sprouted tender green tips from the soil. The density of spiritual energy here was enough to nurture spiritual herbs. It would be a good choice to claim this mountain for the Xia family, allowing disciples to cultivate and grow spiritual herbs. Xia Changming thought. In his spiritual ring, he had stored many spiritual herb seeds obtained from the immortal mountain. Unfortunately, he had not yet found a suitable place with abundant spiritual energy, and they had been stored there temporarily. With this spiritual mountain, he could save a lot of trouble. Ahead of Xia Changming, Xuanhuan was happily crouched down, carefully reaching out to touch the drooping, bright red flower petals. "Miss Xia, do you like spiritual herbs?" Xia Changming, holding Xuanhuan's hand, approached Xuanhuan. Seeing her gaze fixated, unaware of his arrival, he asked curiously. Xia Hualing smiled gently at Xia Changming's approach and replied, Master Xia doesn't have to be so polite. Just call me Hualing. Besides music, my greatest hobby is growing spiritual herbs. I feel joyful whenever I watch them flourish, and the soothing herbal fragrance always calms my mind. Xia Hualing's voice was filled with emotion, showing that she genuinely loved nurturing spiritual herbs. Her words made Xia Changming recall the fragrance that filled the air on Immortal Mountain, with its endless fields of spiritual herbs. The scent was indeed very pleasant and soothing. As everyone was immersed in the beautiful scenery, a scream suddenly jolted them back to reality. Ah! Everyone instantly tensed up, on guard. What happened? I don't know. The scream seemed to come from over there. That direction is where 2 Tang clan disciples went just now. They might have met with some misfortune, the crowd speculated. A few people bravely went to investigate. The next moment, a gaping maw burst from the grass, instantly swallowing one of the men whole. When the crowd could see clearly, they discovered it was a massive python, dozens of feet long, with a thick, sturdy body and scales as hard as armor. It's an armored python, at least early-stage Grandmaster realm cultivation. The armored python's mouth is its weakness. Everyone attack together and kill this beast. Many cultivators leaped forward, joining forces. With so many powerful cultivators from various sects present, a mere Grandmaster realm armored python was not much of a threat. Some cultivators even crossed their arms to watch, betting on how long the armored python could last. Before one person could finish speaking, a scythe suddenly pierced his chest from behind. The others were shocked to see a mantis-like creature, over 10 feet tall with 4 arms, each arm tipped with a sharp, scythe-like blade. It was behind them, a 4-armed scythe mantis, late-stage Grandmaster realm cultivation. Before anyone could attack, more and more demon beasts emerged from the forest, assaulting from all directions. The once tranquil forest erupted with fierce fighting, punctuated by screams for help. As expected, the spiritual energy of the secret realm had attracted many powerful demon beasts. Ruobing, Xiaming, command everyone in the Xia family to defend against the beasts where they stand. Everyone, gather around me. Xia Changming instinctively pulled Xuanhuan closer, and then instructed Xia Ruobing and Xiaming. Xuanhuan's cultivation was only at the celestial spirit realm, which was 2 major realms below the Grandmaster realm. Any demon beast here could easily take his life. Thankfully, Xuanhuan was very well behaved, tightly holding onto Xia Changming's hand, staying close to him. Yes. Xia Ruobing and Xiaming quickly organized the Xia family members into defensive formations. For them, these demon beasts, with at most Grandmaster realm cultivation, were not much of a threat. They wanted to avoid unnecessary spiritual energy consumption before entering the secret realm. Many other sects had the same idea. Some even had no intention of intervening. Even if others were lying on the ground before them, crying for help, they ignored them. The secret realm offered a rare opportunity for fortune, so naturally the fewer people entering the better. Before even entering the secret realm, the battle for it had already begun. Xia Changming led the Xia family forward, undisturbed. A savage earth brown bear suddenly blocked their way, its mouth still chewing on the remains of some unfortunate soul. When it noticed Xia Changming, the earth brown bear revealed its ferocious gaze and howled, baring its long fangs. Wife, take care of Anning for a moment. Xia Changming handed Anning to Su Yueli. Without even waiting for her agreement, he took a step forward. He disappeared in a flash. His figure glided past the earth brown bear, his 2 fingers leaving a silver arc in the air. The earth brown bear was still roaring, but the next moment, its body was suddenly dismembered into pieces following the silver line. A late-stage Grandmaster realm earth brown bear had been killed just like that. Although the Xia family had long known about their family head's strength, they couldn't help but marvel at his swift and elegant actions every time they saw him in action. Su Yueli, on the other hand, had a look of resentment on her face. She had not agreed to anything, yet he just shoved Anning to her. She, a dignified Demon Empress, had been given the role of babysitter. How infuriating! Even though she was unwilling, Su Yueli still drove away all the demon beasts that dared to come close. When a few hyena-like, 2-headed demon beasts showed up, baring their fangs and claws at her, her delicate face turned cold, and she angrily hissed, "Scram!" The 2-headed demon beasts immediately lost their momentum. They cowered, tucking their tails between their legs, fleeing in a panic. Anning beside her looked at Su Yueli with admiration and envy. The Xia family members also shifted their gazes back to Su Yueli, thinking in their hearts, the Demon Empress is even more powerful. She didn't even need to lift a finger, and all the demon beasts ran away. The fighting in the forest didn't last long. In a short while, tranquility returned to the forest. However, the tranquility was no longer filled with spiritual energy and fragrance. Now it was filled with a thick smell of blood. Most of the demon beasts had been killed, and the rest had fled. The cultivators had suffered over 100 casualties, mostly from smaller sects and clans. The 4 great families and the other major sects had almost no casualties. But even so, those small sects had no intention of giving up on entering the secret realm. After another short trek, they finally arrived at the place they had all dreamed of, the secret realm rift. In the narrow crevice of the mountain valley, a void was shattered, resembling a cracked mirror. The vast spiritual energy continuously poured out of this rift. The spiritual energy was the most abundant at the entrance of the secret realm rift. 2 large trees thrived, nourished by the rich spiritual energy. They grew rapidly, their lush branches a vibrant green. They stood tall on either side of the secret realm, forming a gate-like frame. Everyone, we've arrived. The crowd stared at the entrance of the secret realm rift, their eyes burning with desire. Chapter 58. Unsuitable? It's too suitable. Thousands of cultivators gathered before the mountain valley's secret realm, their eyes burning with anticipation, yet no one dared to step forward. It wasn't because they didn't want to, but because the entrance of the secret realm rift was guarded by a natural spiritual energy barrier. Looking at this natural barrier, the crowd was both pleased and frustrated. It was said that when some large secret realms appeared, they often formed a natural barrier at their entrance to prevent wild beasts and demon beasts from intruding. The appearance of a spiritual energy barrier here was sufficient proof that this secret realm was extraordinary. However, if they couldn't get into the secret realm, all the opportunities within would be irrelevant to them. The natural spiritual energy barrier wasn't difficult to break. If the sects and their grandmasters joined forces, they could do so. The issue was that the secret realm rift was delicate and unstable, and if they didn't control their power well, the secret realm might close forever. That would defeat the purpose. Therefore, everyone remained on the mountain valley, unable to do anything, and no one dared to try to break the barrier. Xia Changming only glanced at the barrier once, then leaped before it. Look, someone has gone down. It's the Xia family head, Xia Changming. Does he have a way to break this spiritual energy barrier? The crowd looked at Xia Changming with hope. As a heavenly venerate, Xia Changming might have a way. Xia Changming did have countless ways to break the spiritual energy barrier, but he chose the simplest method. Xia Changming pulled out a serrated dagger with a silver blade and, in front of everyone, easily sliced open a gap in the spiritual energy barrier as if cutting through tofu. The spiritual energy barrier did not shatter. Xia Changming simply tore open an entrance large enough for one person to pass. He actually broke through. What kind of dagger is that? It has such amazing effect. Great, we can go in. The crowd cheered. Su Yueli immediately recognized the dagger in Xia Changming's hand. It was the divine artifact teeter, which he had used to attack Xia Changming on their wedding night. It was a blade that could break through all spiritual energy barriers. That shameless man still hadn't given it back. Xia family head is mighty. Xia family head is powerful. As expected of the Xia family head, you are so accomplished at such a young age. May we ask if we can enter now? The crowd on the mountain valley hyped Xia Changming up, impatiently asking if they could quickly enter the secret realm. After all, every minute and second spent in the secret realm could be an opportunity slipping away. Xia Changming ignored them. Instead, he motioned for Xia Ruobing and Xia Ming to lead the Xia family disciples into the secret realm first. Ruobing, Xia Ming, after you enter the secret realm, have everyone form groups of 5 and move together. Don't go off alone. If you encounter an overwhelming situation, don't fight. Retreat immediately. If you face a life-threatening situation, throw this talisman. Xia Changming instructed Xia Ruobing before they entered the secret realm. He took out a few talismans he had created over the past few days, inscribed with defensive barrier formations, enough to save their lives in crucial moments. He distributed one defensive talisman to each group. Xia Ruobing and Xia Ming nodded. Soon, the Xia family members gradually disappeared into the secret realm rift. The crowd on the mountain valley watched with mounting impatience. But the entrance that Xia Changming had torn open could only allow one person to pass at a time, so there was nothing to do but wait for the Xia family to finish. Xia family head, may we enter now? After the Xia family had all entered the secret realm, the leader of a small sect eagerly asked. This man had previously participated in the outcry against Su Yueli. Xia Changming only gave him a cold glance and ignored him, turning to Xia Yi, "Brother Xia, what are you waiting for?" Xia Yi was stunned for a moment, then thanked him with a bow. "Thank you, Brother Xia." The 100 or so members of the Xia family entered the secret realm one by one, their faces filled with joy. The others looked on with envy. After the Xia family finished entering, Xia Changming selected a few other sects to enter. The disciples of the sects whose names were called by Xia Changming were all smiles, happily hopping and leaping into the secret realm. Being one step ahead was a huge advantage. The other sects gazed at Xia Changming, their eyes practically popping out, looking at him more devotedly than their own wives. They quietly waited for Xia Changming to call their names, screaming in their hearts, "Call me! Please call me!" When another sect entered the secret realm, Xia Changming put away the dagger. The gap in the spiritual energy barrier quickly sealed shut again. "Xia family head. We haven't gone in yet." The crowd outside was agitated, shouting anxiously, "Everyone, please find your own ways." Xia Changming smiled and turned to leave. Those left outside the spiritual energy barrier were the sects who had denounced Su Yueli. Xia Changming had remembered them all. "Xia Changming, what you're doing is not appropriate. Everyone has come from afar. This secret realm should be shared by all. How can you put everyone aside for your own selfish reasons?" At this point, Kai could no longer hold back and stood out to condemn Xia Changming. The crowd echoed his sentiment. "That's right. You're right. What the Kai family head said is exactly right. The secret realm should be shared." The Kai family head's magnanimity is indeed vast, his vision so far-reaching. Xia Changming scoffed and laughed at the crowd. "Not appropriate? It's too appropriate. I'm not as magnanimous as the Kai family head. I am narrow-minded, selfish, and I hold grudges. You are all the ones who just condemned my wife. I remember it all. In the secret realm, you'd better pray you don't run into me." With that, Xia Changming's gaze turned sharp, making everyone's backs run cold. Now, those small sects who couldn't enter the secret realm wanted to slap themselves. Why was their mouth so damn annoying? If they hadn't said that, they might have already been inside. They regretted it so much. While the crowd was feeling helpless, Kai Jia walked slowly to the spiritual energy barrier, placed his pale hand upon it. A ghostly essence surged from his palm, slowly seeping into the spiritual energy barrier, forcing it open with the power of the Yin souls. The Rakshasa Kai family. Their secret method was soul refining and capturing, and their training methods were extremely sinister and bizarre. This was why everyone in the Kai family was pale like ghosts. It was apparent that, soon, the entire spiritual energy barrier would be torn apart by the Yin souls. Xia Changming knew that a mere spiritual energy barrier couldn't stop the Kai and Wang families. It was only a matter of time. Without lingering any longer, Xia Changming decisively entered the secret realm rift. Moments later, the spiritual energy barrier shattered. The crowd, who had already been waiting impatiently, swarmed forward, pouring into the secret realm. The Kai and Wang families remained outside, their expressions calm, not in any hurry at all. Let the Xia and Xia families enter first. What if they stumble upon some immortal fortune? Wang Ming, along with the Wang twins, said to Kai Ying with dissatisfaction. Kai Ying's gaze was sinister as he said with a faint smile, "Don't be impatient, Brother Wang. The immortal fortune inside the secret realm is not so easy to find. What does it matter if they enter first? Besides, even if they find it, they have to live to get out of here." Chapter 59. A Gathering Storm. Outside the secret realm rift, the vast army of cultivators had mostly entered, leaving only a few hundred members of the Kai and Wang families standing outside. Kai Jia, with his hands clasped behind his back, walked with an air of maturity to Kai Ying and Wang Ming, and said calmly, "These baits are just right. The fish have all entered the net. Wang Ming, you must return to the Wang family immediately and lead the rest of the Wang family disciples to eliminate the Xia family first. Afterward, join forces with the first prince and attack the palace, helping the first prince Zhou Zhiga seize the throne. Kai Ying, you must also return to the Kai family immediately, contact Xiahao Yuan and have him prepare. Lead all the forces of the Kai family to attack the Xia family. I will make sure that the Xia and Xia families vanish from Tianzhou without a trace." "Yes, we obey your orders, ancestor." Kai Ying respectfully bowed to Kai Jia. The Kai and Wang family disciples were all shocked. Wasn't Kai Jia Kai Ying's eldest son? Why was Kai Ying so respectful towards Kai Jia, and calling him ancestor. At this point, there was no need to hide anything. The current Kai Jia was no longer Kai Ying's eldest son, but the Kai family's ancestor, Kai Bai. The real Kai Jia had been offered by Kai Ying to their dying ancestor some time ago, so that Kai Bai could transfer his soul. As long as his soul remained, he would be immortal. Kai Bai had transferred his soul countless times to keep the Kai family hidden. However, each soul transfer required a disciple with great talent, a strong cultivation level, and excellent natural gifts as a host body. The previous bodies had been unable to bear his soul and cultivation levels, so he had no choice but to keep changing them. He had finally found a nearly flawless body, Kai Jia. Now he had gradually adapted to this new body, and his cultivation level had returned to its former peak. The appearance of the secret realm was a perfect opportunity, and Kai Bai had decided not to delay any longer. He had secretly spread the news about the secret realm to attract all the nearby cultivators, so he could deal with them all at once. If he could refine the souls of all these people, his cultivation might reach even greater heights. The Tianzhou Dynasty only needed one Kai family. Wang Ming, who had clearly known Kai Jia's true identity, wasn't surprised. He narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "All right, the Xia family is mine. When the time comes, please don't forget your promise, Kai family ancestor. The new emperor of Tianzhou will be the first prince, Zhou Zhiga, and the Kai and Wang families will share the power." "I know," Kai Bai said calmly. Wang Ming then carefully removed the tiger-head golden saber from his waist and, after a moment of hesitation, passed it to Wang Tung. "Tunger, use this sword for now. Have fun with it in the secret realm." Wang Ming's words were practically an open invitation for Wang Tung to start a killing spree. I've been waiting too long." Wang Tung took the tiger-head golden saber, his face filled with excitement and madness. His eyes were burning with a thirst for killing. His mind was filled with the image of Xia Changming. The surrounding people fearfully avoided him, afraid that he might get carried away and kill a few people just for fun. After everything was settled, Wang Ming and Kai Ying turned into streams of light and flew back to Tiandu from the beginning. They had no intention of entering the secret realm. Their presence had been a smokescreen. With Xia Yi, Xuanhuan, and many of the other high-level disciples of the Xia family absent, and Xia Changming and Su Yueli inside the secret realm, the Xia and Xia families were nothing more than lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Even if they did discover what was happening in the secret realm, it would be too late. They would never leave the secret realm alive. "The rest of you, follow me into the secret realm. Remember, kill anyone who is not of the Kai or Wang families. Leave no one alive." Kai Bai's lips curled into a cruel and sinister smile as he headed towards the secret realm rift. Hundreds of Kai and Wang family disciples, their eyes filled with murderous intent, followed behind him, their sharp weapons entering the secret realm. Above Tiandu, dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled. In a magnificent mansion, a man clad in armor, of majestic stature, sat with his eyes closed in the center of the hall. His hands rested on the end of a 3-foot-long blade that was thrust into the ground. The blade gleamed with cold light and blood flowed down its length. Next to the man, a corpse lay on the floor, a hole pierced through its chest. The blood stained the floor red. The dead man's eyes were wide open, full of fear and confusion. Zhou Taiping, even in death, didn't understand why Zhou Zhiga had killed him. On both sides of the hall stood dozens of generals, clad in armor. They were all Zhou Zhiga's trusted followers, quietly waiting for his command. Soon, a guard rushed into the hall from outside the mansion, kneeling on one knee and reporting, "Your Highness, the Wang and Kai family's forces have arrived. They're waiting outside the mansion." Zhou Zhiga's eyes snapped open, as a flash of lightning illuminated the hall. A gleam of light flashed across his dark pupils, and his eyes burned with desire and ambition. "Good. Generals, listen to my command. The old emperor is aged and weak, senile and incompetent, and no longer capable of maintaining the might of Tianzhou. From this moment on, follow me into the palace and ask my father to abdicate." Zhou Zhiga said solemnly, grabbing the blood-stained long knife and slowly walking out of the dark hall. The generals followed behind him. Outside the hall, rain poured, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. A dense army of armored soldiers, clutching sharp weapons, stood in tight formation. An oppressive mass of dark figures, each one of them filled with murderous intent. Inside the palace, Zhou Taiyan stood on the balustrade at the top of the palace, looking out over Tiandu, which was being lashed by a torrential downpour. He had a clear view of everything in the city. When Zhou Tian looked up at the sky, it was already dark with clouds, and the sun was nowhere to be seen. The world is changing, Zhou Tian murmured to himself. A tall, thin old man with a long beard, who was standing next to him, bowed and requested, "Your Majesty, it's cold outside. Please move inside." This man was Zhou Tian's most trusted confidant and his friend, the Prime Minister Lu Wan. Zhou Tian shook his head and said lightly, "I'm not going anywhere. I'll wait here." There was a deeper meaning in his words. "Your Majesty." At that moment, Yu Zhuotian rushed behind Zhou Tian, shouting, "What is it?" Zhou Tian asked calmly. "The first prince has held a banquet at his mansion and killed the second prince. He is now leading several generals towards the palace." Yu Zhuotian was indignant. He never expected Zhou Zhiga to be so cruel in his pursuit of the throne. He even brutally murdered his own half-brother. Now he was leading nearly 10,000 troops, plotting to murder the old emperor. This was an act of the greatest treason. When Zhou Tian heard this, his aged face didn't betray any emotion. Yet in his heart, a sense of desolation arose. He had long suspected that something like this would happen. Zhou Zhiga had been constantly courting the Wang family and bribing the generals of the palace, all for this day, killing his own relatives and seizing the throne. The previous emperors of Tianzhou had all been wise rulers. Why had he given birth to such a beast? How would he face his ancestors in the afterlife? In any case, it was all his fault. It was his failure as a father. He had to end this himself. Tianzhou could not fall under his hands. The reason he sent the 4 great families into the secret realm was also a preparation to take action against Zhou Zhiga, while the Kai and Wang families were absent. Zhou Zhiga had just moved first. "Commander Yu, you must guard this item with your life. This item is more valuable than your life, and even more valuable than my life. You must never let it fall into the hands of others, and personally hand it over to Xuanhuan." Zhou Tian gravely handed Yu Zhuotian a brocade box. This was his decision after much deliberation. Lu Wan looked at the brocade box, thoughtful, and then smiled. He knew what it was. Yu Zhuotian carefully took it and answered resolutely, "Understood. As long as I live, this item is safe." "Good." Zhou Tian waved his sleeves, and his gaze, filled with imperious might, looked out over Tianzhou. He seemed to regain the spirit of an emperor who once ruled over everything. "Commander Yu, listen to my command. I am here. From this moment on, order the palace guards. Anyone who dares to trespass into the palace will be killed without exception." "Yes." From this moment on, Tianzhou was no longer peaceful, and a storm was brewing. Chapter 60. A little display of skill. Inside the secret realm, the sky was a clear blue. The mountain peaks stretched out endlessly. The towering trees were closely connected, forming a vast ocean of forests. The colors of blue and green complemented each other, and the sounds of birds and beasts echoed in the distance. Rich spiritual energy permeated the entire area. Strands of condensed spiritual energy converged and diverged in the air, more dazzling than what was seen in the forest outside the secret realm, like a woven net of spiritual energy covering the entire space. Xia Changming stood on the edge of a cliff, gazing at the breathtaking wonder of nature. It was less of a secret realm, and more like a whole other world. Behind Xia Changming was the entrance of the secret realm. Those who had entered earlier had already disappeared, searching for the opportunities of this place. Only Su Yueli and Xuanhuan were still there, waiting for him. "My dear wife, are you waiting for me?" Xia Changming said with a touch of emotion. Faced with the temptation of the secret realm's opportunities, his wife was still waiting for him. He was so moved that he could have cried. He had not chosen the wrong person. She was truly a good wife. Su Yueli rolled her eyes at Xia Changming, disdainfully pushing Xuanhuan back to his side and said, "I wasn't waiting for you. I was just returning this brat to you." After speaking, Su Yueli gently tapped her feet on the ground, transforming her figure into a stream of light that vanished into the distance. As soon as she entered, she had sensed a calling, a guidance. It was too dangerous for Xuanhuan to follow her. Xia Changming stared blankly as Su Yueli departed, complaining inwardly, "Saihe, all my tenderness for her wasted. Let's go, Anning." Xia Changming took Xuanhuan's small hand and headed in one direction. Not long after Xia Changming left, countless disciples from various sects poured into the secret realm entrance. They didn't linger, stopping only for a few seconds before scattering to seek out the opportunities in the secret realm. The last to enter were the Kai and Wang family forces, each of them holding their magical instruments, their faces filled with murderous intent. Kai Bai stood on the cliff, staring at the endless landscape, a cruel smile on his face. This place would be the graveyard of everyone except the Kai family. Everyone, let's begin. On the other side, Xia Changming hugged Zhou Anning's waist as he quickly moved beneath the giant tree trunks. The trees blocked out the sun, their branches and leaves so thick that they almost completely covered the sky. Only a few rays of sunlight managed to filter through, illuminating the swaying branches and tree shadows. The gentle breeze was pleasant and comfortable, and the feeling of Zhou Anning's small, soft form in his arms was quite something. He never expected the boy's waist to be so slender, like a woman's. He needed more exercise. A man without abs is just not right. He had to make him work out more in this secret realm. Xia Changming thought. Zhou Anning, hanging on Xia Changming's arm, seemed to have discovered a new world as he looked around with wide, curious eyes. He had rarely left the palace, so he found everything new and fascinating. The forest was quiet, except for the rustling leaves in the wind. Suddenly, a black shadow burst from behind a tree trunk. Without any warning, the speed was so fast that it only left behind a blurry afterimage. Its target was Zhou Anning, in Xia Changming's arms. Xia Changming stopped, his gaze turning sharp. He slapped the black shadow right on the head. Scram! The black shadow was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily on the ground. When the dust settled, a yellow-brown leopard appeared. It was about the size of an adult, its mouth revealed saber-like teeth, and its back had thin, cicada-like wings. So it's a cicada-wing leopard, Xia Changming said calmly, staring at the leopard. Cicada-wing leopards usually lie in wait on tree trunks, hiding their presence and pouncing on prey with incredible speed when they find it. They are an extremely rare demon beast and usually only grow to about 4 feet. The one before them was almost 6 feet. Its strength had reached the early stage of the celestial human realm. With its explosive speed, even an ordinary celestial human realm expert would struggle to react. But this time, it had chosen the wrong target. From the start, Xia Changming had noticed this cicada-wing leopard following behind them. His palm strike had hit it right in the head, practically stunning it. The cicada-wing leopard shakily stood up, its limbs unsteady. It was clear that its brain had suffered a significant blow. Anning, remember, always be alert when you're outside, especially in a place full of demon beasts. You can't afford to be careless. The scenery may be beautiful, but it can be deadly. Xia Changming lectured Zhou Anning. If he hadn't taken action, Zhou Anning would have been killed without any chance to react. Zhou Anning looked ashamed and apologized in a low voice. I'm sorry, Uncle Xia. I understand. He had made up his mind to follow, yet he had become so engrossed with the scenery. Xia Changming rubbed Zhou Anning's head, indicating that he didn't have to feel guilty. He wasn't really scolding Zhou Anning. Zhou Anning's strength was only at the celestial spirit realm, for major realms below the celestial human realm. It was normal for him to be unable to react. He was only teaching him how to be a competent cultivator, how to stay vigilant at all times, and respond to sudden crises. After recovering a little, the cicada-wing leopard looked fearfully at Xia Changming, who was standing on a tree branch, then turned and spread its wings, flying away quickly. Xia Changming was surprised. This cicada-wing leopard was quite clever. It not only knew that he was strong, and therefore attacked the person he was holding, but it had also chosen not to fight after seeing that it was no match for him. Anning, if someone wants to kill you and your family, what should you do? Xia Changming asked Zhou Anning slowly, watching the cicada-wing leopard disappear in the distance. Zhou Anning thought for a moment, his eyes gradually becoming firm, and he replied decisively, kill? Very good. Xia Changming nodded approvingly. He joined his 2 fingers, and the spiritual energy around him condensed into several flying swords. Because of the vast spiritual energy in this place, the condensed flying swords were even more powerful and lifelike. If you didn't look closely, you couldn't tell them apart from real swords. Go! As Xia Changming flicked his fingers, the flying swords shot through the air, heading straight for the cicada-wing leopard, a few miles away. The cicada-wing leopard seemed to sense the danger. Turning around, it saw the swords coming, moving as fast as shooting stars. Panicked, it flapped its wings, heading towards the sky. Rise! Xia Changming smiled with disdain and lifted his fingertips slightly. The flying swords drew arcs of light and changed direction, one after another piercing the cicada-wing leopard's body. Roar! The cicada-wing leopard cried in anguish, falling directly from the sky like a hedgehog. Zhou Anning watched in awe. In just a few moments, the cicada-wing leopard, who was too strong for him to defeat, had been effortlessly killed. Xia Changming's proud and indifferent figure was deeply etched into Zhou Anning's heart. Uncle Xia, please teach me how to become a cultivator as powerful as you. Chapter 61. The Transformed Werewolf. The forest was serene and quiet. A waterfall roared and plunged from the heavens, the midday sun reflecting off the water, making it shimmer like a silver curtain. Zhou Anning sat cross-legged on a rock in the middle of the river, holding two large stones with his arms outstretched, his eyes closed, and his mind focused. He concentrated on absorbing the rich, spiritual energy for cultivation, undisturbed by the crashing sound of the waterfall. Although he didn't know why he had to lift two large stones, he did it obediently because Xia Changming had asked him to. This must be part of his training. Xia Changming sat beside the river, flipping over the 10-foot-long fish on a makeshift grill, warming the fish, while occasionally glancing at Zhou Anning, who was meditating. Behind him lay dozens of dead demon beasts. The strong scent of blood occasionally attracted other demon beasts to peer. They could only take a look, because a second glance would mean joining the pile of corpses. 2 days had passed since Zhou Anning had asked him to teach her how to cultivate. These 2 days, Xia Changming had been guiding Zhou Anning step by step on how to cultivate, how to better sense the spiritual energy of the world, and also acting as her sparring partner. This waterfall was the place he had specifically chosen for Zhou Anning to train her focus and sense the spiritual energy of the world. Compared to other places, the spiritual energy here was more abundant. Although Zhou Anning was young, she was very diligent in her training and very smart, learning everything he taught her quickly and humbly asking questions about anything she didn't understand. By now, Zhou Anning was basically able to better regulate her breathing and absorb spiritual energy. Unfortunately, Zhou Anning's natural aptitude was too ordinary. Even with the abundance of spiritual energy in the secret realm, after 2 days of cultivation, she was still stuck at the peak of the celestial spirit realm. During this time, Xia Changming had fed her many treasures and demon beast meat to improve her physique and nourish her body. Anning, the fish is cooked. Come and eat it. After the demon beast jade wave fish was grilled, Xia Changming called to Zhou Anning, who was in the river. Without opening her eyes, Zhou Anning replied softly, Uncle Xia, you eat first. I'll eat later. Xia Changming knew what Zhou Anning was thinking, and he sighed, Anning, you can't rush cultivation. If you focus too much on it, you will inevitably create inner demons, and your cultivation will become difficult to progress. After hearing Xia Changming's words, Zhou Anning slowly opened her eyes. Her dark pupils looked very dim. She obediently stood up and jumped back to Xia Changming's side. I understand, Uncle Xia. Here, eat. Xia Changming handed a piece of grilled fish to Zhou Anning. Zhou Anning took the fish and took a small bite. Although the fish smelled delicious, she had no appetite. Uncle Xia was helping her so much, but she was still struggling to reach even the peak of the celestial spirit realm. She was filled with frustration. Uncle Xia, I'm sorry. Am I giving you trouble? Zhou Anning turned to Xia Changming with guilt. For the 2 days they had been in the secret realm, Xia Changming had been busy taking care of her, unintentionally slowing down his progress compared to others. Xia Changming didn't take it to heart. He rubbed Zhou Anning's head and said with a smile, No, you're not. Just focus on your training, don't think too much. Xia Changming knew their progress was slower, but he wasn't worried. The further they went, the more territorial the demon beasts would be. Most of them were at least in the celestial human realm, which was too much for the average person. The immortal opportunities in the secret realm were not so easy to obtain. Zhou Anning was very grateful. She nodded solemnly and buried her head in the fish. Anning, you're doing well with your breathing and absorbing energy now. After you finish eating, it's time for some training. Xia Changming said, looking at Zhou Anning. Training? All by myself? Zhou Anning pointed at herself, looking incredulous and slightly frightened. In the past 2 days, she had seen Xia Changming kill various demon beasts, which seemed easy, but she knew their strength was very powerful. It was definitely not something she, at the celestial spirit realm, could handle. Seeing the fear on Zhou Anning's face, Xia Changming narrowed his eyes and teased. What, are you scared? Not brave enough. Anning is not afraid. Perhaps provoked by Xia Changming, or eager to prove herself, Zhou Anning nodded with determination. Very good. Later, I want you to go into the forest by yourself. I will not be by your side then. You have to rely on yourself. Do you understand? Xia Changming warned her. A competent cultivator had to experience hardship, just like a sword needed to be forged and tempered. Only by experiencing hardship and fighting could one grow. If she was always under his protection, she would never become a powerful cultivator. Moreover, the experience of fighting and facing life and death could help break through her cultivation bottlenecks. This was very necessary for Xuanhuan. These were all things that his master had done to him, which was usually just throwing him into a pile of demon beasts. But he wouldn't dare to throw Xuanhuan into a pile of demon beasts. Although Xuanhuan felt afraid, she nodded with firm eyes. Anning understands. After Xuanhuan finished eating, she solemnly bowed to Xia Changming, and then lightly stepped over the river and disappeared into the woods. Xia Changming watched until Xuanhuan's figure disappeared, then flashed, appearing in the air above the forest, silently watching the direction that Xuanhuan was heading. Although he wanted Xuanhuan to train, there were no demon beasts below the Grandmaster realm in the secret realm. She was also going in the direction of the depths of the forest where the celestial human realm demon beasts gathered. Any one of them could easily kill her. He needed to find a smarter demon beast for Xuanhuan to train against. He had cleaned all of the demon beasts in the surrounding area, so it was safe for now. He could go ahead and find one for her. Xia Changming transformed into a stream of light and flew quickly to the front of Xuanhuan. As he passed a certain place, he sensed a slightly stronger demon beast aura. Looking around, he realized there were no demon beasts within several miles, all obviously afraid of this aura. Xia Changming followed the aura to the outside of a cave. The entrance of the cave was not hidden at all. The inside was dark and deep, and a cold wind blew out, carrying a strong demon beast smell. Not concealing its aura, it was obviously a local overlord. Xia Changming was too lazy to go in. He stood with his hands behind his back and shouted at the entrance of the cave, "Come out!" His voice echoed through the cave like a booming bell. Soon, a roar came from the depths of the cave, followed by the sound of rapid footsteps. "Who? Which ignorant fool dares to disturb my sweet dreams?" A werewolf, 6 feet tall, with a wolf's face and a human body, his body covered with black fur and powerful muscles, stood up and roared angrily. Its fangs and claws were sharp, its fierce eyes fixed on Xia Changming, with an expression of surprise. A human? It seemed like he had never seen a human before. Xia Changming was also a little surprised when he saw the werewolf. This werewolf-like demon beast could not only speak, but it could also stand upright, and its expressions were very human-like. It was like it had transformed, but not completely. Chapter 62. Will you submit or not? If demon beasts wanted to transform into a human, there were only 3 ways. The first way was by relying on demon bloodline. If both parents were demon beasts who had successfully transformed, then their offspring would be born in a transformed state. The second was by consuming a transformation pill, using the power of the pill to force a transformation. The third was the most difficult, almost impossible, and it relied solely on the demon beast's ability to understand and transform on its own. They did not rely on their bloodline or on pills. The werewolf, who had half failed in his transformation, was clearly the third type. This was the first time Xia Changming had ever seen a demon beast with this kind of half-human, half-demon appearance. He was very interested. Unlike his wife Su Yueli, who showed her fox ears and tail, this one had more demon beast characteristics and could not hide them. It looked very awkward and funny. The werewolf saw the amusement in Xia Changming's eyes, and his anger intensified. It was bad enough that he had disturbed his sweet dreams, but he also dared to laugh at him. The failed transformation was his greatest pain, and he couldn't stand being laughed at. He had never eaten a human before, so he might as well try one. "Human, you'll regret disturbing me." The werewolf opened its mouth wide, brandishing its sharp claws, and pounced towards Xia Changming. Although he didn't know why a human had appeared here, he didn't feel any spiritual energy or pressure from Xia Changming. Killing him should be as easy as turning over his hand, right? Xia Changming remained calm and easily dodged the werewolf's attack. He used his left hand to grab the werewolf's wrist in midair, flipped it over, and slammed it heavily into the ground. Underscore? The werewolf lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. The sky today was exceptionally blue. Wait, he was thrown to the ground by a small human? This was a great humiliation. He, the Wolf King, had been invincible in this area for over 100 years. How could he be defeated by a small human? The werewolf sprang up, his eyes fixed on Xia Changming, his expression angry and serious. That one attack finally made him realize that the human in front of him was not weak. "Human, I acknowledge your strength. You are worthy to be my opponent." The werewolf praised Xia Changming. Xia Changming was a little surprised. He had used a lot of force just now, but the werewolf seemed unfazed. Late-stage celestial human realm strength, could speak, had a strong body, and was more intelligent than most demon beasts. Not bad. He was perfect. What's your name? Do you have a name? Xia Changming asked the werewolf. The werewolf frowned. He had read in books that strong humans usually announced their names when they fought each other to show respect. So, the human before him must have been awed by his power. So, he pointed at himself with his thumb and arrogantly introduced himself. Listen well, I am the Wolf King of this place, Wolf Fong, so that you may know whom you died by. After saying that, Wolf Fong used his claws to write his name on the ground in a crooked scrawl. Then he looked very proud of himself, as if to say, look, I can write. Awesome, right? These were the only 2 characters he knew. He had learned them from a character dictionary he had found in the secret realm. It had taken a lot of effort. He had spent 2.5 years practicing to write those 2 characters. Xia Changming glanced at the messy characters. It was only with great difficulty that he recognized the characters Wolf Fong. He couldn't help but shake his head. He moved his finger lightly, and a branch from the ground flew into his hand. He infused spiritual energy into the branch and wrote Langya on the ground. The werewolf looked puzzled. He couldn't understand it. What is this? The werewolf asked, pointing at the neat and powerful characters on the ground. These characters were just a little bit better than the ones he had written. Xia Changming pointed at the 2 characters on the ground and said, these 2 characters are also pronounced Langya. This is your new name. My new name? Langya curiously looked at the characters, then suddenly he realized something was wrong. He had no right to change his name. He was going to kill him. Why did you change my name? Langya roared angrily. Xia Changming said with a faint smile, because I need a well-behaved sparring partner. Sparring partner? Don't look down on demons. Prepare to die. Upon hearing that, Langya felt insulted. Without hesitation, he lowered his body, using all 4s, and charged towards Xia Changming with great speed. He, Langya, had never bowed to anyone since he was born. Behind Langya, several blurry, phantom-like shadows gradually appeared. It seemed his true form was a shadow wolf. Xia Changming moved his fingers, and dozens of spiritual swords instantly formed around him, turning into streams of light and attacking Langya. Langya kept flashing and jumping between the trees, as if it was flat ground. His speed was incredibly fast. Only a dark phantom remained. This was the first time since entering the secret realm that Xia Changming had encountered a demon beast that was faster than his swords. Ha ha ha, is that all you've got? You can't even touch my butt? Langya mocked him, running and dodging. His laughter was genuine. There were few demons in this place that could talk. It had been a long time since he had talked to someone. Although most demons were intelligent enough to understand what he was saying, they couldn't communicate with him. It was rare to meet someone he could talk to and mock. Suddenly, he felt a little unwilling to eat the human. Maybe he should keep him as a companion? Langya considered it. Xia Changming was amused by his antics. He was clearly being chased and only managed to dodge, and he still had time to mock him, who hadn't moved at all. It seemed that if he wanted to subdue him, he had to get rid of his arrogance first. Xia Changming channeled spiritual energy into his palm, gathering sword energy, and slashed at the direction that Langya was running. A wide, sharp slash of sword energy went straight towards Langya. Langya immediately sensed danger. He stomped the ground and leaped into the air, barely dodging the attack. The fierce sword energy cut down hundreds of huge trees behind him. Whoa! Langya stared blankly, cold sweat forming on his forehead. That was insane. If he had taken that attack, he would be cut in half. Before Langya could recover, dozens of spiritual swords attacked him again. Seeing that he was about to be hit, Langya instantly turned into a dark shadow, and the spiritual swords all passed through the shadow. When the shadow returned to the ground, Langya reappeared in his true form. The spiritual swords behind him changed direction and chased him again. No matter how Langya tried to cut them with his claws or bite them with his teeth, the spiritual swords kept attacking him. Langya, enraged, could only dodge clumsily. He pointed at Xia Changming angrily and accused him. Is that all you can do? Control those little trinkets. Why don't you fight me head-on? Langya just blurted out his anger. Who knew Xia Changming would actually agree? Okay, I'll grant your wish. Xia Changming waved his hand, and all the spiritual swords turned into spiritual energy and disappeared. Langya was overjoyed. He changed direction and charged at Xia Changming, even faster than before. leaving behind only a ghostly shadow. How stupid. If he had continued to control the swords, he might have had a chance to deplete his spiritual energy. But he had actually agreed to give up the swords. That sword energy attack must have been a one-off. He had nothing to fear now. Charge. Faced with the aggressive Langya, Xia Changming smiled. The Dician sword unsheathed from his waist. The sword hummed clearly, its earth-shattering sword intent pointed at the heavens. Langya suddenly stopped, his face turning pale. Sigma, degree to degree, Kawamoji, Winku. That sword intent, that terrifying aura, the sheer power that was radiating from his body. Heavenly Venerate Realm. Oh my god. Today you're lucky. We'll fight another day. Langya turned and ran. So he wants to leave now? Not so easy. Xia Changming held the Dician sword and slashed along the ground. A massive sword energy followed the ground for a long distance, slashing past Langya's side. Langya lay safely in the ditch created by the sword energy, gazing at the edge of it with lingering fear. He had nearly died just now. As Langya was still in shock, the blade of the Dician sword was suddenly resting against his neck. Xia Changming's cold voice came from behind him. Will you submit or not? Chapter 63. He's a demonic beast at the mid-stage of the celestial spirit realm. In the forest, Xuanhuan's petite figure moved through the trees at a steady, unhurried pace. Following Xia Changming's instructions over the past few days, he concealed his presence at all times, leaving no trace, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings for any threats. After parting with Xia Changming and venturing into the forest alone, he realized just how much peace of mind he had when Xia Changming was by his side. Now, alone, he felt helpless and flustered, convinced that demonic beasts lurking everywhere in the forest were ready to pounce on him. Even the slightest rustle of leaves sent Xuanhuan into a state of high alert. He, at the celestial spirit realm, would be certain to meet his end if he encountered a demonic beast at the Grandmaster realm or higher. Little did Xuanhuan know, every demonic beast in this secret realm was at least at the Grandmaster realm. After walking for what felt like a joss stick's time, a startling sword intent emanated from a distant location ahead. The fierce aura was comparable to even the sword intent of Xia Changming, causing him to quickly change direction. It was highly likely some powerful cultivator was engaged in battle, and he was better off staying far away. A stray attack might mean a quick and meaningless death. After changing direction and walking for a while, Xuanhuan's anxiety gradually turned to confusion. It was strange, he thought. How could he have walked so long without encountering a single demonic beast? When he was with Xia Changming, he would occasionally encounter some demonic beasts that seemed to have a death wish. But now that he was alone, where did they all disappear to? Nearby, hidden within the trees, a figure and a demonic beast were secretly observing Xuanhuan's every move. Boss, why are we hiding? Langya asked, looking up at Xia Changming, who was perched above him. Shut up, Xia Changming said. Langya obediently closed his mouth, not daring to utter another sound. After being defeated by Xia Changming, Langya had willingly pledged allegiance to him. After all, he was a peak heavenly human realm cultivator, and being a subordinate to a heavenly venerate realm cultivator didn't seem that shameful. More importantly, Xia Changming had promised him that if he submitted, he would refine a transformation pill for him after they left. That was the one thing he yearned for most. Without a complete transformation, he would remain trapped in this grotesque half-human, half-demon form. And so, he reluctantly accepted Xia Changming as his boss. He then followed him here, secretly observing Xuanhuan, a very weak human. After a long pause, Xia Changming finally said to Langya, I want you to attack him. Upon hearing this, Langya beamed with delight, immediately patting his chest in assurance. No problem, boss. That little shrimp? I could tear him to shreds with one bite. He's not even enough to fill the gap between my teeth. Langya immediately recognized that Xuanhuan was just a peak celestial spirit realm cultivator, and killing him would be easier than killing a chicken. This was the perfect opportunity to show off to Xia Changming. With that, Langya excitedly moved to charge forward. However, Xia Changming's cold words, which came from beside him, froze him in his tracks. I want you to attack him, but I didn't say you could hurt him. If he loses a single hair, I'll break one of your bones. Every word Xia Changming spoke made Langya feel as though ice was piercing his bones, and he couldn't help but shudder. This left Langya both puzzled and unsure of what to do, rooted to the spot in confusion. He was supposed to attack him, but also not allowed to hurt him? What did that even mean? Were humans this strange? Then, am I attacking him or not? Langya felt his brain shut down, and could only ask Xia Changming for clarification. Xia Changming, seeing how dim-witted he was, could only explain, I want you to suppress your cultivation to the celestial spirit realm and attack him. Let him feel the sense of danger, understand? Langya looked completely bewildered. He still didn't understand why he had to specifically lower his cultivation to attack that person, and to make him feel a life-or-death crisis. Wasn't that too difficult? And so much trouble. One slap would finish it, wouldn't it? Xia Changming, seeing Langya's blank expression, did not reply, but instead, impatiently asked, Did you understand? Yes, yes, yes. Langya hastily nodded in fright. Don't hurt him, just scare him, right? I get it. Xia Changming thought carefully for a moment. What he said was correct. He then said, Go. Oh, whoa. This old man's going. Xia Changming. Xia Changming suddenly wondered if he'd made the right choice in taking this creature under his wing. As Xuanhuan walked through the forest, he suddenly heard a wolf howl, and the bushes in front of him began to rustle. Something was charging toward him. A demonic beast? Xuanhuan drew the slender sword from his waist, keeping a wary eye on the front. It was clear that the target was him. He had been discovered. Strangely, after the noise, everything went silent again. Xuanhuan, sword in hand, constantly scanned his surroundings. He had never been so focused. He knew that if he let his guard down even for a moment, he might die here. He could only pray inwardly that the demonic beast wouldn't be too strong. Suddenly, a figure burst out of the trees on his left, 5 sharp claws reaching for him. Xuanhuan raised his sword in front of his face, narrowly blocking the dangerous attack. As he lowered the sword, a beast that was part wolf and part human with black fur all over appeared before him. Oh, whoa. This old man hasn't tasted human meat for a while. You little brat are unlucky today. I'll use you to have some fun. Langya opened his jaws, snarling fiercely at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was shocked. This demonic beast could actually speak, and its appearance was very strange, something he had never seen before. It must be a very powerful demonic beast. Xuanhuan felt afraid and considered how to escape. However, Langya did not hesitate and charged forward again, his sharp claws gleaming with cold light. Xuanhuan focused and skillfully parried every claw strike of Langya's. After a series of exchanges, Xuanhuan became braver and gradually switched from a passive defense to active offense, his confidence soaring. Through combat, he discovered that the Wolfman's strength was only at the early stage celestial spirit realm, nothing to be feared. He could win. Xuanhuan's sword strikes were as swift as the wind, and he displayed his elegant imperial swordsmanship with practiced skill, leaving Langya dodging clumsily. Langya felt frustrated. He, a magnificent wolf king at the peak heavenly human realm, was now reduced to being a sparring partner for a celestial spirit realm kid. He couldn't use his real strength, or he might accidentally kill Xuanhuan. How humiliating. Just then, Xia Changming's voice suddenly came into Langya's mind. Raise your strength to the mid-stage of the celestial spirit realm. To ensure that Langya did not disobey or escape, Xia Changming had left a spiritual sword intent in his spiritual sea. Xia Changming was now using this sword intent to communicate with him from a distance. With Xia Changming's permission, Langya instantly increased his spiritual power to the mid-stage of the celestial spirit realm, his claws swinging even faster. Xuanhuan was shocked, caught off guard, and was forced back a few steps with his sword in defense. He was hiding his strength. He was a demonic beast at the mid-stage of the celestial spirit realm. Chapter 64. What is he afraid of? Xuanhuan quickly adjusted his stance, sword in hand. Although he had overlooked the possibility of Langya hiding his strength, it made him even more focused and serious. Uncle Xia had told him that in battles, things could change in the blink of an eye, and until the very end, anything could happen. So it was necessary to be prepared for every eventuality. He, little brat. Are you scared now that you have seen this old man's power? Langya cackled, licking his claws. I'm going to chop you into 8 pieces, eat you as a snack, and then poop you out. Langya cackled, licking the blood from his claws. He had read through numerous books in this secret realm over the past 100 years. However, he was illiterate and could not read the text and could only look at the pictures. The books seemed to portray demonic beasts in this way. He had acted it out in his cave countless times and had already memorized the lines, waiting for this moment. His acting was perfect. Langya glanced over to a cluster of trees in the distance. It was as though he was telling Xia Changming, "How is my acting?" Xuanhuan frowned slightly. The demonic beast in front of him felt very strange. His strength wasn't anything special, but he liked to talk, like a total chatterbox. While Langya was looking away, Xuanhuan immediately seized the opportunity, taking a step forward, his sword aimed at his throat. Langya clapped his hands together, firmly trapping the sword, the blade stopping only an inch from his neck, yet was unable to penetrate any further. Got you. Langya grinned menacingly. Xuanhuan didn't panic, and using the force of Langya's grip, he leaped to the side and kicked at Langya's head. Langya leaned back 90 degrees, easily avoiding the kick, and then swung Xuanhuan aside with the sword. Xuanhuan landed firmly on the ground, his sword held vertically in front of him, the spiritual power on the blade gradually turning dark purple, arcs of lightning crackling, accompanied by the buzzing of thunder. The Heavenly Palace's Myriad Thunder Sword Art. The Heavenly Palace Myriad Thunder Sword Art was a secret technique passed down through the Tianzhou Dynasty that imbues the blade with the power of lightning. It was said that practicing this swordsmanship required the sword to be bathed in lightning so that they could comprehend the mysteries of lightning. Therefore, it was incredibly difficult to master. It was unexpected that Xuanhuan, at such a young age, had mastered it and was able to wield it with such ease and power. Langya also noticed that the strange purple lightning on Xuanhuan's blade was not easy to deal with, and he extended his claws to stop it. However, Xuanhuan's Heavenly Palace Myriad Thunder Sword Art had already taken form. The moment the blade clashed with Langya's claws, Langya instantly felt a numb, electric shock through his hands. Demonic beasts had an innate fear of thunder and fire. Langya instinctively leaped back. After realizing that the power of the lightning on Xuanhuan's sword was not that potent because of his low realm, Langya breathed a sigh of relief. Geez, he scared me, he muttered. It must be a lingering effect from when I fought the boss. I keep worrying that everyone is secretly much stronger than they look. Langya, increase your strength to the peak celestial spirit realm. Xia Changming's instruction came again in his mind. Langya grinned and quickly increased his own spiritual power to the peak celestial spirit realm. Little brat, now you and I are at the same realm. Let's spar some more. Langya crooked his finger at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's face was grim. He hadn't expected Langya to suddenly increase his realm again. Now, they were both at the peak celestial spirit realm. What was his actual realm? Xuanhuan wondered, no longer daring to hold anything back. The sword crackled with thunder, the power of the lightning raging madly. The power of the thunder surged from the blade into Xuanhuan's hand, and the sword itself seemed to shake, unable to bear the immense power. Xuanhuan bit his lip and did not let go until he reached his limit. Then, with a shout, he unleashed a thunderous sword aura. Heavenly Palace Myriad Thunder Sword Art. Sword as a thunder dragon. The ferocious thunder sword aura transformed into a dazzling thunder dragon, roaring as it charged toward Langya. Langya smiled dismissively and shoved his hands into the dragon's mouth, forcefully tearing it in half. Xuanhuan, after unleashing the attack, was already exhausted of his spiritual energy, leaning on his sword, panting for breath. When he saw the thunder dragon aura he was so proud of ripped apart by Langya, he was completely stunned. How is that possible? Even those at the Hotian realm wouldn't be able to withstand that attack. Aside from some singed fur, Langya was completely unharmed. In fact, ordinary cultivators at the Hotian realm would have been devoured by the thunder dragon, but Langya was not just any cultivator. Even if he only used his cultivation at the peak celestial spirit realm, he would not be harmed in the least. Demonic beasts naturally had strong physiques, and his physical body was truly one in a million. Having been nourished by spiritual power and countless bloody battles with other demonic beasts, his physical body was much stronger than that of an average, heavenly human realm demonic beast. Little brat, is it my turn? Langya grinned at Xuanhuan, who was kneeling on the ground. Xuanhuan felt a great sense of dread, and a life-threatening sense of danger surged through his body. What should he do? He might die. Xuanhuan's mind raced, and he immediately took out a recovery pill to help him restore his spiritual power. His immediate priority was to restore his power as soon as possible. Only with spiritual power could he have any chance. Langya would not let Xuanhuan restore his spiritual power at his leisure, and he leaped high into the air, attacking him from above. Xuanhuan could only use his slender sword to defend his head and desperately hold on. What's wrong, little brat? Are you finished? Ha ha ha, be a good boy and wait for this old man to eat you. Langya cackled gleefully. Xuanhuan was panting, feeling extremely exhausted, but he still clenched his sword tightly. Every attack from Langia was incredibly dangerous. Had he not been quick on his feet, he would have been dead many times over. This strange demonic beast before him, while at the same realm, had extremely rich fighting experience, and his movements were very agile. No matter how skillfully he swung his sword, the demonic beast would easily dodge. This left Xuanhuan extremely disgruntled. Apart from the Thunder Dragon attack, he hadn't even touched him once. If Uncle Xia was here, he would easily defeat this monster. Xuanhuan couldn't help but think, but quickly cast it aside. He couldn't always rely on Xia Changming. Xia Changming let him enter the forest alone to test himself, and he couldn't give up now. Ugly monster, you're not that strong. Haven't you not touched me even once? After exhaling, Xuanhuan mocked Langia. You, ugly monster? Langia's face twitched violently. He was most concerned about people mocking his appearance. In an instant, Langia became enraged and stamped his foot, turning into a black shadow, dashing around Xuanhuan before pouncing at him unexpectedly. Xuanhuan hastily dodged to the side. However, Langia's claws still grazed his arm, creating a long, thin cut in his clothes, and blood flowed out. How fast? He was much faster than before. Xuanhuan barely had enough time to react, instinctively dodging due to the life-or-death crisis. Xuanhuan clutched the wound on his arm in pain, but did not utter a sound. His gaze was locked on Langia, but he saw a very strange sight. Langia was covering his face with his hands, with a terrified expression. Sigma, degree. He looked as though he was scared out of his mind. He kept glancing back at a cluster of trees, desperately explaining himself. This old man didn't do it on purpose. It was an accident. Looking at Langia, who was about to cry, Xuanhuan was very confused. Why was he so scared instead of being happy that he had hurt him? What was he so afraid of? Chapter 65. He will be your subordinate from now on. Seeing Langia's terrified and panicked state, Xuanhuan wasn't about to let such a golden opportunity pass. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, his sword aimed directly at Langia's throat. Clang! A crisp, loud sound echoed through the forest. Xuanhuan's slender sword did indeed strike Langia's throat, but instead of piercing through, it felt as if it had hit solid rock, not budging an inch. The impact jolted him so severely that his hand went numb. Cracks appeared on the slender sword in his grasp, and it shattered into several pieces. Xuanhuan's face went ashen. He finally realized that this beast was beyond anything he could hope to defeat. His sword couldn't even injure Langia, let alone kill it? Uncle Xia, I failed your expectations. Just as Xuanhuan was exhausted and prepared to accept death, he noticed that Langia wasn't attacking him. Instead, its gaze was still fixed on the woods with a terrified look. A familiar figure slowly emerged from the trees. Uncle Xia? Xuanhuan cried out in surprise. How do you feel, Anning? Xia Changming asked with a smile as he approached Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was momentarily stunned. Then he let out a wry smile. Now that it had come to this, how could he not understand what had happened? It had all been a ruse set up by Xia Changming to train him. This explained why Langia was so afraid of hurting him and why there were no other beasts around. It all made sense. Uncle Xia, I lost, Xuanhuan said with a bitter and discouraged tone. No, you did well, Xia Changming said, ruffling Xuanhuan's hair to comfort him. Much better than I expected. He then took out a spiritual energy recovery pill and placed it in Xuanhuan's mouth. He then tended to the wounds on his arms and the burns on his palms caused by the lightning. Receiving Xia Changming's praise, Xuanhuan's expression gradually brightened. Perhaps it was because he was in the presence of the person he trusted the most. But Xuanhuan finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell into Xia Changming's arms, slipping into a deep sleep. You've worked hard, Xia Changming whispered as he picked up Xuanhuan. To have a heavenly spirit realm cultivator like Xuanhuan fight with all his might was indeed quite exhausting. The fact that he had managed to hold on until now had far exceeded Xia Changming's expectations. Xia Changming walked past Langia while carrying Xuanhuan. Langia trembled and moved aside. When it saw that Xia Changming wasn't going to punish him, it cautiously asked, Be big brother. How many bones do I need to break? We'll talk about that later. Just come with me, Xia Changming replied, glancing at Langia before walking straight toward Langia's cave. He hadn't actually intended to punish Langia. Asking him to suppress his cultivation level, avoid injuring Xuanhuan, and also create a sense of crisis was indeed asking too much. Moreover, Xuanhuan was largely unharmed, and he even seemed to have made a breakthrough. Spiritual energy was flowing into his body by itself. This was a sign of an impending breakthrough. That night, the sky of the secret realm was devoid of stars, making the entire forest appear exceptionally dark and still. Xia Changming sat outside the cave entrance next to a lit campfire. Xuanhuan lay peacefully on a grass mat next to him, fast asleep. Nearby, Langya was drooling as he stared at the roasting meat over the campfire, his eyes not even blinking. "Big brother, can I eat it yet?" Langya asked, pointing at the roasting meat and gulping. The aroma of the roasted meat constantly teased his nostrils. The glistening oil from the meat was even more enticing. If Xia Changming hadn't been there, he would have already pounced on it. Xia Changming looked at Langya with a helpless expression. Were all demonic beasts inherently greedy eaters? Seeing that the meat was cooked, Xia Changming finally gave his permission. "Eat." "Hee, then this old master won't hold back." Langya eagerly grabbed the entire skewer of meat, wooden stick and all, and swallowed it in one gulp, savoring it in his mouth. So delicious. This old master has never eaten such delicious meat. So, meat can be this tasty after roasting? Langya carefully savored the taste, and tears of emotion started to flow. For over 100 years, he had never eaten anything so delicious. "Big brother, this old master will follow you from now on," Langya exclaimed, filled with newfound loyalty. All of his previous grievances had long been forgotten. Xia Changming looked at him with disdain and said, "The person you should be following is not me." "Huh?" Langya asked confusedly. At this moment, Xuanhuan, who had been lying on the grass mat, woke up as well. "Do you feel better?" Xia Changming asked with a smile. Xuanhuan blinked his eyes in a daze, slowly regaining his senses. He was surprised to find that his body was not tired at all, but filled with strength. Even the wounds on his body had completely healed. And what surprised him even more was that he had broken through. He had finally succeeded in entering the acquired realm. "Uncle Xia, thank you," Xuanhuan said, bowing respectfully in gratitude. Xia Changming shook his head and replied, "This is the result of your own hard work. You don't have to thank me." Although he said this, Xuanhuan knew that without Xia Changming, he wouldn't have been able to enter the secret realm, much less improve his cultivation so quickly. After sitting down, Xuanhuan noticed that besides himself and Xia Changming, there was another person sitting by the campfire. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that it was Langya, who he had fought with that morning. Xia Changming took the opportunity to introduce them. "Anning, let me introduce you. This is Langya. He'll be your subordinate from now on. I will have him stay by your side to protect you." As soon as Xia Changming finished speaking, Langya protested, roaring, "What? You want this old master to be a bodyguard for this little brat?" "Absolutely not. This old master refuses." "Who did he, Langya, think he was? The king of the beasts in this area. A peak heavenly human realm cultivator to act as a bodyguard for a heavenly spirit realm child." He submitted to Xia Changming because Xia Changming had truly defeated him, and submitting to him wasn't a disgrace. But being a bodyguard for a mere acquired realm kid? He would be a laughingstock. How would he ever face the other demonic beasts again? "I'm not asking for your opinion," Xia Changming said casually after adding a piece of wood to the fire. "If you don't agree, then you'll die." Langya's fur stood on end, and he curled up his head in grievance and said nothing more. Brute force. Pure, undisguised brute force. Xuanhuan carefully sized up Langya, his brow slightly furrowed, and said with distaste, "Uncle Xia, he's so ugly. And he doesn't seem to be much stronger than Anning." Every word Xuanhuan said stabbed like a dagger into Langya's heart. Being called ugly was bad enough, but to have his strength belittled. Xia Changming chuckled helplessly. It seemed that Xuanhuan still thought Langya was just a strange demonic beast at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. "Don't underestimate him. He's actually a peak heavenly human realm cultivator," Xia Changming explained to Langya's defense. "In the Tianzhou Dynasty, there aren't many who could match him." Langya snorted, his nose held high. "So, this old master is actually pretty strong after all." "Oh, 3. Xuanhuan's small eyes widened in shock as he looked at Langya. The demonic beast he had been fighting was actually a peak heavenly human realm cultivator. "Uncle Xia, is Anning really fit to accept him?" Xuanhuan asked. A peak heavenly human realm cultivator was a rare find that even major sects lacked. Yet Xia Changming was so casually handing him over. Xuanhuan wanted to refuse. He had already received too much from Xia Changming. Even though Langya was ugly, he also really needed a powerful protector to help him guard the Tianzhou Dynasty. Xia Changming saw the longing in Xuanhuan's eyes and chuckled. He will be your subordinate from now on. Chapter 66. How dare you provoke him? In the dense forest, two figures moved swiftly between the trees. They were none other than Xia Changming and Xuanhuan. To better train Xuanhuan, Xia Changming generally maintained a certain speed and let him follow behind, rather than carrying him, unless there was a specific reason. Xuanhuan didn't complain. Instead, he trained even harder, trying his best to keep up with Xia Changming's pace. As for Langia, he was no longer in his half-human, half-demon form. Instead, he had transformed into a small, jet-black wolf that now perched on Xuanhuan's shoulder. When Langia transformed in front of Xuanhuan, it made his eyes light up. The ugly werewolf had suddenly turned into an adorable puppy. He had even made an exception, letting Langia ride on his shoulder. Xia Changming was also surprised when he saw Langia could become so small. So does that mean my wife can too? I should have her try it when we get back. Boss, where are we headed? Langia asked sleepily, yawning while perched on Xuanhuan's shoulder. That volcano, Xia Changming said, looking at a crimson peak in the distance. Fire was one of the purest elements of heaven and earth, embodying the flames of life and the essence of rebirth. In places where spiritual energy was abundant, a volcano would invariably be accompanied by a fire-type treasure or a fire-attributed spirit herb. When Langia heard that Xia Changming was going to that blazing mountain, his face showed a trace of fear. Boss, a fire phoenix lives there, and she has a terrible temper. Recently, she seems to have eaten something bad. If I get too close, she tries to burn me. All the better, Xia Changming said with a smile. If the fire phoenix was so wary of others, it meant that a treasure was likely born there, which had made her so defensive. What realm is that fire phoenix? Xia Changming asked. Her realm seems to be in the mid-stage of the heavenly human realm? Langia said sheepishly, scratching his head. Xia Changming gave him a look of disdain. You're a peak heavenly human realm beast about to transform, and yet you're afraid of a fire phoenix in the mid-stage of the heavenly human realm? Feeling looked down upon, Langia quickly defended himself. It's just that her fire is particularly effective against me. Besides, I haven't actually fought her seriously. I bet I could take her down in 3 moves. Xia Changming didn't respond, simply listening to him boast. Suddenly, Xia Changming's expression tightened. He raised his hand, signaling Xuanhuan to stop, while he walked ahead to investigate. Lying on the ground were the bodies of a man and a woman. Their attire indicated they were disciples of a certain sect. In a secret realm, which was filled with dangerous demonic beasts, casualties were not surprising. One could only feel a sense of pity for their poor luck in not obtaining immortal fate. But upon closer inspection, he discovered that their bodies were intact. There were no bite marks or claw marks. Instead, they each had a ghastly sword wound in their chest, one even being impaled through the heart. Both of their faces were contorted in terror, and tears still lingered in the woman's eyes. Someone else did this. Xia Changming frowned deeply. He wondered how the others in the Xia family were doing. And what about Su Yueli? He didn't need to worry about her too much. No one in this secret realm, except him, would be able to touch her. Or perhaps he should be concerned about the safety of others, since Su Yueli has no one to restrain her now. At this moment, Langia jumped off Xuanhuan's shoulder and hopped over to Xia Changming's side. He looked at the 2 corpses, smacking his lips and saying, Who are these 2 unlucky fellows? Why don't we eat them while they are still fresh? Let's not waste them. Xia Changming gave Langia a cold glare and, with a wave of his hand, used earth manipulation to bury the corpses on the spot. Langia didn't dare mention eating people again and muttered in a low voice, If you don't want to, you don't have to. I was just here to remind you, boss, that someone's coming. Do you want me to take care of them? No need. I happen to have some questions for them. Xia Changming said with a cold glint in his eyes, looking ahead. He also sensed that many people were surrounding them, with their murderous intent undisguised. Langia shook his head, secretly feeling sympathy for those people. With his boss personally intervening, they were doomed. Not long after, several cultivators, filled with hostility, surrounded Xia Changming and Xuanhuan. They all wielded weapons, had fierce expressions, and emanated a strong sense of bloodthirstiness, clearly indicating that they had killed many people. More idiots courting death. Hand over all your valuables and spiritual rings. If I'm in a good mood, I might let you die quickly. A man with a scarred face said, pointing his large blade at Xia Changming with an arrogant command. He couldn't feel any aura from Xia Changming. However, The young boy behind him seemed to have only an acquired realm cultivation level, putting him at ease. Xia Changming also looked very young, almost like a teenager. He assumed the two must be in a master-disciple relationship, and their cultivation levels couldn't be too high. Seeing that the other party didn't recognize him, Xia Changming couldn't help but smile. Big brother, I'll take the man. I want that little boy behind him. A skinny man with shifty eyes and a scrawny figure stepped forward from behind the scarred man. He held two serrated bone blades in his hands, his greedy gaze fixed on Xuanhuan, licking his lips. Xuanhuan immediately frowned, feeling goosebumps all over his body and extreme discomfort. For a moment, he felt like his whole being was seen through, causing a chilling sensation. Ha ha ha, second brother, you still like playing with the young ones. All right, he's yours. I'll take the older one. The scarred man laughed, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Xia Changming, greedily licking his own lips as well. It had been a long time since he'd seen such a handsome young man. Who are you? Xia Changming asked coldly. From their attire, he couldn't tell which sect they belonged to. The scarred man laughed maniacally and said, Remember this, kid. We are the notorious evil ghost duo, renowned throughout the eastern continent. I am Meng Sha, and my second brother is Kusha. Today, you'll die knowing who we are. Meng Sha, Kusha. Xia Changming pondered for a moment before finally recalling the pair. The evil ghost duo, known for their infamy, although possessing considerable cultivation, they always engaged in arson, killing, and looting other small sections. They were cruel and merciless. They had even slaughtered hundreds from one sect, not even sparing the children. Their wicked deeds were absolutely heinous. Who told you to lie in wait here? Xia Changming's tone grew even colder than before. The evil ghost duo always acted alone. The fact that they were ambushing other people with so many men clearly indicated that someone was behind this. Meng Sha frowned. He was very annoyed with Xia Changming's interrogative tone, as well as his indifferent, arrogant, and invincible demeanor. He was the one doing the hunting here, so why did this guy dare to be so arrogant? Amongst Meng Sha's team, one man, upon seeing Xia Changming, had been gaping, his whole body trembling, as if he had seen a ghost. He wanted to speak, but fear and anxiety prevented him from saying anything. He could only tug at Meng Sha's sleeve. Meng Sha turned around impatiently and roared, Ding Rishan, what the hell are you doing? Pulling on me. Can't you see that we're handling things? Be careful or I'll kill you. This man was none other than Ding Rishan, who had encountered Xia Changming outside of Tianzhou previously. Meng Sha and Kusha arrived later and didn't know Xia Changming, but he knew. How dare you provoke him? Ding Rishan pointed at Xia Changming and stammered, He is from the Xia family. The family head, Xia Changming. Chapter 67. If I'm arrogant, what then? After hearing Ding Rishan's words, Meng Sha and his group were stunned into a terrifying silence. This was Xia Changming, the one who was rumored to have already stepped into the heavenly venerable realm and who had crippled the second young master of the Kai family with a single disagreement. Meng Sha felt a shiver run down his spine and cursed Ding Rishan internally. Damn you, why didn't you say so earlier? If he had known it was Xia Changming, he wouldn't have even taken a look. Although extremely flustered, Meng Sha still tried to maintain a facade of composure, forcing a fawning smile and saying, So it's the Xia family head. A misunderstanding. We're just a few people who were ordered by the Kai family to remain here. We didn't know it was you, family head Xia. We apologize for any offense caused. Meng Sha's attitude had completely changed. His face, once a mask of ferocity, was now filled with obsequiousness. I actually preferred the way you looked before, more arrogant and imposing, Xia Changming said with a slight smile. Hee, how could I dare? That was just a way to scare people, Meng Sha said with a flattering smile. He could hear the sarcasm in Xia Changming's words, but at this moment, he could only swallow his anger and keep his rage bottled up. They were no match for a heavenly venerable realm cultivator. Once he left, he would report Xia Changming's whereabouts to the Kai and Wang families. Those two families would surely send people to hunt him down. Tell me, what did the Kai family have you guarding here for? Xia Changming continued to press. Meng Sha looked troubled and replied, I can't say. Xia Changming narrowed his eyes, his expression cold and aloof. If you can't say, then die. Choose, die now or die after you tell me. From the start, Xia Changming had never intended to let Meng Sha and Kusha's group go. Meng Sha's face showed alarm. He had never expected Xia Changming to be so unreasonable. He had no intention of letting them live, no matter what. He already had a belly full of anger, so if that was the case, there was no need to hold back any longer. Mengsha yelled angrily at Xia Changming. Xia Changming, I gave you a bit of respect, but don't be too arrogant. If I am arrogant, what then? Xia Changming said coldly, his killing intent surging. The Emperor Immortal sword was immediately unsheathed, and he slashed down with his sword. The sword light was as swift as a meteor, the silver light coming down with overwhelming force. Mengsha had no time to escape, forced to block with his greatsword. The sword light, with unstoppable momentum, instantly sliced through Mengsha's weapon, and with a look of regret and fear, slashed him in half. Mengsha's body was split in two, leaving a thin, long gash behind. Kusha had jumped away in the first instant, barely avoiding the sword energy, his heart filled with terror. He was well aware of Mengsha's strength. Yet Mengsha, at the early stage of the heavenly human realm, had been cut down with a single strike. When Xia Changming's cold gaze shifted to him, Kusha felt as if he was plunged into an ice cave, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Xia Changming, you can't kill me. We've already pledged allegiance to the Kai family, and we're part of them now. If you kill me, it's the same as killing a member of the Kai family. In this moment of crisis, Kusha didn't care about anything and blurted out whatever he could. Xia Changming smiled coldly. He used the resonance sword technique with his Emperor Immortal sword, the blade turning into silver arrows that pierced Kusha's body. The piercing sword energy instantly shredded Kusha, leaving him unable to even utter a cry before he was cut down. It's precisely because you are part of the Kai family that I won't let you live. The others, upon seeing Mengsha and Kusha cut down so easily, no longer hesitated and activated their full spiritual energy, scattering in all directions to escape. Scatter and run. Quickly report to the Kai family that Xia Changming is here. Xia Changming didn't chase after them. Instead, he said to Langya behind him, don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all. You can eat them all. All right, boss. Langya was extremely excited. His small body transformed into a black blur and darted out. He had wanted to make his move earlier. He had been waiting for Xia Changming's order for a long time. You ants, die at the hands of this old master. Ha ha ha. With the flash of Langya's black silhouette, screams soon echoed from all directions. What is this thing? Don't come near me. It's a wolf. It's a shadow wolf, ugh. The last person was torn apart by Langya before he could finish his sentence. Mengsha's group was completely annihilated, leaving only one person standing in place, not having moved a single inch. Langya's ghostly figure appeared behind Ding Rishan, his claws pressing onto his crown, as he leaned close and said in a low voice, there's still one left. Boss, do I kill this one too? When Ding Rishan heard this, he immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Don't kill me. The third miss of the Kai family had Mengsha and his group guarding this place to claim the immortal abode they discovered on that blazing mountain. That's why she ordered to kill anyone who approached the area. Immortal abode? Hearing this, Xia Changming's face showed a rare hint of interest. The so-called immortal abode was the site where a heavenly venerable had ascended, a dream immortal opportunity for countless cultivators. It was very likely that the inheritance of the venerable was left inside. No wonder Kaiji was so determined to prevent anyone else from getting close. He was determined to go there now. Having received an unexpected reward, Xia Changming couldn't help but smile knowingly. He looked at Ding Rishan again, considering what he should do with him. He certainly was sensible. Kill him? This guy was the first one to call out, saying that he wouldn't submit to him. Knowing that his life was now hanging in the balance, Ding Rishan started weeping and wailing, Family head Xia, please spare me. Since entering the secret realm, I haven't killed a single person. I really don't know Mengsha and his group. I'm just a passerby. If you don't know them, why did you join the Kai family? Xia Changming questioned. Ding Rishan quickly explained, I just happened to see that the Kai family was recruiting rogue cultivators, so I went along to get free spiritual stones. I never actually do any work. I've never given the Kai family a single ounce of effort. Really? I swear on the way of heaven, every word I've said is true. If there is even a half-lie, may heaven's tribulation strike me, and may I die a miserable death. Ding Rishan said, raising his arm to swear. Xia Changming had never seen anyone so righteously justify their laziness. He examined Ding Rishan carefully and found that he indeed had no sense of bloodthirstiness. Combined with his cowardly and fearful demeanor and his low cultivation level, it didn't seem like he was lying. After contemplating for a moment, Xia Changming decided to spare his life. As for whether he would survive leaving this secret realm, that was up to fate. I'll spare your life. Quickly leave the Kai family. Otherwise, I'll kill you the next time I see you. Yes, yes, yes. Ding Rishan quickly nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to leave, he turned to Xia Changming and asked tentatively, well, family head Xia, does the Xia family recruit people? Xia Changming. Xia Changming's face darkened. He wanted to kick Ding Rishan away. How could he have the audacity to recommend himself to the Xia family? Seeing that Xia Changming's expression had turned grim, Ding Rishan didn't dare ask any further and weakly prepared to leave. Before leaving, Ding Rishan reminded Xia Changming, oh, right. Family head Xia, the Kai and Wang families have ordered everyone except for themselves to be killed. I know. If you can make it out alive, come to the Xia family. Xia Changming promised Ding Rishan. He had already guessed this. However, since Ding Rishan had gone out of his way to warn him, he didn't seem too bad, so he could have him stay in the Xia family to assist in various tasks. Ding Rishan nodded repeatedly in gratitude and happily turned to leave. He already had plans. If Xia Changming left the secret realm alive, he would go to the Xia family. After Ding Rishan left, Xia Changming looked at the blazing mountain with a deep gaze. Chapter 68. The Fire Phoenix's Egg. On the blazing mountain, a phoenix cry, filled with rage, reverberated through the sky, as endless flames surged and billowed. Fifth Elder, Sixth Elder, quickly capture that beast for me. A woman with a charming figure and revealing attire was forced back by a wave of flames, and cried out with a frosty expression. Her large, snow-white chest heaved up and down, surging like stormy waves. This woman was none other than the third daughter of the Kai family, Wang Tian's fiancée, Kaiji. While chasing after others on command, she had stumbled upon this blazing mountain and discovered an abandoned immortal abode. Overjoyed, she was about to explore it when a fire phoenix in the middle stage of the heavenly human realm suddenly appeared, blocking her from entering the immortal abode. With such a close opportunity at immortal fate, how could Kaiji be willing to give up? Furious, she immediately summoned 2 early heavenly human realm elders from the Kai family, as well as many disciples and rogue cultivators that had pledged allegiance to the Kai family, vowing to kill the fire phoenix. To prevent others from discovering the immortal opportunity, Kaiji also ordered a part of her force to remain outside, killing any cultivators who came close to the area. She had initially thought it would be a sure victory and that she would soon obtain the immortal opportunity she had longed for. However, she had been stuck here for several hours. She hadn't even entered the immortal abode, and her losses had already exceeded half. Soul-binding chain. Kaiyin shouted sternly. He threw out a ghostly soul hook, which latched onto the fire phoenix's wing. The fire phoenix, circling in the air, let out a mournful cry and flapped its wings, flying higher. You beast! Come down now. On the other side, Kylie also threw out his soul hook, latching onto the fire phoenix's other wing. The Kai family's soul-binding chains could ignore the physical body and target the soul directly. The more one struggled, the more the chains would tear at the soul, causing unbearable pain. Kaiyin and Kylie held tightly to their chains and pulled with all their might. The fire phoenix was unable to withstand the pain and was forcefully dragged down from the sky. Well done, elders. That damned beast dared to burn my face and prevent me from finding the immortal opportunity. I will skin her alive and hang her soul on a tree. Kaiji said with a sinister expression, gritting her teeth. Then her expression changed, and she pleaded softly with the others, everyone. Whoever can kill this fire phoenix will be handsomely rewarded by the Kai family. I will be forever grateful. We are willing to serve Miss Kai. Enticed by the promise of riches and her beauty, the crowd attacked the fire phoenix, which was restrained on the ground. Countless weapons and magic treasures struck the fire phoenix's body. The phoenix's cries were filled with grief and sorrow, but she still refused to give up the fight. With a burst of flames, she turned several more people into ash. Kaiji, hiding in the distance, watched with a face full of rage. She internally cursed the group of useless people. It was just a fire bird. Yet they were all acting so cautiously, delaying her for so long. Further away behind Kaiji, Xia Changming and his group were watching the fierce battle from afar. The fire phoenix was already at its limit and wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. However, Xia Changming couldn't understand why this fire phoenix wouldn't choose to flee, even when faced with so many enemies. Instead, it was fighting to the death. Normally, even if a valuable spirit herb were to appear, once a demonic beast sensed danger, it would still choose to give up. Especially the higher the cultivation level and intelligence, the more the beast valued its own life. But this fire phoenix was willing to die rather than leave, which was truly incomprehensible. What could make the fire phoenix fight so desperately meant the immortal abode might have some connection to her. It could very well be a guardian pet raised by a heavenly venerable. Or was there another reason? A new guess formed in Xia Changming's mind. Boss, that firebird looks like it can't hold on much longer. Should we go in? Langya asked eagerly, perched on Xuanhuan's shoulder. Whenever there was a fight, he would become excited. Besides eating, he also enjoyed fighting. Xia Changming shook his head and said, "No, let them fight. The immortal abode is far more important." After speaking, Xia Changming, with Xuanhuan, concealed their aura and silently bypassed the battle, making their way into the volcano's opening on the other side. No one, including the fire phoenix, noticed them. Upon entering the cave, Xia Changming immediately noticed a nest made of blazing crystal. Resting in the nest was a delicate and small phoenix egg. The phoenix egg was bright red, with a rough and grainy surface covered in dense red veins, making it appear extremely beautiful. Now, Xia Changming knew why the fire phoenix would rather die than leave. She was likely not guarding the immortal abode, but protecting her offspring. She was fulfilling the role of a mother. Unfortunately, the egg's inner core was too weak, and it would likely not be able to hatch. The result was disheartening. Langya leaned closer to the egg, his eyes gleaming, and asked Xia Changming, "Boss, can I roast this egg and eat it?" Xia Changming. Without saying a word, Xia Changming hit Langya on the head. All he knew was eating. Besides, who roasts a phoenix egg? Phoenix eggs needed to be born in places with concentrated fire energy to absorb its power. How could they be afraid of being roasted? Even Xuanhuan glared at Langya and reached out to gently stroke the phoenix egg, his eyes sparkling. "Anning, let's go. This phoenix egg isn't going to make it," Xia Changming said. As he was about to leave, Xuanhuan suddenly called out from behind, "Uncle Xia, is it really not going to live?" Xuanhuan gazed at the phoenix egg with pity, seeming to remember herself. She and the phoenix egg were quite similar. Her parents were brutally murdered trying to protect her, leaving her alone, as if she might die at any time. Seeing the hope in Xuanhuan's eyes, Xia Changming could only smile helplessly and say, "All right, since you like it, then take it with you. Remember to also bring the blazing crystals from the nest. They're the nutrients that the phoenix egg absorbs to sustain itself and are absolutely necessary. They should be able to help it survive a little longer." "Thank you, Uncle Xia. I knew you would find a way," Xuanhuan said with a joyful smile. She quickly put the phoenix egg and the blazing crystals into her spiritual ring. Xia Changming smiled slightly. "Oh well, as long as the child is happy." Although ordinary fire phoenixes could only reach the peak of the heavenly human realm, it wouldn't be bad to have it as a pet for Xuanhuan in the future. However, saving the phoenix egg wouldn't be easy. After leaving the secret realm, he would have to trouble that person for help. But he did pluck her feathers when they were on the mountain. Whether she would agree to help him was hard to say. "Uncle Xia, am I causing you trouble?" Xuanhuan asked guiltily, seeing Xia Changming looking thoughtful. Xia Changming had already taken good care of her and was very considerate, but she seemed to be a little too willful. Xia Changming habitually patted Xuanhuan's head and said with a smile, "It's fine. It's just a small matter, no trouble at all. Let's go take a look at this legendary immortal abode." "Okay." Xuanhuan obediently nodded. Beyond the fire phoenix's nest, a heavy and ancient stone door was firmly sealed. Beyond that door was the immortal opportunity that countless cultivators yearned for. Chapter 69. Legendary Immortal Abode, Phoenix Flame Feather Sword. Xia Changming slowly approached the entrance of the immortal abode. As he was about to reach the stone door, he suddenly frowned, noticing that the scenery on either side of the ground was completely different and rather incongruous. One side was covered in dust and broken stones, while the other was completely clean and spotless, with a clear dividing line separating the two. Too strange. Xia Changming immediately pulled Xuanhuan to a halt. "Uncle Xia, what's wrong?" Xuanhuan asked, tilting his head in confusion. Xia Changming gently raised his finger, levitating a piece of rubble from the ground, and threw it towards the stone door. The rubble flew out, but before it could even touch the stone door, it melted and disappeared in midair. A faint, almost transparent red barrier appeared before their eyes. Spiritual energy flowed on the crimson barrier, and even though no temperature was felt, it could melt anything that came into contact with it, as if it were searing lava. Seeing this, Xuanhuan felt a lingering fear. If Xia Changming hadn't stopped him, he would have run straight into it. Xia Changming approached and carefully observed the barrier that encased the immortal abode like a red furnace, marveling at the power of the ancient immortal venerables. There were probably very few people in the current world who could create such a barrier. If the immortal venerable in this abode were still alive, even he would find it difficult to break this barrier. Fortunately, the original creator was gone, and the barrier had weakened over thousands of years. Breaking this barrier wouldn't be hard, but since the entrance was located inside a volcano, along the cliff's edge, if he were to forcefully break it, the cave might collapse. That would be a problem. If the cave collapsed and everything fell into the lava below, the opportunity for immortal fate would be lost. As Xia Changming was contemplating how to gently break through this barrier, he suddenly thought of the artifact, tear, he had confiscated from Su Yueli. This dagger was specialized in cutting through spiritual energy barriers. If it could cut through the secret realm's spiritual energy barrier, then perhaps it could also cut through this red furnace barrier? With that in mind, Xia Changming decisively took out the dagger and tried. As he had expected, the dagger easily pierced through the barrier. Xia Changming's face brightened, but he quickly noticed that as he slowly cut downwards, the blade of the dagger was also slowly melting. After successfully tearing open an opening in the barrier, the spiritual energy of the barrier surged chaotically, and the entire barrier instantly dissipated. And the dagger in Xia Changming's hand was completely melted, leaving only the handle. What a shame, that dagger was quite useful. I quite liked it. I'll just ask my wife for another one later. After casually discarding the handle, Xia Changming pulled Xuanhuan towards the stone door. Without the red furnace barrier, there were no more obstacles. Slowly pushing open the stone door, accompanied by a buzzing sound, Xia Changming finally saw the legendary immortal abode. There were no bright and flashy decorations, nor were there any dazzling elixirs or magical artifacts. All that was present was a small, simple stone room with bare rock walls. A small flame provided illumination in the stone room. The flame, though small, seemed to burn eternally, illuminating the entire room. On a stone bed directly in front of them, lay a clean and translucent skeletal remains of an immortal. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the skeletal frame was delicate and slender. It wore a bright red flowing gown. It was most likely the skeletal remains of a female immortal venerable. Her breastbone was completely shattered, and the bones in her left arm were also fractured to varying degrees. It appeared that she had suffered serious injuries and fled here before her demise. In the end, she was unable to reverse her fate and lay in this stone bed as she passed from this world. Before she died, the female immortal venerable had seemingly carved something on the wall with her right hand. Was it a final message? Xia Changming moved closer to look and saw a few large, elegant words carved on the wall. This old lady is not convinced. Xia Changming. It seemed this predecessor was also quite the character. Her last words before death were so straightforward. Boss, there's nothing here, Langya said, scampering around the stone room, sniffing at everything, and not finding anything hidden. Xuanhuan also searched carefully, and also came up empty-handed. Xia Changming shook his head with a smile, pointing to the red jade spiritual ring on the skeletal remain's right ring finger and said, "Don't bother looking. The entire immortal opportunity of this abode is right in front of us. Predecessor, please forgive me for disturbing you." With that, Xia Changming reached out and took the red jade spiritual ring from the skeleton's hand. He probed it with his divine sense, and his eyes widened as he suddenly leaned back. A burst of searing flames erupted from the spiritual ring, sweeping past Xia Changming's face. Phoenix True Flame. The flames burned endlessly, capable of scorching anything, even the soul. Although the ring had no bindings, the female immortal venerable had left a Phoenix True Flame hidden within it. Anyone who dared to peer into it, even slightly careless, would have their soul and body incinerated by the Phoenix True Flame. Xia Changming was very familiar with this flame. This predecessor was truly cautious. Uncle Xia, boss, are you all right? Xuanhuan and Langya hurriedly approached, asking with concern. I'm fine, Xia Changming said, signaling that he was all right. He probed it again with his divine sense, and everything within the spiritual ring was now clear. He thought that an immortal venerable's relics would be piled high with magical artifacts and elixirs, but the vast spiritual ring only contained a few spiritual stones and a single, hovering crimson immortal sword. The immortal sword was slender and exquisite, not longer than 3 feet. It was a mix of crimson and white, and adorned with feathers that shimmered with phoenix flames. This was an immortal artifact. At the end of the sword hilt, the words Phoenix Flame Feather Sword were inscribed. A fine sword. Xia Changming tried to touch the immortal sword, causing it to hum, and burst forth with phoenix flames, as fire feathers flew in all directions. The Emperor Immortal Sword seemed to sense this, and it began to hum and vibrate within its sheath. Its sharp sword intent blossomed and solidified, merging into the red jade spiritual ring. Langia was startled by the sudden development. He had already witnessed the power of the Emperor Immortal Sword and hurriedly hid behind Xuanhuan. Within the spiritual ring, Xia Changming didn't make a move. When the Phoenix Flame Feather Sword attacked him, the Emperor Immortal Sword, formed from his condensed sword intent, came forth, suppressing the Phoenix Flame Feather Sword under its blade. Quite the fierce-tempered immortal sword, Xia Changming said, praising the Phoenix Flame Feather Sword as it continued to struggle. Rarely had any sword been able to resist the suppression of the Emperor Immortal Sword. Immortal swords have sentience. It seemed that unless he gained the recognition of the Phoenix Flame Feather Sword, it would not obey him. And in order to gain the recognition of the Phoenix Flame Feather Sword, he might need to obtain the inheritance of the Immortal Venerable within the Immortal Abode. Immortal Venerable inheritances were usually passed down together with the immortal sword they owned. The two were inseparable. Just like his master's peerless sword art inheritance, which was similarly passed down through the Emperor Immortal Sword. Ordinary immortal swords would have a very hard time executing the sword techniques of the peerless sword art. However, Xia Changming carefully examined every corner of the spiritual ring and could not find any books or scrolls containing the secret methods of inheritance. Did this immortal venerable not want to leave behind her inheritance and instead destroy it all? Xia Changming wondered, puzzled. Boss, something's wrong. He suddenly heard Langia's exclamation outside of his divine sense, and not thinking more, Xia Changming hastily withdrew his divine sense from the red jade spiritual ring. As soon as he exited his divine sense, he saw that Xuanhuan had fainted, fallen beside the stone bed, his arm being tightly grasped by the skeletal remains. Chapter 70. Phoenix Flame Immortal Venerable Song Yinshin. Little brat. Langia shouted anxiously from the side and opened his sharp claws, about to pounce forward and tear the immortal venerable's bones into pieces. Xia Changming grabbed Langia by the scruff of his neck and pulled him back. Boss, the little brat has fainted, Langia explained, flailing his limbs in midair as he was being suspended. This old master wasn't paying attention, and this little brat walked by himself to that skeleton. And as soon as he touched the skeleton, he suddenly fainted. It really wasn't this old master's fault, Langia said, curling his head in fear, afraid that Xia Changming would blame him. All right, I know. It's not your fault. Xia Changming dropped Langia on the ground, walked over to Xuanhuan, gently touched his forehead with a fingertip, closed his eyes, and probed him with his divine sense. Soon, Xia Changming opened his eyes again. His divine sense couldn't enter, as if something was blocking him, and Xuanhuan's divine sense had also become immersed in another place. How is it, boss? Can the little brat be saved? Langia asked, looking up at Xia Changming. Without hesitating, Xia Changming knocked Langia on the head and said, Anning's aura is stable, and his body is fine. How could anything be wrong? In fact, it's a good thing. Langia was confused and looked puzzled. Xia Changming watched Xuanhuan quietly with a smile. This was a rare and invaluable immortal opportunity for Xuanhuan. It would all depend on whether he could seize it. Where's this place? Where's Uncle Xia? Where's the little black dog? Xuanhuan stood on an immortal peak, gazing blankly at the unfamiliar world. Immortal mist swirled around the peaks, with several fire phoenixes soaring and crying in the distant sky. Don't worry, little girl, this is my divine sense space. It was I who called you here. Suddenly, the space before Xuanhuan distorted and blurred, and a woman wearing a bright red flame-patterned gown stepped out of the void. The woman had 3 crimson fire feathers between her eyebrows and bright red eyeshadow at the corners of her eyes, resembling flames. She looked extremely beautiful. Xuanhuan recalled hearing the woman's call in her mind, and how her body had suddenly moved toward the stone bed. After touching the skeletal remains on the stone bed, she had lost consciousness and then woken up here. It seemed this woman was the master of the skeletal remains, the former immortal venerable. Thinking this, Xuanhuan quickly cupped her hands respectfully and said, Greetings, immortal venerable predecessor. Why do you know that I am a woman, predecessor? Xuanhuan asked in confusion. Her voice was now different from before, as clear and melodious as the song of a nightingale. Now that her identity had been exposed, there was no longer a need to hide behind a disguise. However, she was puzzled. She had been hiding her true gender so deeply, even disguising her voice and adopting a male persona and mannerisms for years. Even Xia Changming, who was with her day and night these past few days, had not detected it, but the woman before her had seen right through her. Could it be that the immortal venerable could discern someone's gender with a single glance? The woman chuckled softly and explained, "Those who are called by my phoenix flame, heavenly heart art, are inevitably pure women who have yet to experience the affairs of the world. So why wouldn't I know?" Hearing this, Xuanhuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "So that was it. May I ask why you summoned me here, predecessor?" Xuanhuan quickly regained her composure and asked again. The woman straightened her expression and slowly began, "Ahem, I am." Halfway through her sentence, the woman suddenly abandoned her dignified and imposing demeanor, behaving casually, saying, "Ah, this is such a pain. I can't pretend anymore. I can't take it. My name is Song Yinxing. I am the nth generation sect master of the Phoenix Flame Heavenly Sect. Anyway, we've already been wiped out." After who knew how long, she had finally encountered a living person who could connect with her. Song Yinxing had originally wanted to maintain her dignity as an immortal venerable and leave a good impression. However, she had never acted dignified before and always been spoiled and headstrong. So how would she know how to act like an immortal venerable? Besides, she hadn't been an immortal venerable for long and had always been following behind others. So, pretending to be an immortal venerable was too much for her. She could only imitate the demeanor of the immortal venerables that she had seen before, and only for a little while. And that was it. She couldn't keep it up any longer. The sudden shift in Song Yinxing's demeanor caught Xuanhuan completely off guard. Where was the elegant and beautiful older sister, with the imposing aura of an immortal venerable? Before Xuanhuan could recover from her shock, Song Yinxing gently raised her slender finger, and Xuanhuan's entire body involuntarily floated up in front of Song Yinxing. Song Yinxing examined Xuanhuan from head to toe with her red eyes, her eyebrows furrowing more and more. Xuanhuan didn't dare to speak, and didn't dare to even breathe. After a long while, Song Yinxing finally sighed deeply and gently lowered Xuanhuan to the ground. "Ah, it is so rare to encounter someone who can resonate with me, but your bone structure and talent are so ordinary. Your realm is only at the early stage of the acquired realm. Has the cultivation talent of today's world really fallen to this level?" Song Yinxing asked, concerned. If the cultivation of the people of this world was so low, wouldn't that mean the human race was in danger? Xuanhuan bowed her head in shame and replied, "Reporting to the immortal venerable, that is not the case. It is simply that my talents are dull, and I am the one who is so inadequate." Hearing this, Song Yinxing's face became contemplative, and she silently scanned Xuanhuan up and down, her face alternating between confusion and agitation. Finally, she spoke asking, "Little girl, let me ask you a question. If there comes a day when the world is plunged into chaos and endless conflict, when the world itself is in turmoil, what will you do?" Song Yinxing stared at Xuanhuan, her gaze sharp and solemn, waiting for her reply. Xuanhuan replied without hesitation, her face determined and resolute, "At that time, I will don my armor and wield my sword, standing in the front lines to protect my loved ones and bring peace back to the world, ensuring that the nations live in peace and the world will be free from conflict." "And what if you die?" Song Yinxing asked sternly, raising her eyebrows. Xuanhuan still didn't hesitate, replying resolutely, "Then I'll die." "Ha ha ha ha. Good. I like you, little girl." Hearing Xuanhuan's impassioned and unwavering reply, Song Yinxing laughed with satisfaction. It had been a long time since she had felt this happy. This little girl, although her talents were poor, had something very similar to herself. She liked her very much. Moreover, it was rare to encounter a woman who could resonate with her phoenix flame, heavenly heart art. Time waited for no one. Perhaps it should be her. She would give this little girl a helping hand. Song Yinxing looked at Xuanhuan and asked with a smile, "Little girl, let me ask you, would you be willing to call me your teacher?" Chapter 71. Tempering Bone and Marrow Essence. To become an immortal venerable's disciple? Xuanhuan stood there in stunned disbelief. This was something she hadn't even dared to dream of. To be accepted as a disciple by an immortal venerable was something that countless cultivators sought after their entire lives. Realizing that this might be her only chance at an immortal opportunity in this life, Xuanhuan did not hesitate. She immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Disciple greets master. Ha ha ha, good. I, Song Yinshin, finally have a disciple too. Those fools all said that I could never find a disciple. What do they have to say now? Ha ha ha. Song Yinshin completely disregarded her image as an immortal venerable and laughed loudly, her hands on her hips. However, her laughter gradually faded away. Song Yinshin's face became dim, and her expression revealed an indescribable sadness. Master? Seeing her reaction, Xuanhuan asked with concern. Song Yinshin waved her hand, indicating that she was fine. She wanted to call out to her little disciple, but realized that she didn't even know her name yet. What kind of a master was this? Little girl, no. Should I be calling you my disciple? Ah, what a pain. Anyway, I don't even know what your name is yet. Her immortal venerable master was truly unique. Xuanhuan, both amused and helpless, replied, Master, my name is Xuanhuan. Good, then I will call you Anning from now on, Song Yinshin immediately decided. Master can address Anning however she pleases. Anning, I ask you, what year is it now according to the immortal demon calendar? Song Yinshin asked after pondering for a moment, her brows furrowed. Xuanhuan thought for a moment and answered seriously, Master, the immortal demon calendar is no longer in use. It is now the 775th year of the Tianzhou calendar. Ah, Song Yinshin asked, confused. She then asked, how long ago was the battle between the immortal, demon, and spirit races? Over 1,000 years have passed. 1,000 years. I've unknowingly been asleep for so long. Hearing this, Song Yinshin couldn't help but lament the passage of time. She continued to ask, then, what is the current situation of the world? The world is divided into 9 provinces and 10 lands. The eastern continent where I reside borders the demonic territory. Although we have constant disputes with the demonic race, the human and demonic races have now reconciled, and there are no more battles. I do not know the situation in other regions, but I haven't heard of any conflicts or chaos either. Xuanhuan tried to tell Song Yinshin as much as possible, but she had lived in the royal palace for many years and never left the eastern continent. She could only tell Song Yinshin about the eastern continent and the demonic race. Song Yinshin appeared thoughtful. When she learned that the human and demonic races had reconciled and were living in harmony, her beautiful eyes widened, and she exclaimed in surprise, Ah, the human and demonic races have reconciled? Is it true? You better not be lying to me, my disciple. Song Yinshin tried to put on a bit of her immortal venerable facade, but she couldn't project any sense of authority. Xuanhuan smiled and said, How would I dare deceive you, master? The human and demonic races are now intermarrying, and there is no more conflict on the borders. It's all thanks to Uncle Xia. He was the one who stormed the demonic palace and captured the heart of the demonic empress. When she spoke about Xia Changming, Xuanhuan's eyes were filled with admiration, and her face involuntarily wore a bright smile. Oh, human and demonic intermarriage? That is indeed rare. Song Yinshin's beautiful eyes flickered. It was the first time she had heard of a human and a demon marrying and ingeniously resolving the conflict between the two races. She was very curious. If there was an opportunity, she really wanted to hear the details of this incredible tale. But now, there was a more pressing issue to address. What about the demon race? Song Yinshin asked. As soon as the demon race was mentioned, her brows furrowed. Her pretty face turned cold, and her body radiated a chilling, killing intent. The endless pressure poured out like a flood. Although it wasn't directed at Xuanhuan was still affected by the pressure. She fell to the ground on all fours, sweating profusely and panting. Ah, sorry. I forgot that your cultivation level is low. Song Yinshin covered her mouth and apologized hastily, flicking a flame towards Xuanhuan. The flame was orange-red, with a radiant core. Strangely, it gave off no heat. Rather, it felt like a vibrant flame of life. As soon as the flame entered Xuanhuan's body, a warm and comforting sensation washed over her, and the discomfort vanished. Thank you, Master, Xuanhuan said, grateful after recovering. She continued, the demon race that Master speaks of, I have not seen. According to historical records, after the battle between the immortal, demon, and spirit races 1,000 years ago, the demon race disappeared from the world. There has been no trace of them for the past 1,000 years. Disappeared? Song Yinshin first looked surprised, but then, as if she had remembered something, she suddenly laughed with excitement. Ha ha ha, excellent. That damned demon race has finally been driven away. Xuanhuan had never seen the demon race and didn't know why Song Yinshin was so happy, but she could sense that Song Yinshin's laughter was filled with genuine joy. Anning, I have only one request for you. If the demon race appears again in the future, kill every single one of them. Leave none alive. When she had finished laughing, Song Yinshin's face hardened, and she spoke through gritted teeth, filled with murderous intent. Xuanhuan didn't know why Song Yinshin hated the demon race so much, but she solemnly agreed, yes, master. Song Yinshin was her master, so her master's enemies were her enemies. Song Yinshin nodded, satisfied. The passage of 1,000 years had caused many people to forget the existence of the demon race, but she would never forget. Suddenly, Song Yinshin's gaze turned towards the horizon of the divine sense world. She frowned and said, it seems someone is coming from the outside. Xuanhuan suddenly realized that she didn't know how long she had been inside, so she quickly asked, Master, can I go back for a moment? Uncle Xia would be very worried if he saw me suddenly faint. No need to worry, he knows you're with me, Song Yinshin replied indifferently. But she harbored deep doubts in her heart. She could sense Xia Changming, but she couldn't perceive his cultivation level. She could only feel that his whole body seemed to be enveloped by sword intent, making it blurry and unclear. If she tried to perceive it further, her divine sense would be injured by the sword intent. This feeling was very similar to someone she had met before, but she couldn't remember who it was. Anyway, it seemed to be a very powerful figure, so she didn't dare to act rashly. It was perfect that Xia Changming was outside protecting her. She could use this time to pass down her inheritance secret method to Xuanhuan. Anning, come here, Song Yinshin called out to Xuanhuan softly. Xuanhuan didn't dare to delay, and walked slowly to Song Yinshin. Song Yinshin grabbed Xuanhuan's wrist. Just like in the divine sense world, her skeletal remains were grabbing Xuanhuan's wrist. In an instant, a massive surge of searing spiritual energy flowed through her arm and into Xuanhuan's body. Her skin cracked open, blood flowed, and her body was racked with a bone-chilling pain as if her marrow was being extracted. Xuanhuan clenched her teeth, not allowing herself to cry out. Her body was completely drenched in sweat. If Song Yinshin hadn't wrapped her whole body in the flame of life, she would have already exploded and died. Anning, hold on. Your talents are too ordinary, so I am tempering your bone and marrow essence with my immortal bones. You must endure. Otherwise, it would all be in vain. Chapter 72, Transformation. Inside the stone room, Xia Changming was sitting cross-legged, resting with his eyes closed. His hands gently stroked the blade of the Emperor Immortal Sword, which lay across his legs. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Xia Changming abruptly opened his eyes and looked at Xuanhuan, who was still lying on the stone bed. He saw a faint, crimson dust-like aura surrounding her body. Her tender skin was flushed red, and her flesh seemed to become translucent, revealing her spiritual bones, which were covered in red spirit threads, slowly spreading upwards. Tempering bone and marrow essence. Xia Changming's eyes widened in shock, but then he smiled. It seemed that Anning's luck was good. She had actually obtained this immortal venerable's inheritance and approval. This immortal venerable was also generous, as she was willing to strip away the spiritual essence of her own immortal bones to temper Xuanhuan's bone and marrow essence. Looking at the translucent white jade immortal skeletal remains on the stone bed slowly fading and losing its light, Xia Changming felt a sense of admiration. Damaging one's own immortal bone marrow essence would harm one's own foundations. Even if they had the chance to reshape their body, it would be difficult to regain the immortal venerable level. Xuanhuan's hand tightly grasped Song Yinshin's skeletal remains. Her face was flushed, sweat streamed down her forehead, her brows furrowed as she clenched her teeth. It looked like she was enduring all kinds of agonizing pain. Soon after, long cuts appeared on Xuanhuan's arm, and blood began to flow. B-Boss, what's wrong with the little brat? Why is he suddenly bleeding everywhere? Manga asked curiously, poking his head out from the side. After sensing that Xia Changming wasn't going to blame him, Manga had laid down on the side and fallen asleep. He was curious about the smell of blood and came over. Xia Changming placed a hand on Manga's head, pushing him back and said sternly, "Don't make a sound." "Okay," Manga said, sulking on the ground. Xia Changming didn't have time to pay attention to Manga. Xuanhuan was at the most critical moment. If she couldn't bear the pain of the tempering, she would explode and die. Then, the immortal venerable's remaining spiritual marrow from her immortal bone would all go to waste. More and more wounds were appearing on Xuanhuan's body, blood soaking her clothes. Xia Changming decisively placed his hand on her crown. Since you have obtained such a rare immortal opportunity and the immortal venerable's inheritance, let me help you. Uncle Xia is here for you, for a reason. Instantly, strands of sharp sword intent flowed from the palm of his hand, protecting Xuanhuan and suppressing the turbulent fire spirit essence within her. Another gentle and vast stream of spiritual energy, like the warm sunshine of spring, slowly poured into Xuanhuan's body, flowing through her meridians, seeping into every inch of her skin and bone, pacifying the wild spirit essence that was rushing through her body. Xuanhuan's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. Now, he would just have to wait for her to slowly complete her immortal bone marrow cleansing and complete her transformation. After passing 2 defensive streams of spiritual power, Xia Changming slowly moved his hand and looked outside the stone room. The cries of the fire phoenix were no longer audible. Dozens of footsteps were quickly approaching. They arrived a bit sooner than he expected, but it was all the same. Time returned to the earlier point. Inside the divine sense world, Song Yinxin watched Xuanhuan, who was gritting her teeth and struggling to hold on, her expression extremely solemn and tense. Xuanhuan's body was covered in blood, and her delicate body was trembling, clearly on the verge of collapse. It was all her fault. She had been too hasty and had rashly tempered her bone and marrow essence. Song Yinxin was filled with self-blame. She had thought that she could protect Xuanhuan with the power of her phoenix flame heart fire, but she had underestimated the power of her immortal bone and marrow essence. If they continued the tempering process, Xuanhuan would collapse in less than half a quarter of an hour. Should she give up? Song Yinxin thought reluctantly. If she chose to give up now, then everything that she had done would be for naught. Her remaining immortal bone marrow essence wouldn't be enough to temper Xuanhuan's bones and marrow a second time. Even if Xuanhuan were to obtain her inheritance, she would have a hard time achieving success in the future. After much deliberation, Song Yinxin sighed in her heart. Whatever, let it be. Life was of the utmost importance. She didn't want to kill her disciple, whom she had just taken in. Just as Song Yinxin was about to let go, Xuanhuan instead grabbed Song Yinxin's arm. Master, I'm fine, Xuanhuan said stubbornly, with bloodshot eyes. Such a brave child. This is what her good disciple should be like. Song Yinxin looked at Xuanhuan, her heart filled with satisfaction. She did not let go. She urged her phoenix flame heart fire to heal Xuanhuan's wounds as much as possible, easing her pain. After all, the pain she felt in the divine sense world was real, and Xuanhuan outside of the divine sense world must have been injured. At this moment, Xuanhuan's body suddenly released streams of sword intent, which encircled her body, suppressing her turbulent fire spirit essence. Song Yinxin's eyes widened in disbelief. The sword intent was incredibly pure and sharp. Before Song Yinxin could recover from her shock, another stream of warm, fluid-like spiritual power poured into Xuanhuan's body, flowing through all her meridians, nourishing and repairing her bone and marrow. Where did such a vast, rich spiritual spring come from? One shock after another. Uncle Xia. It's Uncle Xia. Suddenly feeling comfortable, Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, and she cried out happily. She immediately recognized who the familiar, warm, spiritual energy belonged to. Other than Xia Changming, no one else could do that. Xia Changming. Song Yinxin muttered to herself. She etched this name into her heart. To have such a sharp sword aura and such a masterful command of spiritual power, this person was definitely not ordinary. With Xia Changming's 2 protective auras, Song Yinxin's tempering process became much smoother. Xuanhuan's face returned to normal, and she calmly felt the warm changes taking place within her body. Soon, the red spiritual energy in Xuanhuan's bones manifested externally. The red spiritual energy was like thin threads covering her entire body and face, making her jade bones shine with an ethereal light. The tempering of her immortal bone marrow essence was complete. The Xuanhuan of this moment was no longer that ordinary, unremarkable little girl, but an individual with the rare talent of immortal bone marrow essence. She had achieved true transformation. Although she couldn't compare with Xia Changming's natural immortal talent and jade bone, Xuanhuan's talent now far surpassed that of countless cultivators. Thank you, Master, Xuanhuan said, looking down at her pure white jade hands with surprise. She expressed her thanks to Song Yinxin. It was truly not easy to hold on. It is also thanks to your Uncle Xia. If he hadn't stepped in, you wouldn't have been able to endure this, Song Yinxin said with a smile of satisfaction. He must be very good to you, right? Uncle Xia is very good to Anning. He is the second most important person in the world to Anning. Xuanhuan said solemnly. That is good. Knowing that Xuanhuan and that man were close, Song Yinxin also felt relieved. With that man around, she could also rest at ease. Anning, you have completed your bone and marrow essence tempering. In the future, your cultivation will be like 1,000 miles per day. I have already transmitted the secret methods of the Phoenix Flame Heavenly Heart Art into your spiritual sea. Remember to cultivate diligently. My immortal artifact has been left inside my spiritual ring. I will give it to you as well. There is a dangerous Phoenix Flame secret technique inside the spiritual ring. You have my Phoenix Flame Heavenly Heart Art, so you will be all right. Song Yinxin gave many instructions all at once, just like how her grandfather Zhou Tian had done before they had parted. This made Xuanhuan suddenly panic. Master, are you leaving? Xuanhuan subconsciously reached out and grabbed Song Yinxin's clothes. Song Yinxin was stunned. Then, with a joyful expression, she patted Xuanhuan's head and said, Who said I was leaving? I'm just a bit tired and need to sleep for a while. Anning, don't worry. I will be here watching over you at all times. Song Yinxin tapped Xuanhuan's forehead. Her remaining divine soul transformed into starlight, seeping into Xuanhuan's forehead and becoming a fire seed enveloped in the Phoenix Flame Heart Fire. Master, Xuanhuan murmured gratefully. She knew that Song Yinxin's rest was because of tempering her marrow and damaging her immortal bones. Her heart was filled with gratitude for Song Yinxin. For the sake of her master, she would definitely rebuild the Phoenix Flame Heavenly Sect in the future. Chapter 73. Little me will agree to anything you ask. Damn beast. Wasting so much of my precious time. Just you wait until I obtain the immortal legacy. I'll come back and tear you limb from limb and extract your very soul. Kaiji's face was grim as she nimbly scaled the volcanic rock cliffs, her curses echoing through the air. Behind her trailed a large group of Kai family disciples, along with various unaffiliated cultivators they had recently recruited. Kai Yin and Kai Li, two Kai family elders, flanked Kai Ji, keeping pace with her. Soon, they located the immortal abode entrance, perched high upon a cliff face. Third Miss, the immortal abode is just over there, Kai Yin said, pointing toward the entrance. Hearing this, Kai Ji's face brightened, her mood soaring. She quickened her steps. Many thanks to both elders for your assistance. You two have toiled greatly and have been indispensable. When we return to the Kai family, I will personally ask the old ancestor to commend your efforts. Thank you, Third Miss. Kai Yin and Kai Li responded in unison, their faces filled with delight. Kai Ji was the most beloved of Kai Bai's descendants. They knew that they could never hope to obtain the immortal legacy themselves, but if Kai Ji were to put in a good word for them in front of the old ancestor, even a small guidance from him would satisfy them. Kai Ji giggled softly and turned to the large group following her, offering a seductive smile. I must also thank you all for your invaluable assistance. I will most certainly repay you handsomely when we return. As she spoke, Kai Ji, whether intentionally or not, thrust out her proud, snowy peaks. The white waves of her chest sent a jolt through the hearts of those behind her. Rumors about the Kai family's third miss had always circulated in Heavenly Capital, claiming she was extremely promiscuous and had ambiguous relationships with many cultivators. Now it seemed those rumors were true. The crowd stared without blinking, their hearts filled with a mixture of desire and delight. As Kai Ji turned back around, the smile on her face deepened, but now it was a mocking, manipulative one. Men are so easy to fool, she thought. I'll just kill them all after I'm done playing with them. Third Miss, look. The stone door of the immortal abode has opened. Just as Kai Ji was fantasizing about how she would toy with those following her, Kai Yan's anxious voice interrupted her thoughts. Annoyed, Kai Ji focused her attention and realized that the immortal abode's stone door was indeed open. It had been tightly sealed when they had scouted the area earlier. Someone had gotten there first. Hurry! I won't let this shameless thief leave alive. How dare they try to steal my immortal legacy? Kai Ji's teeth ground together as she angrily ordered everyone to surround the immortal abode entrance. Shameless villain! Get out here and face your death. Kai Ji roared from outside the entrance. Slowly, a figure and a beast emerged from the cave. When they saw who it was, the crowd was shocked. The shameless villain you speak of wouldn't be me, would it? Xia Changming said with a smile. Kai Ji was speechless, her face turning ugly. She never expected that it would be Xia Changming. What were those evil and withered guards doing? How could they let him pass without any warning? I'm going to skin them alive. She cursed internally. Third miss, rumors say that Xia Changming is a heavenly venerate realm expert. We are no match for him. The old ancestor said that if we encounter him, we shouldn't engage in battle. He will deal with him personally. Kai Yin said quietly in Kai Ji's ear, his expression grave. Kai Li also whispered his agreement. That's right. While he doesn't know about our attack on the Xia family, we should leave. Kai Ji furrowed her brow, her face dark as night. She had gone to great lengths to defeat the Fire Phoenix guarding the Immortal Abode entrance, only to have her efforts benefit someone else. To watch the immortal legacy that she was about to grasp slip away was unacceptable. After a moment's contemplation, Kai Ji ignored Kai Yin and Kai Li's suggestions. She turned to Xia Changming, her voice soft and gentle, filled with girlish sweetness. I've long heard of Master Xia's handsome appearance and extraordinary cultivation. To have finally met you today is truly a blessing in my life. With your strength, surely you won't have any problem obtaining another immortal legacy within this secret realm. Little me, on the other hand, has put so much effort into finding this place. It has been so difficult. Could you possibly concede this immortal legacy to me, Master Xia? As she finished speaking, tears welled up in Kai Ji's eyes, her face adopting a pitiful and frail appearance, as if on the verge of weeping. Cry. Aren't you going to cry? Why don't you cry? Do you need my help? Xia Changming stood with his hands behind his back, urging Kai Ji on. She had put on such a show, her face contorted as if she was about to cry, but not a single tear had dropped. He was almost tempted to help her out. Xia Changming's words stunned everyone in attendance. What? Did this guy not have any compassion? How could he be so insensitive to such a beautiful woman? Everyone inwardly condemned Xia Changming for his lack of chivalry. Kaiji was also taken aback. This was the first time someone had ever said this to her. She stood there dumbly, the tears she had struggled to conjure receding back into her eyes. Her face twitched slightly as she forced a smile and said, Master Xia is so funny. Inside, she was already thinking about how she would flay him, pull out his tendons, extract his soul, and refine it. Elder Kai Yin, secretly release a soul bug and send the news to the others. Tell them to come quickly to provide support. Now. Kai Ji commanded with a mental whisper to Kai Yin. She would absolutely not give up on this immortal legacy. Kai Yin was about to try to dissuade her again, but the ferocious look in her eyes made him obediently comply. He moved his hand behind his back and a small, mosquito-like insect flew out of his sleeve, disappearing into the sky. Having made the necessary preparations, Kai Ji feigned innocence and asked Xia Changming, how can I convince Master Xia to give this immortal legacy to me? You're too late. The immortal legacy already has an owner, Xia Changming responded with a smile. Hearing that the immortal legacy already had an owner, Kai Ji's face changed drastically. She hurriedly peered behind Xia Changming. There, on a stone bed, Xuanhuan lay, her arm tightly intertwined with an immortal skeleton. A crimson aura surrounded her, her aura like an immortal. Could it be? Was she receiving an immortal's legacy? Kai Ji was shocked and subconsciously took a step forward to stop Xuanhuan. But a chilling, killing intent pierced her heart, forcing her to retreat. She had a premonition that if she took even one more step, she would die. But to watch the immortal legacy that should have been hers taken by someone else, she was unwilling. The people behind her always boasted about how powerful they were, but at this critical moment, they couldn't even muster a fart. If their prowess on the bed was only half as good as their bragging, she wouldn't be so disgusted with them. In the end, she had to rely on herself. After taking a deep breath, Kai Ji put on a seductive smile and swayed her hips as she walked towards Xia Changming. Her voluptuous figure was mesmerizing, her eyes filled with a captivating allure. Every move she made was designed to seduce. She stopped in front of Xia Changming, her fingertips slowly gliding across his chest. She exhaled warm, fragrant breath near his ear and purred in a bewitching voice, Master Xia, if you'd give this immortal legacy to Little Me will agree to anything you ask. Chapter 74, You'll do anything, right? While Xuanhuan was still in the midst of receiving the immortal legacy, Kai Ji wanted to try and seduce Xia Changming, in the hopes of persuading him to relinquish the inheritance to her. Kai Ji was extremely confident in her looks and figure. As long as she wanted, there was no man who wouldn't fall at her feet. Even a decrepit old man. She could get him going. Master Xia, what do you say? Kai Ji had circled Xia Changming, her hips swaying seductively, before stopping in front of him, gazing at him with seductive eyes. Just as she was about to lean her full, proud figure against his, she found herself falling through thin air. stumbling and nearly falling on the floor. Xia Changming had sidestepped her, looking at Kai Ji with a mocking smile. Miss Kai, if I recall correctly, you're currently betrothed to the eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Tian, are you not? Won't your dear Wang brother be displeased if you do this? He was bored anyway, so why not play along with this group from the Kai family? A smile played at the corners of Kai Ji's lips, and she continued to sway her sensual hips as she approached Xia Changming again, giggling seductively. He little me is indeed betrothed to that Wang Tian. But so what? As long as I don't tell and you don't tell, who else would know? What do you say, Master Xia? As she spoke, Kai Ji intentionally lowered her body, revealing a vast expanse of white flesh, the alluring depths of her cleavage seemingly bottomless, exuding an intense temptation. She had heard that Xia Changming was only 26, in the prime of his life. She didn't believe that she couldn't win him over. Just as Kai Ji was about to lean her body against him again, Xia Changming decisively dodged. If I'd been touched by that, the damage could have been substantial, he thought. Don't misunderstand. He was referring to the thick smell of Kai Ji's makeup. If he got it on him, it would be difficult to explain to his wife. That little girl was rather jealous. Kai Ji was perplexed, having missed a second time. Did Xia Changming really have no feelings for her? Was he impotent? Or was that Demon Empress truly so captivating that he couldn't see any other woman? Kai Ji couldn't help but wonder. Having never failed before, Kai Ji had suffered 2 consecutive setbacks with Xia Changming. This only deepened her resolve to seduce him. She refused to believe she would lose to that Demon Empress. Master Xia, why do you reject me? Let us join in pleasure, a night of passion and ecstasy. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Kai Ji said with a look of yearning. Anyone else would have agreed without hesitation. Sadly for her, while Kai Ji was indeed well endowed and knew how to tempt men, she was exactly the type of woman Xia Changming disliked the most. Xia Changming moved closer to Kai Ji, his expression a mix of a smile and a smirk as he said to her, "You said you'd agree to anything, right?" Kai Ji was overjoyed to see Xia Changming get closer, and she responded softly, "Of course. As long as Master Xia desires, you can play with, mold and twist Jier as you please." "Excellent," Xia Changming said, laughing heartily. Kai Ji sneered inwardly. She thought that Xia Changming was some virtuous gentleman, but in the end, he still couldn't resist her charms. Just recently she had learned a technique from the old ancestor that allowed her to absorb a man's yang essence, enriching her own spiritual power and enhancing her cultivation. She could use Xia Changming as a test subject. With Xia Changming's cultivation at the heavenly venerate realm, his yang essence would undoubtedly be delicious and valuable. A heavenly venerate's yang essence. This was a rare opportunity. She would squeeze him dry. She would eat him up and leave nothing behind. Then I'll make my request now. You'll do anything, right? Xia Changming said, leaning in close to her face. Kai Ji feigned a blush and replied bashfully, "Brother Xia, this is not the place, is it? Why don't we go inside the cave? Jier will be at your disposal." Even the unrestrained Kai Ji felt a little shy with dozens of people watching. Xia Changming smiled slightly and said adamantly, "No, right here. I want everyone to watch." Kai Ji's eyes widened in shock, completely caught off guard by Xia Changming's directness. He was going to do that with her in front of everyone. It was a complete 180 from when he rejected her. After a brief hesitation, Kai Ji gave a seductive smile. If Xia Changming wasn't afraid, then she, Kai Ji, was even less so. She could always kill them all later. Just as Kai Ji was about to loosen her clothes, Xia Changming suddenly said, "Why are you taking off your clothes? I don't remember asking you to do that." Huh. Kai Ji was stunned by the reprimand. Did he like it when they didn't take off their clothes? Well, whatever, it was all the same to her. "Oh, I see. Brother Xia likes it that way. Then I'll do as Brother Xia desires." Kai Ji moved closer to Xia Changming again, lightly lifting the hem of her skirt. This is a little too daring. The crowd behind her watched with intense longing, wishing they could replace Xia Changming. Langya also squatted on the side, observing with curiosity. Why did that woman keep trying to get so close to his boss? She had less clothes on her body than he had hair, but that white, soft flesh did look rather delicious. Just as Kai Ji was anticipating Xia Changming's next move, she felt a thick book being thrust into her arms. Before she could process what was happening, Xia Changming had pushed her away, his face wrinkled in disgust. Kai Ji was puzzled. She looked down at the book, reading the title aloud. How to Become an Accomplished Lady, A Guide to Female Etiquette in 108 Parts. "This is what I want you to do," Xia Changming explained leisurely. Didn't you promise that you would do anything I asked? I want you to recite this book word for word, in front of everyone, and then memorize it. Compared to the Immortal Legacy, I think you might need this more. Holding the thick, 1,000-page book in her hands, Kaiji was dazed and confused. She finally realized that she had been played by Xia Changming. He never intended to give her the Immortal Legacy. Not only did he make a fool of her, humiliating her in front of everyone, but he had also wasted her time. Xia Changming! Kaiji roared in fury. She crushed the book into dust with a single wave of her hand. Xia Changming watched the falling pieces of paper with a touch of regret. He had originally intended to buy that book for his wife. She really was unappreciative. Xia Changming, are you truly trying to offend my Kai family? Don't you regret this? Kaiji said with a dark and severe look. Xia Changming sneered, what a joke. Do you think I don't know that your Kai family and the Wang family have already made your move in secret? It just so happens that I don't plan on letting your Kai family off the hook either. Kaiji and the group behind her were all shocked. They had thought that Xia Changming didn't know about the Kai and Wang family's plan to clean up the secret realm. It turned out that he had known all along. The members of the Kai family looked toward Kaiji, waiting for her orders. Kaiji glanced unwillingly at the cave entrance. The reinforcements she had summoned had not yet arrived, and with their current strength, they were no match for Xia Changming. After a moment of inner conflict, Kaiji let out a frustrated sigh. Let's go. Xia Changming smiled, his eyes narrowing slightly. You offend me, and then think you can just walk away? Since you're already here, then all of you can stay. Chapter 75. The Kai family dogs bite each other. Everyone suddenly felt a bone-chilling killing intent, as if their minds were falling into an endless abyss. The sensation was like a sharp blade hanging precariously over their heads, sending shivers down their spines. Scatter! Kaiyin yelled loudly. The group scrambled, each using their own means of escape, scattering in all directions. Langya! Xia Changming said coldly. Got it, boss. Langya responded cheerfully, leaping into the air. The small, illusory black shadow split in midair, its form swelling and transforming into 3 identical ghostly wolves that set upon the escaping crowd. This was Langya's soul separation illusion technique. Each ghostly wolf retained part of his spiritual consciousness and power. With Langya's cultivation at the peak of the heaven-human realm, his 3 split forms each possessed the power of an early heaven-human realm cultivator. Apart from Kai Yin and Kai Li, the 2 elders at the early heaven-human realm, who were able to put up some resistance, the rest were quickly hunted down one by one, their screams of agony echoing through the area. Aya! It's a spectral wolf. A spectral wolf in the early heaven-human realm. Everyone, don't run. Fight this beast. We can't outrun it. Listen to me. One of the unaffiliated cultivators tried to rally the others to fight Langya together, but before he could finish his sentence, Langya bit off his head with a single snap of his jaws. Tui, tui, a mouthful of fur. Langya spat out the head he was holding, disgusted. Roasted meat is so much better. Meanwhile, Xia Changming was also not idle. He conjured dozens of spirit swords in the void, sending them hurtling through the air in different directions, attacking those who had already fled far away. The people who were solely focused on escaping didn't even have the time to turn back and defend themselves, and the spirit swords pierced through them, causing them to fall from the sky. The others, including Kaiji, Kaiyin, and Kai Li, were forced to huddle together by Langya's 3 forms. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the group had been eliminated, and Xia Changming had not even truly made a move yet. The unaffiliated cultivators finally succumbed to fear, their eyes filled with terror as they pleaded for mercy. Master Xia, mercy. The Kai family offended you, not us. Yes, we were just passing through. They had only attached themselves to the Kai family, hoping to climb up their tree of influence. Their monthly salary was only a little over 1,000 spiritual stones. There was no point in throwing away their lives for the Kai family. Langya, clearly understanding the situation, looked back at Xia Changming, seeking his instructions. Xia Changming walked forward slowly, hands clasped behind his back, and asked the remaining cultivators, "You were all just passing through?" "Yes, yes." They nodded like chickens pecking rice. This infuriated Kaiji so much that she forgot all pretense and cursed at them. "You ingrates! You took so many benefits from the Kai family and me. Now you want to clear your names? When I tell the old ancestor, none of you will be able to escape." The unaffiliated cultivators lowered their heads silently. They were indeed wary of the Kai family's old ancestor, but they ignored Kai Ji. They were at a life-or-death moment. They couldn't afford to care about anything else. They might not even be able to get out of Xia Changming's clutches alive. Xia Changming watched with amusement as the Kai family members turned on each other, a sly smile playing on his lips. Since you were not working for the Kai family, then prove it to me. The unaffiliated cultivators exchanged confused glances, unsure what Xia Changming meant. Suddenly, a scream rang out from behind them. A Kai family disciple had been impaled through the chest by a sword. He stared in disbelief at a rugged man standing behind him. The crowd was shocked and quickly understood the implications. They glanced at each other, their eyes filled with a cold light. What are you doing? The Kai family disciples trembled and looked warily at the unaffiliated cultivators they had relied on. Their comrades who had been laughing and joking with them just moments ago were now ruthlessly attacking them. Kill one for one. Exchange a Kai family member's life for your own. You can go, Xia Changming said casually from atop Lenga's back. He pointed his finger at the first man who attacked, declaring that he had been spared. The rugged man's face lit up with joy, and he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Master Xia." Then, without any hesitation, the man leaped away and quickly vanished from their view. The others were moved by the fact that Xia Changming had actually let him go. The words Xia Changming had just spoken rang in their heads like the whispers of a demon. Now, excluding Kai Ji, Kai Yin, and Kai Li, there were only 8 Kai family disciples left, while they, the unaffiliated cultivators, numbered over a dozen. There wasn't enough meat for all the wolves. Every man for himself. Without hesitation, the unaffiliated cultivators quickly launched their attack on the Kai family disciples. Bastards! Kai Yin and Kai Li burst into action. They were forced to protect Kai Ji while simultaneously attacking the rebellious cultivators. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Some fought to kill a Kai family disciple as quickly as possible, while others, confident in their higher cultivation levels, chose to eliminate the other unaffiliated cultivators first. The unaffiliated cultivators the Kai family had recruited were not exactly saints. Some were even notoriously evil. Their betrayal was their own doing. This, however, allowed Xia Changming to watch a good show. "Boss, are you really going to let that guy go? Or should I chase after him and kill him?" Langya asked from under where Xia Changming sat. The person Langya was referring to was the rugged man that Xia Changming had let go. With his intelligence, Langya couldn't figure out why Xia Changming would let him off. If Xia Changming gave the order, he could chase and kill that man now. Xia Changming shook his head, smiling. There's no need. He won't survive. Having killed a Kai family member, the rugged man would definitely not dare to return to them. Alone, there was no way he would be able to leave the deeper parts of the secret realm alive. If the Kai family were to find out that all their members had died here, and that he had survived, they definitely would not let him go. So there was no need to chase and kill him. Langya didn't understand. But since Xia Changming had given the order, he had no choice but to accept it. By now, the battle was coming to an end. Except for Kai Yin, Kai Li, and Kai Ji, everyone else was dead. The outcome was as he expected. With Kai Yin and Kai Li, 2 heaven-human realm cultivators joining forces, the unaffiliated cultivators didn't stand a chance. "Excellent," Xia Changming said, clapping his hands softly in praise. "Xia Changming, don't be so arrogant," Kai Li said, trembling with rage, pointing his finger at Xia Changming and roaring. "I'll fight you to the death. Brother, let's attack together." Knowing that they could not escape death today, Kai Li immediately decided to fight to the death. Countless fierce and evil souls erupted from his sleeves like a surging tide. Soul consumption. "Boss, let me do it." Langya's eyes lit up and he pounced excitedly in front of the countless evil souls, opening his jaws wide and swallowing them all in one bite. After he was done, he let out a loud burp. Not delicious, but very nourishing. Kylie was horrified. The thousands of evil souls he had raised for so long had been swallowed in a single bite. Enraged, he immediately unleashed the Kai family's secret technique, the soul-binding chain. "Beast, I'll capture your soul." With a clear, metallic ring, a streak of silver sword aura flashed across the air, slicing off Kai Li's right arm that was wielding the soul-binding chain. This was just a casual strike from Xia Changming. "Aya!" Kai Li clutched at his severed arm, his face pale as he retreated in a panic back to Kai Yin. From the beginning to the end, Kai Yin had not helped Kai Li at all, silently watching the battle. "Elder Kai Yin, what are you doing? Let's attack him together," Kai Ji said anxiously, screaming at Kai Yin in frustration. Kai Yin ignored Kaiji. His expression was contemplative as he asked Xia Changming, Master Xia, does your previous offer still stand? Chapter 76, You're useless. So what use are you? Kai Yan's words surprised Xia Changming, Kaiji, and Kylie. What did he mean? Kaiji's heart immediately turned cold as she subconsciously took a few steps back. Kylie was shocked and quickly tried to dissuade Kai Yin. Brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Kaiji is the third miss of our Kai family. If you attack her, the old ancestor will not let you go. Kai Yin did not heed Kylie, his gaze fixed on Xia Changming, awaiting his response. Xia Changming's lips curled into a playful smile as he promised, of course. If you kill someone from the Kai family, I will let you go. Brother, don't be fooled by this kid. He won't let us go. Let's join forces and fight him. Kylie roared, his eyes fixed on Xia Changming with a vicious look. If looks could kill, Xia Changming would have died hundreds of times over by now. Kylie, I'm sorry. After taking a deep breath, Kai Yan's eyes suddenly sharpened. His hand formed a claw, and he suddenly pierced through Kylie's heart from behind. Soul-tearing claw. Brother. You. Kylie twisted his head toward Kai Yin, disbelief filling his eyes. It turned out that Kai Yin never intended to kill Kaiji. He intended to attack him. Kylie could not believe that Kai Yin would be so ruthless. Don't blame me for being heartless. Blame yourself for being too slow, Kai Yin said coldly. Then, he clenched his blood-soaked hand, ripping Kylie's soul out of his body and throwing it to Xia Changming. Kylie's body fell straight to the ground. The scene shocked everyone present. Even Xia Changming was jolted. How ruthless. Kylie was his own brother. Yet he had killed him with such ruthless indifference. Master Xia, I have done as you asked. May I leave now? Kai Yin asked Xia Changming, cupping his hands in a respectful manner. There was not a trace of grief on his face. From the beginning, Kai Yin had been thinking of how to survive Xia Changming. The answer was impossible. The only solution he could think of was to sacrifice someone to save himself. So he didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own brother, Kylie. Only one of them could survive. So he needed to eliminate the most threatening one. Even if he were the only one to return, if he lied and said that his brother Kylie had also died in battle, he assumed that the old ancestor would not punish him too severely. Kaiji's face had turned ashen and white. Her fingers trembled as she pointed at Kai Yin, but she was speechless. She was terrified that Kai Yin might kill her as well to save himself. Xia Changming's eyes narrowed as he said, Of course, my words are good. You can go. Thank you. Kai Yin's face lit up. He didn't even spare a glance at Kaiji as he turned and flew off in a streak of divine light. Langya, Xia Changming called out softly, watching the direction in which Kai Yin had fled. He had promised to let him leave, but he had never said that he wouldn't chase him. Only at times like this did Langya and Xia Changming share a telepathic connection, understanding what Xia Changming meant. Hee, boss, you're so bad, Langya said with a smile, revealing his sharp, white teeth. The smile looked so menacing. Xia Changming, both amused and helpless, kicked Langya in the butt. Hurry up and go. He's almost gone. Langya then retrieved his other two split forms. The three spectral wolves merged back into one, and Langya's cultivation level once again returned to the peak of the heaven-human realm. With his power surge, Langya darted past Kaiji like a black shadow. A shout came from the sky in the distance. Oh, whoa! This master is coming. Now that almost everyone was gone, only Xia Changming and a weak and helpless Kaiji remained. Seeing Xia Changming's gaze fall on her, Kaiji's heart turned cold, and she immediately fell to her knees and cried out, Master Xia, no master, please, have mercy on me. As long as you let me go, I'll do anything. If you don't trust me, you can put a restriction on my soul. Kaiji is willing to be master's slave. I will serve master for the rest of my life. If Kaiji could get another chance, she would rather give up this immortal legacy than provoke Xia Changming. She simply did not understand the gap between a heavenly venerate and a heaven-human realm cultivator. Xia Changming walked slowly towards Kaiji, looking down at her with a cold stare as he asked, Can you cook? Kaiji was taken aback and slowly shook her head. No. Can you wash clothes? No. Can you clean? No. You can't do anything. So what use are you? You're more useless than my servants. And you aren't as pleasing to the eyes as my wife. Xia Changming said with disdain. Kaiji was speechless. No matter what, she was still a powerhouse at the early Grandmaster realm. She couldn't possibly be used for this. Seeing that Xia Changming's gaze was growing even colder, Kaiji stuttered, I can learn. I'll be very obedient. Didn't you tell me to recite the book earlier? I'll recite it. I'll recite it. Then, Kaiji quickly lowered her head, painstakingly piecing together the book that she had torn to shreds. But the thousands of pieces of paper had been scattered everywhere in the battle. Only a small number of them remained on the ground, with many having already disappeared. Not this one, and not this one. Kaiji frantically gathered the pieces of paper, trying to put them together, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. At this time, Lengia came bounding back, with something in his mouth. When he got back to Xia Changming, he spat what he was carrying by Kaiji's side. Kaiji's eyes widened in horror, her face going even more pale. Kai Yan's head rolled to her feet, his face frozen in a look of anger and terror, eyes wide open. Boss done. Lengia raised his head, grinning triumphantly as he said, that old guy was quite powerful, but not much. He even tried to escape from this master, too naive. In the end, he still lost to this master's invincible strength. Ha ha ha. Oh yeah, that old guy mentioned you before he died. Lengia suddenly said to Xia Changming, as if he had remembered something. What did he say? Xia Changming asked curiously. Xia Changming, you bastard. Lengia yelled at Xia Changming. Without hesitation, Xia Changming smacked Lengia hard on the head. You don't have to repeat that kind of stuff to me. Lengia clutched his head in pain, pouting and saying, Boss, it wasn't me who cursed you. Why did you hit me? Oh yeah, boss. Are we keeping this plump one alive to roast and eat later? Lengia changed the topic and turned to look at Kaiji. His eyes were filled with a bestial desire. However, it was just a simple eating desire, not that other kind of bestial desire. When Lengia said that, Kaiji's body froze and her hands holding the paper stiffened. A large gust of wind came along and scattered the pages that Kaiji had just managed to assemble. She was dead. That was the only thought left in Kaiji's mind. Xia Changming stared at Kaiji coldly. He already had a plan in mind for how to deal with her. Just as Kaiji was giving up hope, several figures appeared in the distance, heading their way. As they got closer, the people's faces became clear. It was the Kai and Wang family members who had been guided by the soul bug and had arrived to provide support. Kai Su was leading the Kai family, and Wang Yuan was leading the Wang family. Elder Kai, save me. Kaiji's eyes lit up as she excitedly waved her hands toward Kai Su. Kai Su's heart immediately relaxed when he saw Kaiji's figure. But his face changed drastically when his gaze turned toward Xia Changming, who was standing behind Kaiji. He immediately yelled, Retreat. Chapter 77. A Single Sword Seal. Kaiji just stared blankly as Kai Su and his group's figures gradually receded into the distance. Are they really just going to leave? Won't they try to rescue her? She is the third miss of the Kai family. Even Xia Changming couldn't help but smile. Kai Su's escape had been swift and decisive. Too bad it's too late. Keep an eye on her. Don't let her run away. Guard the cave entrance. Don't let anyone enter. Anyone who dares to approach, kill them. After giving Lengia these instructions, Xia Changming flashed away and chased after Kai Su's group, leaving only Lengia and Kaiji behind. Lengia looked at Kaiji, a wide, toothy smile spreading across his face. This made Kaiji tremble, not daring to move. Meanwhile, Kai Su, who was fleeing at full speed, was filled with resentment, mumbling continuously. Why did it have to be him? That idiot Kaiji. The old ancestor had repeatedly warned us not to engage in conflict with Xia Changming and to wait for him to personally take action. Yet she still took the initiative to provoke him. This is terrible. She's going to get me killed. Kai Su had received the soul bug containing a trace of Kai Yan's spirit nearby, so he knew that something critical had happened to Kaiji. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used a soul bug to ask for help. When the soul bug suddenly exploded and died, Kai Su knew that something was seriously wrong, and Kai Yan, who was at the early stage of the heaven-human realm, had actually died. So he had sped up, only to be met with Xia Changming. If he had known that Xia Changming was here, he wouldn't have come at all. Where are you all going? A cold voice came from ahead, and Kai Su and the others quickly stopped in their tracks. They were shocked to discover that Xia Changming was already waiting for them. Master Xia, this is a misunderstanding, Kai Su said, cupping his hands and trying to explain. However, Xia Changming immediately unleashed several blades of spiritual light. Kai Su's eyes narrowed, as he still remembered it clearly. He had been blasted off the heavenly treasure pavilion by Xia Changming's attack. Kai Su dared not be careless, and he flung out a golden bell. The golden bell expanded suddenly, blocking Kai Su's path. Golden Guardian Bell. The several sword blades struck the golden bell. The bell buzzed, deflecting the swords. Even so, the golden bell now had tiny cracks on it. The Kai and Wang family disciples standing next to Kai Su were struck by the deflected swords, resulting in heavy casualties. Kai Su's face was filled with horror, and he was inwardly thankful. After the incident at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, he had spent his entire fortune on purchasing this divine item, Golden Guardian Bell, for self-defense. If he hadn't had this golden bell to protect him, he would have been cut to pieces. All Kai family disciples, listen up, formed the soul-devouring formation. Witnessing Xia Changming's terrifying strength, Kai Su yelled at the remaining disciples with a stern face. All of the Kai family disciples quickly changed their positions, forming a circle around Xia Changming. Each disciple formed hand seals, and threads of spirit surged from their bodies, forming a black curtain that enveloped Xia Changming. Kai Su sat in the center, controlling the entire soul-devouring formation. Brother Wang, we need your help. Please provide support with your people, Kai Su said, turning to Wang Yun. Wang Yun nodded and immediately ordered the Wang family members to stand behind the Kai family, placing their hands on their backs, providing spiritual power from the outside. 2 heaven-human realm cultivators at the early stage were in charge, and a soul-devouring formation formed with the spirit of many Grandmaster realm disciples as sacrifice. It was a very powerful setup. Xia Changming scanned the formation with disdain. Countless evil spirits wandered from the black curtain, howling and screeching menacingly. Is the formation ready? Xia Changming asked Kai Su calmly. Kai Su was stunned, and a premonition of disaster arose in his heart. What does he mean? Xia Changming held the Emperor Immortal Sword's handle, and his thumb pressed lightly on the guard, slowly drawing out an inch of the sword. It had only been drawn an inch, but the sword already vibrated with a clear ringing sound, and an immense and terrifying sword intent flowed from the sheath, making Kai Su and the others tremble with fear. Xia Changming gripped the hilt, and astonishing spiritual power flooded into the sword, like a rushing tide. Even the spiritual power of the surrounding area in the secret realm swirled into it like a whirlpool in the sea. The Emperor Immortal Sword continued to absorb spiritual power as if there were no end. How terrifying would it be if he swung it? Unmatched sword art. Seal of absolute separation. Once the Emperor Immortal Sword vibrated with a joyful tremor, Xia Changming's eyes narrowed. He drew his sword from its sheath, and a chilling sword aura drew a perfect silver arc in the sky. Any evil spirit or fiend that touched it instantly died. The sword aura was like a sharp knife cutting through butter. Like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, it sent out ripples. Evil spirits scattered, and the soul-devouring formation was instantly destroyed. Before the Kai and Wang family disciples could even react, they were sliced apart. The fear of imminent death forced Kai Su to make a final attempt. He formed hand seals and covered himself with the Golden Guardian Bell. That broken bell can't protect you, I'll tell you that much, Xia Changming said dismissively, holding the Emperor Immortal Sword and standing proudly in the sky. Seal of Absolute Separation was the second stance of his unmatched sword art. It encompassed all directions with the sword aura, dividing the heavens and the earth. The sword aura effortlessly sliced through the golden bell and passed through Kai Su's waist, smoothly and easily. Only when everything within dozens of miles had been cut apart did the sword's power begin to wane. Fear filled Kai Su's eyes as he lowered his head and stared blankly at his waist. When he moved his foot, his body was immediately split in two and fell from the sky. Xia Changming did not immediately put away the Emperor Immortal Sword. Instead, he turned to look at the distant forest and said, "Everyone, listen up. Anyone who is still working for the Kai and Wang families and intends to attack the Xia family should think it over carefully. Of course, anyone who helps the Xia family is a friend of the Xia family, and we will certainly not treat you badly. If you understand, then you can all leave." Earlier, many other sects, small factions, or even wandering cultivators had heard the commotion nearby and had come to investigate. They were all hiding far away, watching this astonishing sword strike from afar. The sword intent alone made them tremble, but it had also benefited many of the sword cultivators present. If they had flown into the sky earlier, they could have ended up like the Kai and Wang families, having their bodies chopped into pieces on the spot. Is this the power of a heavenly venerate? People of the Xia family are not to be provoked. This was the thought in everyone's mind at that moment. Everyone wisely heeded Xia Changming's words and dispersed. This way, the rest of the Xia family would also be safer in the secret realm. The power of that one sword strike was enough to deter most of those who were up to no good. Xia Changming landed in the forest, and his gaze swept across the area. Most of the Kai and Wang family disciples had already been killed, but there was one person he missed. The Wang family's steward, Wang Yun. It was strange, he should have also cut Wang Yun down, but he did not feel the satisfaction of hitting him, nor was his body on the ground. Did he run? To be able to silently escape from his seal of absolute separation, that man must be something special. Xia Changming had investigated the Kai and Wang families. Only Wang Yun seemed to have appeared out of nowhere a year ago in the Wang family. His identity was so mysterious that there was no trace of him. Very suspicious. Xia Changming kept Wang Yun in mind. Judging by the time, Xuanhuan should have woken up by now. Chapter 78. Get those 2 lumps of fat away from me. At the immortal abode entrance, after Xia Changming left, Kaiji was still afraid of Langya, but she saw that Langya didn't actually do anything to her, so she gradually grew bolder. She turned her attention to Langya. This esteemed demon king, could you let little me leave? As long as you let little me leave, the Kai family will thank you handsomely. Kaiji tried to tempt Langya. Langya yawned, glanced at Kaiji, and then said with a snarl, behave yourself, or I swear I'll eat you right here and now. Kaiji looked embarrassed, but she still wouldn't give up. She continued to instigate him. You are so mighty. Why do you submit yourself under Xia Changming? Why not join the Kai family instead? The Kai family will definitely treat you like an honored guest. What the Xia family can give you, my Kai family will give you 10 times, no, 100 times. In order to survive, Kaiji made a generous and solemn promise. Langya fell into thought at those words. His boss had promised him a transformation pill, meaning that this woman wanted to give him 100 transformation pills. What would he do with so many transformation pills? Besides, his boss was scary when he was angry. After thinking it over, Langya decisively shook his head and roared at Kaiji. You stupid woman! Don't you dare try to ruin my unbreakable relationship with my big brother. Behave yourself and wait for big brother to come back. Kaiji gnashed her teeth unwillingly. When Xia Changming returned, she would be doomed. Langya's hesitation earlier showed that he was wavering. She still had a chance. With that in mind, Kaiji again put on a charming expression, propping herself up with her arms, arching her buttocks, and inching towards Langya. Her proud double peaks hung naturally, and the views of her chest were infinite, accentuating her alluring figure. If tempting him with benefits didn't work, then she would try seduction. Although Langya was a demon beast, he had still gained sentience and was able to think. Furthermore, he was still a man. If he was a man, there was no reason that she couldn't seduce him. And demon beasts were often the most unable to restrain their carnal desires. Although Kaiji was very reluctant to share carnal pleasure with a demon beast, she had no other choice at the moment. Seeing that Langya's gaze was fixated on her chest and he was practically drooling, Kaiji smiled seductively and her confidence soared. As expected, apart from Xia Changming, no other man could resist her charms. Demon King, as long as you take little me away, little me is willing to serve you for the rest of my life. As she spoke, Kaiji leaned her body against Langya's forelimbs, as if trying to fuse herself to him. Langya was gritting his teeth, his expression conflicted, as if making a very difficult decision. His boss isn't back yet. I can't eat her yet. You stupid woman, get those 2 lumps of fat away from me. Or else I won't be able to resist tearing you apart. In the end, reason won over his appetite. Langya roared fiercely at Kaiji. His mouth full of sharp teeth scared Kaiji pale, and she fell back to the ground with a thud. What was going on? Wasn't he about to be swayed by her? Why was he so fierce? How could Kaiji know that Langya had lived alone in this secret realm for over 100 years and had been too preoccupied with fighting and killing? He didn't know anything about that. The only desires in his mind were eating and sleeping. At that moment, Xia Changming had already returned. Langya quickly rushed over and said, Boss, I've been keeping a good eye on this stupid woman. I have no intention of betraying you at all. Xia Changming. Xia Changming was speechless. Why did it feel like Langya was protesting too much? When Kaiji saw Xia Changming, she quickly crawled to his feet, hugging his leg as she begged desperately, Master Xia, please, have mercy on me. Xia Changming looked at Kaiji coldly and said, Okay, I'll give you one chance. Whether you can seize it or not is up to you. Really? Kaiji said excitedly, asking eagerly, What do I have to do? Xia Changming smiled but didn't say anything. Instead, he looked towards the immortal abode. Suddenly, magnificent red spiritual energy soared from the immortal abode, and two illusory fire phoenixes circled the red pillar, releasing an intense wave of heat. She finally woke up. It seemed that she had successfully inherited that immortal venerate's legacy. Uncle Xia. Before anyone could even see her, Xuanhuan's joyful voice came from the cave. A small and beautiful figure eagerly flew out of the cave. Having inherited the Phoenix Flame Immortal Venerate's legacy, Xuanhuan's face was even more beautiful, and a long ponytail fell down her back. There was a fire feather mark identical to Song Yinshin's between her eyebrows. For a moment, it was hard to tell if she was a boy or a girl. Just as Xuanhuan was about to jump happily towards Xia Changming, she saw Kaiji hugging Xia Changming's leg, causing her eyebrows to raise in anger. She then scolded, "You are practically naked, and you're indecent. Get away from Uncle Xia, you stupid woman." When Kaiji saw Xuanhuan, her face flushed with new spirit. Her heart was filled with jealousy and she almost went mad. She gnashed her teeth with hatred. That immortal legacy should have been hers. Xia Changming then said to Kaiji leisurely, "Weren't you asking me what you had to do for me to let you go? If you defeat Anning, I'll let you leave, and I'll swear it by the heavens." Defeat this kid? Kaiji's gaze turned to Xuanhuan. A burst of joy welled up inside her. She replied decisively, "All right. If I accidentally kill her, it won't be my fault, right?" She had seen Xuanhuan once outside of Heavenly Capital. She was just a kid at the Heaven Spirit Realm. Even if she had received an immortal legacy, there was no way that her cultivation would have improved so much in such a short amount of time, and she wouldn't even be skilled in the secret techniques. She had at least the strength of the early Grandmaster realm. There was no way that she would lose. Kaiji drew the chain sword from her waist. The sword's many segments were very long and sharp. It dragged on the ground, leaving a mark as Kaiji walked forward. "Kid, you stole the immortal legacy that belonged to me. Prepare to die," Kaiji said threateningly, her face cold. Xuanhuan remained calm, knowing that Xia Changming was testing her. Just as she was about to draw the slender sword from her waist, Xia Changming threw a spirit ring to her. Xuanhuan carefully held the spirit ring, looking at Xia Changming with a puzzled expression. Xia Changming only smiled slightly. "This is something that your master left for you. It was yours to begin with." Xuanhuan smiled, then put the ring on her hand. A small, exquisite sword that was red and white flew excitedly from the ring, landing in Xuanhuan's hand. The phoenix fire on the sword was blazing, with starlight scattered throughout. Xuanhuan looked at the sword with a look of fondness, her fingertips gently caressing the blade. She could sense the excitement of the phoenix flame feather sword that resonated with her heart. Xuanhuan raised the sword. Her eyes narrowed and the phoenix fire instantly wrapped around the sword, with several flashes of lightning mixed in. Kaiji was horrified. From Xuanhuan's sword, she felt an unprecedented sense of danger. The surging phoenix fire and the savage lightning were able to combine. How terrifying would the explosion be? Moreover, the red spiritual power flowing from Xuanhuan was clearly at the early Grandmaster realm. "Phoenix Flame Thousand Thunder." Xuanhuan let out a delicate shout and brought her sword down. The sword energy transformed into a dragon and a phoenix, and with their roars and cries, they rushed straight towards Kaiji. "Aya!" Kaiji blocked her arms in front of her and let out a final, unwilling cry, and then turned into dust within the sword aura of the Thunder Dragon and Fire Phoenix. One sword strike was all it took to kill her. "Sigh, what a waste," Langya said with a sigh. "It would have been better if I ate her." Chapter 79. The Fire Phoenix's Sacrifice. Uncle Xia. After defeating Kaiji, Xuanhuan happily jumped into Xia Changming's arms. Xia Changming smiled with relief. Having successfully inherited the immortal venerate's legacy and having her marrow and bones cleansed, refining her immortal form, Xuanhuan was now completely different from before. Not only had she leapt across two great realms, but her future cultivation would also be far more remarkable. What was even stranger, though, was that the closer Xuanhuan became, the more her gestures and expressions became like those of a girl. Especially after inheriting this immortal venerate's legacy, there was a trace of a girl's valiant spirit between her brows. Could it be? Xia Changming couldn't help but be suspicious. Although they were a bit flat, it didn't exclude the possibility. Xia Changming held Xuanhuan by the shoulders, pushing her away from his embrace as he carefully looked her up and down. Xuanhuan became uncomfortable under Xia Changming's piercing gaze. She was very nervous inside, but she still asked with a normal expression, "What's wrong, Uncle Xia? Could it be that he found out?" Xuanhuan thought to herself. "It's nothing," Xia Changming replied. At that moment, a phoenix cry rang out. The fire phoenix that had been guarding the volcano was flying towards them. Xia Changming was surprised to see that it was still alive. The fire phoenix landed in front of Xia Changming, but as soon as she landed, her body collapsed weakly to the ground. She was covered in blood, her wings were tattered, one of them was almost completely broken, and her spirit was about to dissipate. In order to rush back, she didn't hesitate to damage her own spirit to break free from the restrictions of the soul-binding chains. Being able to hold on until now was already her limit. The fire phoenix barely opened her eyes and looked at her empty nest. She weakly asked, "Where is my child?" Her voice was as gentle and warm as a mature mother. Xia Changming looked at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan understood and walked in front of the fire phoenix, taking out the phoenix egg. Seeing that her child was still alive, a trace of comfort appeared in the fire phoenix's weak eyes. She looked up at Xuanhuan and asked, "What do you intend to do with my child? Will you sell her? Or use her as a medicinal ingredient?" The phoenix egg contained pure fire spirit, and phoenix fire was known as the flame of life, making it a very precious medicinal ingredient. Many cultivators would steal or snatch phoenix eggs. Xuanhuan held the phoenix egg and answered very seriously, "Senior, I promise you, I will neither sell her, nor will I use her as a medicinal ingredient. I will take good care of her and raise her." The fire phoenix stared intently at Xuanhuan's eyes, as if trying to discern the sincerity in her words. "Big Firebird, you can rest assured. Although this kid is a bit weak, she's not a bad person and won't mistreat your child," Manga said, stepping forward to speak for Xuanhuan. The fire phoenix turned her gaze to Manga and said in a surprised tone, "What? Little black dog, so you're here too? You? I've been standing right in front of you for so long. Whatever, you're about to die anyway. I won't bother with you." Manga was angry for a moment, but he calmed down quickly. He and this fire phoenix were old rivals. They had fought several times. Each time, they had always stopped when they were able to, and he had even been let off by the fire phoenix once. Seeing the fire phoenix in such a miserable state, he also felt a little bit of pity. The fire phoenix raised her eyes and took a deep look at Xia Changming. In the end, she said quietly to Xuanhuan, "I hope you will keep the promise you made today, and take good care of my child." "Don't worry, Senior, I will," Xuanhuan replied. "Stand here and don't move." The fire phoenix thought for a moment, then she slowly struggled to stand up and suddenly tore open the wound in her chest with her sharp claws. Scalding phoenix blood poured out, showering Xuanhuan. Each drop of blood seeped into Xuanhuan's body through her skin. The phoenix's essence blood covered her, signifying rebirth through nirvana. This fire phoenix knew that her spirit would soon dissipate, and there was no hope for her rebirth. In the last moment before she died, she poured her essence blood onto Xuanhuan to merge a trace of phoenix bloodline into Xuanhuan's body. Although it was not comparable to Song Yinshin's immortal bones and spiritual marrow, it would enhance Xuanhuan's potential by another level. "Senior, you," Xuanhuan said in disbelief. Without her phoenix essence blood, the fire phoenix would soon pass away. "Accept it. This is the last thing I can give you in return. After I die, if you need anything from my body, just take it. I only hope that you will truly keep your promise." The fire phoenix said, not taking it seriously. She hoped that by her death, she could obtain Xuanhuan's true promise. This was the only thing she could do at the moment. She thought about whether or not she should use her last ounce of strength to try to take back her child. But she knew that there was no way, with that man there, she would not stand a chance. And even if she had stolen it back, she would not be able to protect her child in her condition. It was better to let Xuanhuan have it. This secret realm was still too small. Her child should go to a broader world and soar. Xuanhuan's eyes were clear. She possessed the Phoenix Flame Immortal Venerate's legacy. She was willing to try to trust Xuanhuan. Perhaps in the future, her child would live a better life. "Thank you, Senior," Xuanhuan said gratefully. The Fire Phoenix nodded, turned to Xia Changming, and said, "This lord, you are very powerful. I'm afraid that no one in this realm can match you. If you travel 100 miles further north from here, there is another site of the ruins of an ancient human immortal venerate. The guardian there is different from me, and is very powerful, most likely at the heavenly venerate realm. However, it should be no problem for you." Hearing this, Langa's eyes lit up, and it seemed like he suddenly remembered something. He added, That's right, boss. There's a ruin there. Every time I passed through that area, my hair would stand on end, and almost no demon beasts would dare approach. And there's someone who stays at the gate all day without moving, only moving when someone gets close. Hearing this, Xia Changming's expression turned thoughtful. Another immortal abode. It was a rare and unexpected surprise. He had been busy guiding Xuanhuan's cultivation and protecting her while she inherited the immortal legacy, making him lag behind the others. Now that Xuanhuan was basically capable of handling things on her own, he naturally couldn't miss out on that immortal abode. Moreover, he could vaguely feel a pulling sensation from afar. Thank you, Xia Changming said gratefully to the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix's breath grew weaker. She closed her eyes wearily. The last thing she gazed upon was still the phoenix egg in Xuanhuan's hand. Uncle Xia, can I bury her? Xuanhuan asked, staring blankly at the departed Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix was a treasure from head to toe, extremely rare and valuable, but Xuanhuan didn't want to take anything from her anymore. Yes, bury her. Xia Changming nodded in agreement. Let this mother sleep peacefully here. Chapter 80. The Faceless Puppet and a Heaven-Tilting Sword. Deep in the northern part of the secret realm, the sites were all ruins. There were broken walls and debris everywhere, creating a devastated landscape. Even though hundreds and thousands of years had passed, the ruins still carried a powerful spiritual aura. The deeper they went, the more one felt a tremor in their hearts. Xia Changming led Xuanhuan and Manga as they flew from the sky and landed. Looking at the shocking scene of devastation, it was hard to imagine what had happened here. It was as if all of the nearby mountains had been leveled. It seemed as though some kind of heavenly punishment had been unleashed, destroying this place. Xia Changming reached out and touched the remains of the ruins. He could sense an astonishing power of heaven and earth from them. Boss, this way. Manga followed his memories and led the way. Soon, Manga led Xia Changming to an entrance that was blocked by a pile of rocks. A figure was sitting in front of the entrance, head lowered. One arm was propped up on their knee, looking rather relaxed. Boss, it's her. She's really scary. Manga pointed at the person and said resentfully. Even now, he dared not provoke this person again. Xia Changming looked at the figure carefully, but he could not detect any life signs. Not a person. However, the spiritual energy within the figure was extremely large. You guys stay here. Watch out for other people. Xia Changming instructed Xuanhuan and Manga. Then, he walked alone towards the figure. By now, many people had been secretly observing from the shadows nearby. Most of them had accidentally discovered this place, but were blocked by this figure, which was why they had not been able to enter. Unwilling to leave, they were waiting. And now, they had encountered another powerful figure. Those who were smart had already sneaked away to look somewhere else, while those who were unwilling to give up were still lingering and looking for an opportunity. And there were those who were simply curious to see whether Xia Changming could defeat this person and enter the cave. Xia Changming walked forward unhurriedly. Once he stepped past a certain line, the figure slowly raised its head. The figure was wearing light female attire, and its appearance was no different from that of a normal person. She had a long braid, but there were no facial features. A faceless puppet. The faceless puppet was one of the lost secret arts of thousands of years ago. The materials needed for its creation were all top-tier and rare, making it extremely difficult and complicated. In addition, it also needed to undergo the forging of heavenly lightning and the tempering of heavenly fire to become strong, impervious to water and fire. Every faceless puppet, once it was completed, would be at least at the heaven-human realm. After that, the faceless puppet could continuously strengthen itself by devouring various rare spiritual stones. The faceless puppet in front of him had already reached the powerful heavenly venerate realm. Xia Changming, however, did not understand. Faceless puppets were objects without souls or personalities, so why was this one dressed in female attire with long hair, as if it was a girl? He had to say, the previous master of this faceless puppet had good taste and ambition. The faceless puppet slowly stood up, drew a pair of swords from her waist, and her spiritual power soared. Xia Changming didn't plan to waste time with this puppet either. He drew the Emperor Immortal sword and stood up straight. He had to finish the battle within 10 breaths. The faceless puppet's joints twisted as she wielded her two swords, her figure transforming into a flash of lightning and reaching Xia Changming, with two silver rays slashing down. Xia Changming's Emperor Immortal sword formed a moon-shaped arc, blocking the two swords head-on. When the sword and swords collided, spiritual power erupted. The sword aura spread everywhere and sliced through the already devastated ground even further. In the blink of an eye, Xia Changming and the faceless puppet had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Swords and shadows, sword auras like rainbows, two divine rays flew back and forth, colliding, shocking everyone nearby, who retreated several miles. Langya, who was hiding behind them, continuously cheered Xia Changming on. "Boss, go. Beat her up." Xia Changming seized an opportunity, a sword light slashing past the faceless puppet. The faceless puppet used her body to receive the sword. She was blasted dozens of steps back, but she had not suffered any sword wounds, only a shallow scratch. Tough. This was the first time Xia Changming had seen something take one of his Emperor Immortal sword strikes and remain unscathed. He couldn't help but look at this faceless puppet with new eyes. This faceless puppet had at least undergone 100 heavenly lightning forges, or else it would not have reached this level of resilience. What was even more amazing was that the faceless puppet's fighting style was not simply reckless. It actually possessed very high combat experience and quality. It should have merged several fighting techniques into its system, which allowed it to fight like a real person, able to adapt to situations. Its joints, which could twist freely, also allowed it to unleash many unexpected moves. When he thought about destroying it, Xia Changming found himself being a bit reluctant. Unmatched sword art, heaven tilting. Xia Changming held the Emperor Immortal sword, the blade pointing straight at the sky. The Emperor Immortal sword's sharp sword aura swirled and condensed, forming a gigantic, heaven-tilting sword that pierced straight into the sky. The giant sword was also wrapped in a layer of sharp spiritual power. This was something that Xia Changming came up with when he saw Xuanhuan combine the Heaven Palace Thousand Thunder sword art with the Phoenix Flame Heart technique. He condensed his spiritual manipulation art's control over spiritual power onto the unmatched sword art's sword aura. The giant sword was like the sky tilting, its sword intent sharp, causing the earth to shake. The people around couldn't help but stare in shock, their hearts filled with fear. Langya was inwardly thankful. It was good that he hadn't agreed to that stupid woman's request then. Xuanhuan also craned her neck and looked on with admiration. Heaven tilting slash? As Xia Changming softly spoke, the giant sword slashed down, shaking the heavens and the earth. The faceless puppet seemed to have sensed a danger and was unable to dodge. She held her two swords in front of her, preparing to receive this heaven-tilting slash head-on. The giant sword slashed down, the sword aura extending 100 miles, splitting a mountain in half. Once the sword aura settled and the giant sword had disappeared, all that remained on the ground was a long and deep canyon. Luckily, it did not reach the cave. Xia Changming slowly descended and walked to the faceless puppet. The faceless puppet's swords had broken, and her body had been split in two and lay on either side. The cut was extremely clean, and it was clear that she was no longer moving. The faceless puppet was extremely precious and powerful. If he could, Xia Changming really didn't want to destroy her like this. However, he did not have the secret technique to control the faceless puppet, so he could only put it away for now. With a wave of his hand, Xia Changming put the broken faceless puppet into his spirit ring. If he could fix it, it might still be usable. "Uncle Xia, you're so awesome," Xuanhuan yelled, running to Xia Changming with Langya. Xia Changming habitually reached out to pat Xuanhuan's head, but he suddenly stopped and instead patted Langya on the shoulder. "Boss, why did you hit me again?" Langya complained. He had been beaten up for no reason again. "It's your fault for not taking Anning to a safe distance. What if she had been injured by accident?" Xia Changming thought for a moment, then said with any random reason he could think of. You can blame this on me too?" Langya protested loudly. Xia Changming ignored him, and instead, he looked towards the cave entrance. With a heavenly venerate faceless puppet guarding it, he was really curious about which immortal venerate was inside.